That was Binding Void. You've been listening to the Heartbound soundtrack. You've been listening to Binding Void, A New Day, A Moment in Time, A Fond Memory, A Fond Memory, A Fond Memory, Shelley, and Misery and Mania, and Possum Pad. This one, yes. Alright. Hello, everybody. Welcome, Ghoulish Misfit, Aerith Winterfell. Welcome for the first time, RPing Lycan. Reinkarnitor, Magistrate, Iron Lung. Welcome, everybody. I love the let's go gif in the not so private chat. That's one. That's not one you've used before. Hello, Deathshead. Welcome. There's a new subscriber, apparently. Oh yeah, you have resubscribed. Or maybe not. No? Yes. No. Yeah, resubscribed. Resubscribed, but it told me that you're new. Hello, I'm Sam. Sam is me, and Makokam. Radio Kaylee, no visual Kaylee. Hello. What do you think of the spring setup? I saw Wolf comment on it. I was happy to see the comment. My username always makes people struggle. Is it pronounced RPing Lycan? Because it sounds like I'm saying O-U-R space P-E-E-I-N-G Lycan. Like, our peeing Lycan. Our peeing Lycan. Is that correct? It's close enough, don't worry. Gotcha. Just start peeing, it's fine. But I feel like just Lycan is better. Yes. Okay. So I got some new overlays. So the reason that I got European Lycan is that what it's meant to be? I kept seeing it as something like RPG, like RPGing Lycan, but it's not. But there's no G. There's just roleplay. There's no game. The role-playing Lycan. European Lycan, Harry. Yeah, I guess I'm also saying Lycan instead of Lycan. Cat, are you upset that your brother has the Azure Throne? You get the Azure Throne all the time. Let your brother have a turn. Not the worst I've ever heard. I don't know if that should make me feel good or bad. Yes, the overlays. So, if you'll notice I don't know how noticeable it is to you guys, but my other overlays, the custom overlays that I got from Pookie Chips, it has 4 backgrounds that go with it. And I switch between the backgrounds pretty much every stream or every other stream, and often I'll have this screen and then the one that has the display capture. Often they also have different backgrounds. I love the backgrounds that I have on that. I love the custom backgrounds, but especially because there's only 4 of them, I kind of am starting to get bored with them. Oh yeah, also especially because I've started using this setup for my reaction video recording too. And so having 2, for 2 of the screens on the stream, and then switching between them pretty much every stream, and then also using one every reaction video and switching every reaction video, I'm using the 4 a lot, and as much as I love them, I'm kind of getting a little bored with them. And so I wanted some more, and Pookie Chips was having a sale. Everything was half off. And so I got a couple more. I got 2 Halloween ones because I thought those would be good backgrounds for my Castlevania Nocturne reactions, at least like as they go forward. And then I got this spring one. The Halloween ones are not set up yet, so I can't show them to you. But the spring one sure is. I'm really happy with the one that I got. I was really torn between, I forget what this one was called. I'll just call it the spring one. But I was torn between the spring one and a Studio Ghibli one. And the Studio Ghibli one had 4 of pretty much the same backgrounds that are in the spring one, just with a little pudgy cat on them. A little cute pudgy cat on them. And the spring one had 4 more. The spring one had more backgrounds than any other overlay setup. It had 8. The rest of them had 2 to 6, I think. And so but the Ghibli one had the frames had flowers all around them. Those are my favorite frames out of all the ones that I looked at. And so I was like, I don't know, I really want those frames though. Like, it's all about the backgrounds. I want to have the 8, but I want to have those frames. I was super torn, and what ended up being the deciding factor is I realized that I liked stuff like the standby screen, like this. I liked this more. I didn't really feel like I would use the Ghibli one. What you just saw, like the new subscriber thing, like I like those more. And this also comes with badges. So I'm gonna be messing with your little badges for the spring. So you should hopefully see those soon. But yeah, so it also came with badges, and they're books. They're like books and flowers. And so I was like, yeah, I think the book theme is a lot better for the group than what came with the Ghibli stuff. And so I ultimately decided on these ones, but I'm really happy about it. Pookie Chips, like I said, Pookie, and then Chips, CHIPS, Pookie Chips on Etsy. So do you want me to go through the backgrounds and show them all to you at once, or do you want to have fun being surprised with a new spring background each new stream? Yeah, which, I mean, a quarterly switch up ain't too bad. Yeah, that's kind of exactly what I was thinking, is that, I mean, I'm sure that those of you who've been here for a while know this about me. I love holidays, I love seasonal things, and so yeah, I like the idea of having some to switch around. So it might be like, this is for the spring, and then the custom one will probably be for the summer, and then the Halloween ones for the autumn, and then the Christmas ones for the winter. I like being surprised. Vote for Let's Go for more surprises. Surprise us. Nice, awesome. Cute. I think I'll show you one. I won't show you all of them, but I will show you one more. Is that what this one is? I didn't think this was that. Oh, no, this is, okay, I confused myself with the names. Hey, it's the next one. I'll show you one, because I'm probably not going to use it until Christmas. But this one did come with the spring one, which is this. Like, I almost bought the spring thing just for this, because I love it so much, and it's so perfect for the group. But I don't completely know why it's in the spring one, because it's winter, because it's clearly snowy. So yeah. But super fun, super cute, super excited. And also, I don't know, well, actually, I'll do my normal intro and then I'll talk about them. I'll see if you notice I'll see if something happens when I do my normal intro, and then I'll tell you about them. So, if you are new here, here's how this works. Every week we have a I was about to say a stream of some sort. Well, that's true too. Every week we have a prompt of some sort that is submitted by supporters and voted on by everyone. Then we all write 350-word microfiction and post it to the Discord. Then at the end of the week, 8 stories are selected to be read here on the stream. To be read here on the stream. 4 of them are guaranteed. They'll be read no matter what. And 4 of them are encores. They can be unlocked through cheering. It is greatly appreciated when you do that. I really appreciate your cheers and your support, and the people who get their stories read also really appreciate your support. So that's just a really nice thing to do. So let me show you how to become a guaranteed person. How to have your humanity guaranteed. Christmas trees surely is breathing. I don't know how well can you guys read it when it's this size. But you have the bookworm tier. That is $3 a month. You get access to the secret supporter chat. You can submit prompts, and you can submit 2 submissions. Then the $5 tier, Cocooned in Silk. You get access to all those things, and then you can submit 3 submissions. You can submit 6-word prompts. And when your story is read on stream, then you are in the guaranteed section. And then we have the transformed one, and you get access to all those things that you can submit 4 submissions and 7-word prompts. And then the first prompt that you submit to the secret supporter chat automatically gets added to the final poll. And then you can also have a universe tag. Oh, you getting up, baby? Don't get up. You were barely on the throne. You can be there for longer. You can be there for longer, baby. Come on. Are you sure? Are you sure? Okay. Go on. Leave me. And then you can also have a universe tag for your ongoing universe. But you do need to, tell me about it. You do need to DM me or tag me in the chat. Yeah. Okay, oops. Gotta switch us back over here first. Okay. Okay. Alright, our prompt for this week is the point of no return. Very interesting, dramatic prompt, and we've got some also very interesting, dramatic stories. Very enjoyable. Our stories for this week are... I need to turn off the comments. Reinkarnitor, Marx, Deathshead, and Makokam. Those are the guaranteed stories. Then for our encores, we have Reidrev, SamRI, Galler, and Decoy. I really appreciate, I always appreciate when you guys are able to unlock all the stories, but I would especially appreciate it today. Decoy's story is so cute, and so it'd be really nice to be able to read all of these. I think they all would be very fun to discuss. Yeah, so nothing happened, but I don't know if I should wait, presuming that it will happen at some point. Yeah, I think I'll wait. If nobody's noticed it yet, I'll wait until it happens, and then I'll talk about it. But I saw Reinkarnitor in the chat, so I think that, I think we're good to go. Though I don't see Marx, and he's usually here by this time, I think, and so I don't know if somebody wants to be like, your story's coming up, you know, that kind of thing. Alright. The Candle's Flame. The Wanderer Chronicles. by Reinkarnitor. 348 words. The Moors stepped out of the Wanderer. As the door behind him fell shut, he could feel the stares of the patrons on his back. They tried to attack him when he delivered the news of Jamori's defeat, but a single statement was enough for them to pipe down. Now outside the building, the Moors looked up into the sky, where a faint red dot was visible. The orbital cannon the Moors had stationed directly above the tavern. It was the reason why the patrons had no choice but to accept the Moors' terms. One wrong move and the cannon would vaporize the entire building. Some of them might even survive, but the fact alone that their beloved wanderer would be gone was enough to destroy their spirit, as he had already foreseen. It was then when he heard a whisper that grew ever louder, as if someone stood there on the front porch and spoke with him. "You think you can hold them forever, with your heart encased in frost? If you truthfully believe that, then you've already lost." The Moors looked around, and his gaze fell on a single candle, which flickered there next to the door. "Your terror from the stars will fail you. If you had soul, you'd know that I speak true. There's no going back. Your future's painted black. You could have chosen differently, but now it's just defeat you'll see. I know this because I'm fair. I'm the Wanderer." "I suppose you're trying to intimidate me," the Moor spoke to the candle, sounding cold and calculating. The candle flickered slightly as the voice was heard again. "Many armies came to me. They tried to push me to my knees, but I would never falter or fall. I stood strong throughout it all." "You're nothing but a relic from the past." With that, the Moors extinguished the candle and walked away. Unbeknownst to him, the whispering voice rose once more. "From dawn of time, I'll never fade. I am the birth of an age." And despite the impossibility, the candle's flame lit again. Throw out those moths and monsters cheer for this story if you loved it. Okay, hold on. I heard meowing. Come on back in. Come in, cat. Come inside, baby. Whoa. There he is. Hi, Marx. Alright, so, yes, so, Reinkarnitor, no, Ghoulish Misfit, bada boom, Reinkarnitor, and Marx. Hi, guys! Thank you guys so much. And as Wolf pointed out, the new Encore bar works. That's what I was, that's what I was waiting for. I was waiting for somebody to cheer. And my eyes were widening because I thought that we had a lot, but we don't. It's just that the liquid goes really high. Okay, so, oh yeah, interesting. Okay. Yeah, so what do you think? Do you like the Moth Encore bars? So anybody who doesn't know, for the past, we've had just one at the bottom, just this one at the bottom, and it was 2,000. And 2,000 is for one encore, and so we'd hit it really fast, and then it would just be over for the rest of the stream for all of the other 4 encores. And so I was just going to make the one 8,000, because that's to unlock all 4. And then I realized that I could just create 4 of them. They're moths, and so I can have there be moths around the screen, the overlay, and each one is a different encore. And then I also realized that you can change the name. It said donation goal the whole time because I thought that couldn't be changed, but no, you totally can change the name. So now they say Encore 1, Encore 2, Encore 3, Encore 4, and they are in a circle. So it's the one at the bottom is Encore 1, then 2, then 3, and then the one on the other side is 4. But yeah, so, and then you can just tell from the number on Encore 1, so 4,900, so that means that we have unlocked 1 and 2, and then I don't know if I can move the other one to make it more visible.
Kitty, did you come inside? No, we did. You turn around, apparently.
Because I really like its position on the corner there. So I don't know if I can move it so it's visible. I guess that's still nice. Yeah, so that's 5,000 out of 6,000, so just 1,000 more to get us to 3. And then 4 also, like, I don't, because that's really in the way, right? Is that annoying to you guys, how in the way that is, or do you actually like it? Level 4, yes! We can do it! Awesome. Okay, I have 2, I'm fine with it. It's cool. And then I changed the colors too for spring. I'm really happy with these colors. Much happier with the purple that blended in with the background. I like the gradient of the pink to the yellow more. I didn't even notice that before you pointed them out. I was thinking that. I was thinking if anybody noticed, they'd be like, wait, there's 4 of them. But yeah, when they're clear, they blend in. It does mean there's a lot more bubbles on the screen, which is kind of fun, but could easily get annoying. So if you guys are annoyed with the bubbles at all, just tell me and I can move them so the bubbles are less obtrusive. The Ghoulish didn't realize either, yes. But yeah, I was so happy with it. I'm really happy with the overlay overall, but that's honestly the thing I'm the most happy about, is that I realized that I could put 4 on there and have you have a different moth for each encore. My bubbles like them. Awesome. Oh no, Reinkarnitor needs to disappear in 20 minutes. Yes, love the Aqua Bar. Oh no. My phone is so dark because low battery, so I couldn't see anything and accidentally stopped Twitch and started YouTube trying to applaud. Applause opens YouTube. Yes. That's awesome. A real upgrade. I'm really glad. Yeah, almost all the Encores, like, immediately, yep. That's what I like to see. I'm happy to see it. Here's a hype chest. I got a little Hermione emote. I wonder if you can make each one a different color, too. I can. I can make them each a different color. I was doing a lot of work with the overlays, and, like, that would be, at least 30 minutes of work, and so I was just like, I'll just let them all be one color for now. But if you have a request of what colors you want them to be, let me know, because the problem is that they have to match, and as we can tell from the purple one, it's kind of hard for me to get them to match. Like, I'll try to make it a purple into a gradient of a lighter purple, but the colors, like, if the color is too close, then it won't do a gradient. And then I'll be like, okay, so I'll make the purple really dark and the other purple really light. And then it's like, oh, you chose, like, a poopy purple, so now the whole thing is poopy purple. Now it's not a cool gradient, now it's just all poopy. So I'm like, what do you want from me? Aw, I missed the hype trade, says Mako. That's too bad. Let me check one more time, see if he came back.
He did. Come here. Come here, silly. Come here, silly one. Come here. Oh, so cute. Yeah.
We can find a color palette, yeah. I wish, if you know how to, using stream elements, get the eyedropper out, because if I could use an eyedropper and just pick, one of the colors here on screen, that would fix the problem entirely. I would not have much trouble color matching. But the fact that, as far as I know, there's no eyedropper function on stream elements means I have to, like, eyeball it, and then that's a problem. Alright. Okie dokie. This is a fun story, especially after reading the your longer Valentine story on stream and seeing the aftermath. I'm curious. Those of you who have not read Reinkarnitor's Wanderer universe, did you feel like you could understand the story? Was there anything that was confusing you about it? Please feel free to let us know. My brain's all scattered by the cool moth core bars. Alrighty. So this is how you can tell, like, it really is just in my brain as Gamori. Like, I practiced this story like 2 or 3 times, and I said Gamori. But for some reason, the name just goes into my brain as Gamori. That's just what my brain wants it to be. Also, another question, is it Gamori or Gemory? So, like, G-E-M capital O-R-Y or G capital E-M-O-R-Y? Is there a hex code or RGB code? I think it's a hex code. I think it's still up on another screen, so I'll look that up. Where? Okay, yeah, that. It doesn't tell me. It has a. It doesn't explicitly tell me what it is, but it has a pound sign. Those are. It's a pound sign and it's letters and numbers. That's how I know. That's how I know hex codes to work. So, but I don't know much about RGB codes, so I don't know if that actually answers it. Okay, so it is Gemory. Okay. So, FYI, for all future reference, I now know what it's supposed to be, and if I say it wrong, it's not because I mean to. It's just because that's what happens to my brain. We can work from hex codes, gotcha. Alrighty. I like your setting here. I like the setting of walking out of the Wanderer. I like the door falling shut, just... He's not actively closing it or anything. It's just like, goodbye behind him. And interesting that he can, like, feel the stairs either through the door or through the window. Oops, I should put on the comments. This is a little nitpicky, but I think a single threat would work a little bit better there because... A single statement sounds like it's the words that matter. It's like it is the words that matter, but it just sounds like, yeah, just that statement is enough. But it's not like the statement that matters, it's the gun outside. And so, I guess, like, and also, if the statement was, like, Gemory's gone, then that does work. But if the statement was, hi, I have a gun outside, then I feel like threat would be a little bit better. I do like, him looking up into the cannon and I think this works, like, to introduce it as a faint red dot, and then you immediately clarify it's an orbital cannon. And I think that's kind of cool, because, like, faint red dot could seem benign or pretty, and then it's like, it's a huge gun, I like that. So, very curious about something in this story. So, first of all, am I correct that this would not work? Am I correct that if they did fire the orbital cannon, it would not, in fact, vaporize the building? Because as far as I know, the Wanderer was like, made out of, like, the concept of... Oh, what is it? I want to say the concept of, like, being found. As, like, lost and found, being found. But I don't think that's what it is. Or maybe it's kindness. Maybe it's just, like... It was born on the edge of the universe out of the concept of kindness. And so, granted, we did just see Gemory fall between the cracks in the universe. But I'm kind of thinking that, the Wanderer can't be killed in this way. Am I correct in thinking that? And if I am correct in thinking that, do the Wanderers, the patrons of the Wanderer, do they know that? Do they know that this would not work? And if they know, why are they so freaked out? Because presumably they could just jump this guy and tie him up, and obviously the Moors are not going to care. They don't care if one of their number is destroyed. But they could just jump him, tie him up, and be like, okay, cool, try it, and then he hits the button to vaporize the building, and then nothing happens. So I'm curious about that. I do think you do a good job of setting up the Wanderer, and granted, only newcomers can answer this for sure. But I think you set up well, hey, stepped out of the Wanderer. Okay, so that already seems like it's a place. And then there are patrons in the place, the building, and then you say they're beloved Wanderer. And so even if it is just a building, clearly this is a building that means something to people. This isn't just, this isn't just the setting of the story. And so then when the Wanderer talks, I think that newcomers will understand. Will go okay, here's this building. People care about the building. Oh, the building has a consciousness. I think that works very well to set that up. Hello, damn Darren. Sounds like I'm insulting you. Ah, damn Darren. But hello and welcome. Great to have you here. Just a little bit late. I'm reading stories from the community. If somebody's willing to put the link to the Discord for Darren, then please. Yes, there you go. Thank you. So I'm reading submissions, flash fiction submissions from the community, and I'm scatterbrained because I'm excited about the new setup and the new overlay. I do really like the whisper growing ever louder. I didn't practice it that way, but that struck me in a different way on this reading, and so I tried to make it get louder and then go back to whisper. I don't know if that worked, but I like that idea. And I do love this idea of, with your very belief, you've already lost. Your belief that you've won means that you've lost. I think that's a really cool idea, and I like the rhyming. I like the Wanderer's rhyming. I think this might be my favorite rhyme out of them. I think that's neat. So I'm not sure where or when to talk about this, but it's popping into my brain, so I guess I'm talking about it now. Actually, this might just be the biggest critique of the piece. One of my biggest critiques, if not just the biggest critique of the piece, is when I started reading. So I read the Valentine story, and the Moors were a bunch of them. There were a bunch of them there, and presuming this happens immediately afterwards, I was like, yeah, there's a bunch of them. A bunch of them were inside the Wanderer, a bunch of them stepped out. And then there's only one. And I was like, okay, I guess we're focusing on one out of the group. And we keep going, and they keep being referred to as the Moors, S, plural, but also he, singular. And I would venture to guess that you are probably doing that intentionally, that it's probably they are this hive mind type, thing. Though granted, this might contradict that entirely. But, they're all these, emotionless robotic entities. There's always more of them. They don't care if one of their number falls because there's always more. And so I understand why you might want to use a plural, a noun that can be both plural and singular for them, moose. That the Moors can be a single one or a bunch of them because, that's how they function. And there is a sense in which I do think that's clever. I do think that's cool. But the thing is that, as I've said before, I really only have one hard and fast rule of writing, which is that your writing shouldn't be confusing. It shouldn't confuse the reader. And so the highest goal is for your story to be understandable to the reader. And I feel like this does add confusion, because as I said, I absolutely thought there were multiple and was very confused that one is being referred to as plural. And so I think saying the more would work better for me. That singular, it's the more, and when there's a bunch, it's the mores, S. It would also help just if you said mores for the first line, like mores. So he's like, so that you know this noun with an S on it is singular. Like is singular, and therefore this noun with an S on it is also singular. That would help as well. But yeah, I do think, and granted, like, this is definitely one of those things that is more of an issue in these short stories than it would necessarily be in a novel. It might work fine to have it be that mores with an S is singular or plural within the novel, but with something like this where brevity is very much the soul of wit, that brevity is necessary, I think that it is confusing to have a noun like, have your race have a plural noun refer to an individual, if that makes sense. And then going back to the hive mind thing, I am wondering if this negates the idea that they're a hive mind, because this does seem to be a single one, thinking their own thoughts, having their own pronouns, you know, and stuff like that. And so, and not constantly being like, I am one of many, I am part of all of us, you know, and so that makes me curious about that as well. I guess the story where they were introduced, I guess there were two of them talking to each other, having different ideas, and so I guess that also goes against the idea that they're a hive mind, that they all have different thoughts, but they don't care if one of them falls. I guess that might be more like Cybermen-esque. Do the Cybermen have different thoughts? They might. I like the line of your terror from the stars will fail you. That's super epic. I'm curious what you guys think of the prompt use. Because I think the prompt use is there. Like, you do explicitly say, there's no going back. You have reached the point of no return. Like, the decisions that you have made have led you on a path of destruction, and you can't turn back anymore. And so I do think that does work, and that is cool. But, you know, like, talking about it with, like, the council and stuff like that, there's kind of this element of it kind of felt like it wasn't there. It kind of felt like the prompt wasn't there. I think the reason is because, you know, the whole story is set up about this really scary cannon in the sky, and it's the Chekhov's gun that isn't fired. You know, like, inside the story, it's not the point of no return. And so when the story is set up as like, oh my gosh, like, these people have this scary cannon up there, and then it's like, well, the point of no return is more nebulous. The point of no return is just like, oh yeah, your choices eventually will lead you to destruction. And it's all like in the past and in the future, and it's not what's happening right now. And so I think that makes the prompt feel a lot less concrete. I don't know exactly how you could fix that and make it seem more concrete now. I mean, I don't know if they fired the cannon and then it failed. I don't know. And then the Wanderer's like, hey, like, yeah, you done effed up. You know, like, hey, I can't be killed. You have gone down a path that you will not escape from, you know, like that might work as I talk about it. It would change the story drastically, but well, maybe not so drastically, because you still would have the conversation with the Wanderer. You wouldn't have to change it much. But that might, having it actually be fired might work. I don't know if you had focused more on the Wanderer being like your decision to, you know, banish it. I don't know if banish is the right word, but your decision to banish Gemery, that was the point of no return. Like, that is you done effed up moment, rather than like, oh, you're on a dark path, or rather it being like that choice to, get her out of the world. That choice has damned you. That might make the prompt a little bit more concrete as well. I do also like the if you had soul. That's a neat way to say that, and a neat little idea of like they don't even have souls kind of thing. I'm very curious about that. I don't know if the Wanderer is speaking very poetically and being like, oh, you heartless monster, oh, you soulless creature, even though they do have souls, or it's like, no, you are a mindless robot, you genuinely, factually, have no soul, Either way, I like it. You done messed up, Aaron. Exactly. So I think that the Wanderer does, if I recall, often end at least one of their paragraphs this way: I'm fair, I'm the Wanderer. I feel like I recall there being a third thing as well, but it's not here. But I think, yeah, I'm fair, I'm the Wanderer often occurs in their speeches. But I feel like this one didn't work as well for me. And I think the best way to describe it is that it ends up reading as, your future's painted black. You could have chosen differently, but now it's just defeat you'll see. I know this because I'm fair. I'm Kaylee. It's like, cool. Like, that just sounds kind of weird for me to throw that in at the end. And I do think that having those lines rhyme would help a lot. So I had a little option of like something you could do. So something like, you could have chosen differently, but now it's just defeat you'll see. Your path is set. Beware. I know this because I am fair. You will pay for banishing her. I am the Wanderer. I think that would, I think that would work a little bit better for me, as if you had those rhymes, because especially having two of those lines not rhyme after a bunch, and then one of them be I'm the Wanderer, I think adds some clunk. But if they rhymed, that would fix it a good chunk. Maybe not fix it entirely, but it would fix it a lot. Another thing is saying I am instead of I'm would help. Granted, like, yes, the Wanderer speaks in contractions and stuff, and these ones are fine. For some reason, the I'ms just seem a little weirdly casual. Like I said, like, even saying, like, I know this because I'm fair. I am Kaylee. That sounds a little bit better than, like, I know this because I'm fair. I'm Kaylee. The I'm just adds a casualness to it that doesn't really fit the tone, but I am the Wanderer, has a little more power to it. So those are two things you could have done to fix it. I don't know if it would have sounded weird regardless, because it's just kind of a strange thing to throw at the end of your cool epic speech, regardless. But I do think that changing both of those things would fix it for the most part, at least. I like the candle flickering as the Wanderer speaks. That's a cool way of it being like a tongue of flame. I don't love the passive voice here, especially because there's no particular reason to switch the subject, because the subject already was the candle, and it's the candle that's speaking. And so it's a little weird to go, the candle flickered slightly as the voice was heard again, rather than the candle flickered slightly as it spoke again, or as the Wanderer spoke again. And like, yeah, was heard, me is like, who was it heard by? Again, especially because the candle is already acting, is already doing the action. It's a little weird to be like, yes, the candle flickered slightly as the Wanderer was heard again. Even that is like, okay, like, what? Like, obviously, of course it's by the Moors, but it's just, I don't know how to describe it well, but it just sounds weird to me to just go, it was heard, rather than just to say, it spoke, it did the action. We're already talking about who did the action, let's talk about the action, And then, you know, this is nice and powerful and epic. Hi, kitty.
Yeah, she can't. Yeah, she can't.
I see the ad coming. I guess there's only 16 seconds. You want out? You want out? I realize now I did not make a camera screen with these with these screens, so it'll be the old camera screen. Come on, Ad. Flails with harpoon like a Jawa. I was about to make the noise, but then, no, yeah, okay, I know the noise, like, ooh, Tenny! And that's what it be. I was gonna make the sand person noise, and be like, hur, hur, hur. But no, the Jawar. Ooh, Tenny! I will read your comments after I finish, you know, going through the story and going through the ad. There's the ad. New follower! Thanks for whoever followed. Is it this one? It's not that. Oh, hey, that's right. I guess we're not doing that at all.
Meow. I just let you out. You're so silly.
So, when I downloaded all the new overlays and stuff, I changed I made everything nice and pretty and put everything in folders. And so, but doing that and reorganizing everything and renaming things and putting them in folders means that OBS is like, I can't find them anymore. It's like, I don't know the pathway to that. You told me I would find it here in this folder under this name, and that doesn't exist anymore. And so I have to remind it, or not remind it, I have to tell it what the new pathway is. I have to tell it, now you go down this pathway through the forest, OBS, to get to Grandma's house. But all my time and energy setting up was spent setting up all this, and so I haven't, you know, reset up the custom one.
There's the kitty ball. There's the kitty ball on the Azure throne. He's so cute. Yes, you are. Where's Slippy? Where's Slippy? Yes, baby. So cute, cats.
I don't know if you can see Bella on my other side.
But she's here too.
Next prompt? What about next prompt?
What about next prompt?
Like, let me in. I required to be let back in, yeah.
I just let you out.
And I want back in. What's the problem?
Meow.
Oh, so this would probably be better to ask in DMs, but I'm almost certain I'm gonna forget if I don't ask now. Aerith, talk to Wolf or talk in the council chat. How do you feel about adding Wolf's story about the Azure Throne, about the cats, to the Universal Archive thing that you made for the Amida lore? Because I feel like I talk about it enough. It's worth giving that, putting that somewhere accessible.
I think the ad is gone.
And Aerith subscribed, right? Aerith could hear me. Sure thing, says Aerith. Okay, he can hear me, good.
Alrighty. Oh, are you gonna flop? Yeah, flop. Good floppy. Okay, can people see you? Can people see you, Floppy?
I don't know. Oh, maybe you can see a little bit of her.
You can see a little bit of the floppy. There's a floppy curious. Oh, I wish I could read the story from down here, but I can't. Baby cat.
Alrighty. I like, them saying you're a relic from the past. It's the age-old, fight between like, you're useless, you're outdated, you're a relic of the past, I'm new, I'm the future, and then realizing, wait, actually, there's value in the past. It makes me think about Arcane. And how everybody's like, progress, progress, progress. And Heimerdinger's like, maybe don't, though. I've seen this before, and it sucked, so maybe no. And they're all like, whatever, old man, and you're out of here. And then in season 2, they're like, maybe he was right. Maybe not, though. But yeah, so the point is, I like that idea, that conflict, that the thing that's been there, the birth of the age, it is not outdated in any way. They have the ancient knowledge and protection and stuff that the youngins don't know about. I don't know if this is just me, but I do kind of wish that the Extinguish the Candle was given a little, its own line, a little more focus. It's absolutely there, it says it right there in the story, candle extinguished, but for some reason I missed it. I missed it the first time I read it, and even the second time I read it, even though I knew it was there, I kind of breezed past it, and I think it's because it's in a dialogue tag, and because we end on walked away instead of end on extinguish the candle, and so I'm just like, okay, yeah, walked away, and not recognizing, wait, there was something significant in this sentence, they extinguished the candle, and so, I don't know, I almost wonder if it was just like that. Even just like that might give it a little more emphasis. But yeah, give it a little more gravitas to the blowing out of the candle. Might have been nice for me personally, at least. And then I do like the voice rising again. This is one instance where it does kind of work, because I often talk about, the character can't know what they can't know. How can the character know something unbeknownst to them? But I think this one works as third omniscient, and it works as yep, clearly this person walked away, but, our camera is lingering on the Wanderer, so the unbeknownst to him worked for me in this case. And then I like the quintessential line there. I really like the setup of despite the impossibility. That's a really cool way of setting that up, because you could have just said the candle's flame lit again, and that would be cool in and of itself, but I really like calling it out and calling out the emphasis of this is impossible, but it's happening. That's so cool. I just realized that I think you had notes and I never read them. Yes, this is a continuation of the Wander Chronicles from the Valentine story. Quick summary of the last story. Last time, Gemmery got exiled and banished. Oh, banished is the right word. Into the in-between spaces. And now the Moors, big bad guys, made their move on the Wanderer since Gemmery wasn't there to stop them anymore. One, I was particularly uncertain about the usage of single quotes in this story. Is it Gemmery's defeat or, or Gemmery's with the apostrophe defeat? I just cannot figure that out. Help from English focus is required. You got it correct. It's, unless I change that just on default. But with the apostrophe is correct. It is the defeat belonging to her. So apostrophe S on a person's name means they own something. So Kaylee's apostrophe S, water cup. Kaylee's apostrophe S phone. And so I get why it would be a little bit confusing with something non-physical, as defeat. But it is her defeat. It is the defeat that belongs to her, so it is apostrophe S. For those who know the Wanderer Chronicles, how did you think about the continuation? For those who don't know the Wanderer Chronicles, did you understand most of it? Maybe you do not know the characters, but did you understand who's the bad guy, that Gemmeray is a good guy who is defeated, that the Wanderer is that tavern, and that the voice the Moors hear is the Wanderer itself? So anybody who doesn't know, feel free to answer. I liked it. I liked the continuation. Like I said, I do have that big question of, like, is this possible? But I do like, that according to the Wanderer, the Moors are going down. That's fun. I like the hope in this story. It very much feels like this direct image of the candle flame of hope that cannot be extinguished. Here, once again, the Wanderer speaks in rhymes. I would like to hear your thoughts if I went overboard or if the rhymes work specifically. And of course, overall thoughts on the story are, as always, very much appreciated. Yeah, so I think I answered that. Like the rhymes, wish a couple more lines rhymed. Tried to give it a bit of a 3 parts challenge as requested. Not sure how much I managed to do that. Okay, so I guess the answer to that is, unfortunately, it didn't work because I saw the spaces and I was like, this is not a change in time. Then, one thing is flowing to the next, and it's confusing to put a break in between them and act like time has passed, and so I was like, I think that's just a mistake. And I took them out, so sorry about that. But the answer is that, unfortunately, that didn't really work because it is all one scene. As far as I can tell, there is no time skip anywhere in the scene. It just flows itself, and so trying to break it up doesn't really work for me because, when you put a break somewhere, that is showing that either time passed or location changed. Something has changed. There's something you need to kind of it's basically saying to your reader, hey, take a pause. Things are going to be different when we return. All right, return. And so then, when we return and it's a new scene, a new setting, or we return and time has passed, we're like, okay, we paused, I get you. Whereas if you didn't have the break, we'd be like, what's happening? Why are we in a new location suddenly? But then the same thing happens if you're not in a new location. If there's no reason to go okay, pause, something's going to change, and then nothing changes, then that pause detracts from the story, if that makes sense.
If I let you out, you just come on back in again. Yeah. It's true. It's true. I know.
Alrighty. RPing says, it's more about the extent of who's the Wanderer that I struggle. I can only try and imagine what the rivalry is for. Gotcha. Okay, so you weren't entirely sure who the Wanderer was, and you weren't entirely sure, who the good guys and who the bad guys are. Gotcha. Reinkarnitor. The problem is that even if they destroy the building, some Wanderers are so powerful they could withstand the blast, and once the inn is destroyed, maybe they would just attack because they have nothing left to lose. The building can be destroyed. As my story suggests, the candle is the core. The candle is what can never be extinguished, but no one knows that. Not the Moors, not even the Wanderers. Oh, interesting. Okay, so they could vaporize the building, but the candle would remain standing. Would it even go to the extent that if, this whole universe within the multiverse was destroyed, would the candle be left in the dark like Ree was in the other story? And can the candle rebuild the inn around itself? And so it sounds like you're saying it is a valid threat because A, the inn would be destroyed and the Wanderers don't know that the candle would live. And B, some of the Wanderers would die, and nobody's cool with that. Some might survive, but some of you will die, and that's a sacrifice I'm not willing to make. Basically, the Moors are doing this on the basis that they hope the threat suffices, because once they actually do it, they have no leverage anymore. Now my question is, why do they need leverage? What do they need leverage for? Because as far as I can tell, their goal was destroy Gemery, destroy the Wanderer. And so it sounds like keeping it alive for leverage goes against their goal. So, they're the Moors, he is a Moors. Gotcha. So that is the thing. Yeah, so what I said still stands. That is cool, but I think it's confusing, and I think the confusingness outweighs the coolness. And so, for the writing group stories, I would recommend either really trying hard to make it clear, you know, like saying Moors, you know, somewhere, or, you know, taking off the S, even if you know that won't be correct to the novel, just to help eradicate the confusion. I am many. Hello, Emperor Renard. Welcome. We are a writing group. We have a prompt every week and write 350-word microfiction, and then here on the stream, I read a bunch of the submissions from the community. Live here on Saturdays. So thank you for joining us. Oh, yeah. Like, thinking about that phrasing of I am many, because I was like, that works for me. So how could we apply that to the Moors? I am more. We are more. So actually, now that I think about it, I think, like, I don't want to, like, stomp on your vision or anything. So if you hate it, that's fine. But I think calling them the more without an S would actually fix it entirely, because, you know, a more is a more, but plural, they are still the more. There's always more, you know? That's actually works better with the word, because the word, now that I think about it, I think that's the issue, is because, you know, saying, like, we are Moors with an S, well, that's not really grammatically correct to the English word more, and so I assumed it was like, yeah, this is the plural of what they are, that's why they have the S. But if it is just meant to be a riff on the word more, then just saying more without an S works better, because it works for both. Then it's more and the more. We are the Borg. We are inevitable. Resistance is futile. Yeah, so I'm totally recognizing the problem now, because I was thinking about the Borg too, and I was like, well, like, if, you know, you would still call them a Borg, right? You know, the Borg is all of them, and a Borg is one of them. It's the same word. It's singular. It's not that it's, they're the Borgs and I am a Borgs. You know, it's, they're the Borg, I am a Borg, you know? Cybermen are more individualistic. Gotcha. By, like, a metaphorical hair. Stop, we have you surrounded. There's only one of you. Oh, right, multi-shadow clone. Stop, we have you surrounded. The cannon should be smoking, but the projectile is still airborne. I'm not sure what you mean by that. The point of no return refers to the Moors having now, by threatening the Wanderers, have passed a point of no return. In a sense of threatening the Wanderers already setting them on a path of their own destruction. Oh, huh. In that case, I think putting more emphasis on the threat would have been good. Maybe even directly writing it. Like, maybe that would completely derail the story, but, like, directly writing them going in and making the threat and stuff like that, that's the important part. Because as is, the threat is kind of not an afterthought, it's like a before thought. It's like, oh yeah, threaten them, moving on. And so if the threat is the point, if the threat is the prompt, it's a big deal, then I don't think that should just be said in passing. It's like, oh yeah, I made a threat, we're all good, walking out. So I think having that be the whole story, or be a much bigger part of the story, would have fulfilled the prompt better. I do like that, though, that it's like, hey, you threaten the Wanderers, the Wanderer and the Wanderers. They're coming for you now. That's really cool. I thought Ree said even Gemery couldn't destroy the Wanderer, says Mako. Was that a bluff, or did he specifically mean the candle? Ooh, bars about the rhyme. The I'm was because of the word count. I understand that. But that's always the issue with the word count, is that you want to, go within the word count, but not hinder the story because you have gone within the word count. And so I would say that you could probably take out a different word somewhere else so you could get I am. I think the I am is more important than probably another word in here. Let's see if I can quickly find one. I mean, you could take out fell. You could say, as the door behind him shut, you lose nothing. I mean, you lose kind of a pretty image, but you don't lose much. I mean, you could take out on his back. You could just say, he could feel the stares of the patrons, though I like it. I mean, we don't... That's interesting. I was going to say, Gimri is only mentioned once in the story, so could you just say, when he delivered the news of the defeat? But then nobody's going to know what the defeat is, so even though if you don't know who Gimri is, at least you know there's a person who is defeated. So maybe you can't take that out. You could say the Moors looked into the sky instead of up into the sky. So, I could keep going, but hopefully that's enough. There's plenty of, saying the Moors looked into the sky loses nothing from up into the sky. But saying I'm instead of I am, you do lose something when you switch it to I'm. So, yeah. Technology is silly, as the next prompt. Nice, that's cute. Oh no, Ghoulish doesn't know what prompt the Azure Throne is about. Fluffy. I'm hearing floppy. I heard floppy too. Yes, it was floppy. Hello, Decoy. Been out at the theater all night. I have to catch up tomorrow. Love the new stream decor. Thanks, Decoy. Glad to see you. Yes, the Moors threaten the Wanderers. The Wanderers, so you've chosen death. Yes. I didn't realize that was a Saruman quote. I've heard that all the time as a meme thing, but never actually seen the meme it was from. This is a kitty. Hey, kitty. Cute. Alrighty. Woohoo! Hello, Foggy. Welcome. Alright. Great story, Reinkarnitor. Let us move on to Marx. Are you still here, Marx? I saw you cheer before, so I assume you are, but...
But are you?
You are so restless when your brother has the throne. I am, says Marx. Lovely. Alrighty, room. Okie dokie. Well, it's just multitasking, fair. Multitasking. I don't know. I don't think this story came with a content warning. I'm not sure if I should give one just to the chat. But I guess I'll warn you. The story is rather intense. I guess I'll give the content warning of familial death, family death, is heavily discussed in this story. Alright. All by myself. Corrupted Desire by Marx. 349 words. As Daisy left the now eerily quiet house, she stopped by the crying girl, curled outside on the porch. I told you to leave, said Daisy. I was trying to spare you. Spare me, Jasmine spat out, looking up at Daisy with tear-streaked eyes. Spare me what? The sounds of my family's screams. As you killed them. Yes, exactly. How could you do this? Jasmine choked out. I've always had your back. When we needed to get away from your family, I was there for you. When everyone wrote you off as some bitter bitch, I defended you. When Alex showed up, I did everything I could to free you from him. I'm literally the last person who actually gives a damn about you. Why would you... It's funny, Daisy chuckled, sitting next to Jasmine. I'd almost believe all that, if I didn't know you. Jasmine glared at her, about to retort, before Daisy continued. You only helped me with my family because you pitied me. Doing something about it helped you feel better. That's not... I am a bitter bitch. But you were okay with that. Because I wasn't a bitter bitch to you. I made you feel special. And as for Alex, that had nothing to do with me. You just wanted him for yourself. You knew he'd treat you better than he treated me. He makes you feel special now. Daisy giggled. What I find the funniest is that I killed everyone in this godforsaken town, and yet you only get mad at me because I didn't spare your family. But okay, play the victim. Daisy knelt down to Jasmine's level. But your selfishness will pay off, because someone has to take the fall for all this death. Whoever comes will find me. They'll torture me for information I'll never give up, and then they'll kill me. You'll have Alex all to yourself. You win. This isn't winning! Jasmine shrieked. I'll never forgive you for this! I know, said Daisy, as she rose and made her way to return to Alex, leaving Jasmine alone in her house. Throw up those moths and monsters cheer for the story if you loved it.
Kitty cat.
Sorry if the cat ruined the vibe at the end there. I was trying to hold her back, but she wasn't staying back. Thanks for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. I don't know what is making... I don't know what makes the cheer do the big cheer alert or the smaller cheer alert. And, like, the big one has words on it and the smaller one doesn't. I thought it was that cheers 1,000 and under are the smaller one, and like 5,000 and over are the bigger one. But that one was 300, and it was the bigger one. So I don't know what caused that. It's the same file. I uploaded the same file to every tier of cheer. Content warning, mass murder. Yeah. That is interesting. I guess I'll ask the chat. What feels more triggering to you about the story? The mass murder or the family murder? Because to me, like, the line of... This line is the most triggering line. This is the most upsetting thing. There's another cheer. That one's 100. That one's also the big one. That's the worst line. And, like, absolutely, of course, the mass murder is horrible, but it's a lot more detached. It's not something that we get, like, specific details about. And so it's still worth a content warning, but it didn't feel like the more triggering content, if that makes sense.
Kitty.
Well, there's the family murder, but the family murder is part of the mass murdering. Yes, but that's the thing, is that, like, if the content warning is mass murder, then you think that's going to be the point of the story. And so then when all of a sudden it shows up, like, oh my gosh, like, no, it's not about this mass murder over here. It's about the immediate family being killed right here. Like, I don't know. It does cover it, but those are different vibes to me. Thank you for the cheers. So thank you for the cheers, Magistrate Ironlung, Ghoulish Misfit, and Ghoulish Misfit. Alrighty, Rue. Very sad and intense, but well-written story. So the note here. Questions. I didn't mention that Daisy is half demon and that she's a thrall of Alex, who's basically a demon. Was that information you needed for this to make sense, or did you get the info you needed? 2, did the prompt use come across well? 3, is this too overdramatic or just the right amount of dramatic? And 4, any glaring questions or things that didn't make sense? So feel free to answer all that in the chat, and I will get started and come back to that. So I like your setup of, you know, the house being eerily quiet. She's walking out. There's somebody on the porch crying and stuff. But the critique for it is that the crying girl sounds like Daisy doesn't know her. Just sounds like, oh yeah, I don't know this person's name, it's just a crying girl. But not only does she know her, she knows her intimately. And it's the fact that they know each other that's the whole point of the story. And so, while this is more descriptive, I do think that saying, you know, she's stopped by Jasmine crying curled out on the porch, I think that would work better for the story overall. I'm very curious about the I told you to leave thing. I'm curious why she didn't leave. You know, well, first of all, yeah, I'm curious on a lot of different levels, because either she has complete free will and she could have left and she chose not to. And she chose to just sit there and listen. Option B, she has complete free will, and she... Well, okay, so I can't figure out how to phrase this well. Because basically the questions are, is she under orders by Alex? And why didn't she fight Daisy? Because it sounds very weird for her to just have complete free will of her actions and just sit there and listen to her family's screams. Not try to save them, not try to fight Daisy. And then there's another side of like, okay, is she completely prevented from fighting Daisy? And if so, did she have the free will to leave, or did Alex also order her not to leave? So it's like she's ordered not to fight and she's ordered not to leave. Or is it, yeah, or is it that she's ordered not to fight, but she doesn't have to leave? In which case, you know, again, why does she stay and listen to her family's screams? Like, yes, I would like to be spared of that, please. I would not like that in my head for all of eternity for the future. If she's prevented from fighting. But I feel like if she could fight, she would. So yeah, I don't know how important that all that is to know for the story. There are other things that I think are more important to know. But that is a big question I had of like, yeah, why didn't you? Like, why did you sit and listen to the screams? I do like the, you know, the horror of the line though. Like I said, I feel like this is the worst line, but I feel like that, you know, really works for the story. The horror of it adds to what's going on and sets up what's going on very well. And like, this, like, weirdly, this is like the line that feels like the worst from Daisy to me. I don't think it objectively is. It just like feels the worst to me because the coldness of that is just so horrible. Like, there's not even a tone indicator. And so I'm assuming that she's just like, yes, exactly. And it's like, oh, that's so horrible. Like, it would honestly be better if it was spat with hate. You know, it was like, yes, exactly. You know, that kind of thing. But it just be like, yeah, exactly. You know, like, it's kind of the thing of, like, indifference is worse than hate. Like, the indifference of that line is so much worse than if it was hateful. Another big question regarding, like, Jasmine's actions and reactions. So I was already asking, why didn't she fight Daisy and try to save her family? Why is she willing to talk to her now? I like the conversation, but this feels like a conversation that wouldn't happen immediately afterwards. It feels like immediately afterwards that Jasmine should, like, be getting out a knife and swinging it and trying to fight her, or just not be in a place where she can talk at all. Like, just either screaming or just crying or something like that. It feels a little odd that, like, her family is dead. She just listened to her best friend murder them. She listened to them screaming. And now she's like, oh my gosh, wow, you're such a bitch. You know, it's like, even that feels like too tame of a reaction to what happened, you know? I do like, you know, Jasmine's little explanation here of, you know, like, I'm the only one who's there for you. It's even more powerful because she could, even her just saying, like, I'm your friend would be powerful on its own, but her saying, like, I'm your only friend and you did this to me. is very powerful. I especially like the, you know, and everyone wrote you off as some bitter bitch, and then I'm the last person who actually gives a damn about you. Like, that's so sad and impactful, and like me knowing the larger context and stuff like that. I feel like that's true, and I feel like that's part of the horror of it, is that like through Alex's twisting of both of them, he has made it so that the last person who actually gives a damn about Daisy, Daisy can't see it and rejects her, and, you know, wants revenge on her for something that Jasmine potentially didn't even think or do. I do feel like another overall thing is that I'll try and talk through it and see if I can give some concrete advice, but I feel like the Alex stuff doesn't come across well, especially for newcomers. I think for newcomers that the Alex stuff is just going to read like, okay, third character introduced, I'm not given context as to why they matter. They just like, the only lines we have about him are, he showed up and I did everything to free you from him. Well, we don't know who he is. We don't know why she would need or want freeing from him. And then, like, as for Alex, that had nothing to do with me. Well, that's very vague. Like, what's that? You know, why did it have nothing to do with you? Okay, you just wanted him for yourself. Okay, so, like, maybe she loves him. You know, he treat you better than he treated me. Okay, how does he treat you? You know, he makes you feel special now. Okay, so that goes with, like, the love hypothesis, you know, sort of thing. And so instead of it being, Alex is super important to all this. And so, but I feel like the way it's described doesn't get that across. It just seems like, oh yeah, there's this dude who's kind of part of it, but we don't really understand how or why, you know? So I think that going more into the Alex stuff or not going into the Alex stuff at all, I think both of those options could have improved the story, because just focusing on their relationship and just being like, I defended you, I'm the last person who gives a damn about you. Actually I am a bitter bitch, and, you know, I don't know that you do give a damn about me. You know, I think that's perfectly understandable without ever mentioning anything about Alex. But as I said, he is super important, and so I do understand why you wanted to mention him. And this one is a bit harder to figure out how you'd phrase it. But, yeah, okay. I guess, I wonder if even saying, your master, Alex, I wonder if that, I mean, I don't know. Because on the one hand, that would make it clear, hey, like, there's some orders going around here. But also that might add its own questions. That might be like, what do you mean, your master? You know? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe taking him out is the better play. If you guys have ideas for how to explain Alex better in a short amount of words, then do put it in the chat. And of course, like, I could probably think of ways later, but I'm not good at thinking of these kinds of things on the actual stream. And then, yeah, like, it's really interesting because I don't believe that Daisy is objectively correct. Like, I have heard from Marx, you know, about, like, the situation here, and so I know why Daisy is saying this, that she's like, oh, you just want Alex to yourself, and you know, you don't care about me. But it's more because that's what Alex has made her think, and not because that's actually true. Or they can both be true at the same time. Like, potentially Jasmine does give a damn about her, but also she wants Alex. So, like, it's possible that both exist. Well, yeah, no, but this is the point where she doesn't want Alex. And so I don't know if she, like, really wanted him up until this point, and like, she's still wrestling with whether or not she wants him. But now that I think about it, that would have been a good retort of, like, I don't want him anymore. You know, like, he made you do this, I don't want him anymore. So in that case, I guess, like, focusing on that and having Daisy be really hammering home, like, yeah, you love him, like, you're super into him, you want him to yourself, and then her being like, not anymore. You know, that could help, and that could emphasize the prompt use. The glare is interesting because the glare kind of reads like it's weird because in a weird way, the glare almost reads like she's right because, you know, her saying like, I'd almost believe all that if I didn't know you. If Jasmine completely believes everything she said, that line would not be like a, you know, glaring line. That would be a, excuse me, what? line. That would be like, what are you talking about? You do know me and I'm speaking truth. And so I don't know if you intended to imply that with that. And then it's terrible and horrifying. Thank you, new follower. Welcome. It's terrible and horrifying, but I do, this is one of those, I love, hate it. Like, it's very well written, very captivating, but also I hate what's going on here, you know, kind of things. That's how I feel about Daisy's speech here. You only helped me with my family because you pitied me. I think I misread it. I think I accidentally read, like, I think I read it as we needed to get away from your family. I meant to say you. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm tripping on the stories a lot more than I ever used to. I feel like in the past I've always been really good about, you know, keeping it all in line. But these last couple streams I keep tripping. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense that she would compartmentalize it that way and go like, well, she didn't actually care about me. She just pitied me. She just wanted to be, you know, my savior, you know, kind of thing. I really like the I am a bitter bitch, that it's like, oh, everybody thought these terrible things about you, but I defended you. And she's like, the terrible things were right. You know, that's pretty powerful and feels like a summary of the story as a whole. And I do really like that, you know, but you're okay with that because I wasn't a bitter bitch to you. Like, that's neat too. And that does feel realistic in and of itself of, like, I feel like there are friends like that where it's like, you know, yeah, where it's like, oh, I defended you. I said, you know, you're not, you know, this terrible thing. And then it's like, no, I am, but I'm not to you. And so you're happy to be my friend because I'm not to you. It makes me think of Lindsay in Before I Fall. I don't know if it's worth, like, summarizing it, but I've been talking about it recently. If you watched the stream for my Valentine's story, then I talked about it a lot there. But, well, I guess a summary could help. Before I Fall is like a Groundhog Day type thing, type story, where the day keeps repeating. And it's about this high school girl, and one of the things that she needs to realize is that she's a bully and that her friends are bullies, or at least one is. At least one in particular is, and that's Lindsay. And so, you know, and so, like, that situation is very much present in the book, that, like, Lindsay is this, you know, really wonderful friend to them, and they love her. But she's terrible to other people. And before they were friends, she was terrible to them too, you know? And so I totally get that idea. And then this definitely feels like the stuff you've told me about her real motivation here of, like, I mean, there's a lot going on there, but I feel like it's vague to people who don't know, but I do think it's interesting as someone who does know. This is very interesting, too. This is one of the most interesting parts of the story to me, like the reveal that it was a mass murder, the reveal. And granted, I guess that would make the content warning a spoiler, but sometimes that has to happen. Sometimes to properly warn of the content, you have to spoil the content. But I do think that's a powerful idea of, like, yeah, you didn't care when it was everybody else, which is also terrible. You only cared when it came to you. I can't remember if I've talked about this before, but that's something that I'd like to be able to explore in my own story, but I just don't know if I can pull it off with all the changes I've made. But the idea was always that, or the desire was that, you know, my character Savion is also a mass murderer. He's killed a lot of people. And so the main character, you know, who arrives on his world didn't used to be Victor. It was just like a random girl. And so the idea is that, like, when she hears about him and how he's a mass murderer, like, it's not enough to, like, make her hate him or anything like that. But then she learns that he killed her friend, and now she's like, wait, no, he sucks. You know, I don't know if I can make that work with Victor. But this is me trying to say I really like that idea. I think that's a really interesting idea to explore. The, like, you only care when it comes to you kind of thing. Like, it's terrible for all of it. It's terrible, you know, all of the murders suck, but you only care about this one. And so then there is, you know, there's an understandableness to that, but then there also is, like, okay, like, I do understand that she has a point in the sense of, like, she should maybe care about the other people, you know, as well. But I absolutely don't think she's right to say, you know, okay, play the victim. It's like, absolutely she's still the victim here. You can't say that she's not the victim, even if she is correct about the other stuff. And then this is terrible. You know, again, I love hate it. It works well. But it's terrible to read that she's just, like, lording it over her and being like, oh, like, you win, you know, you're so selfish and you're gonna win. And, like, the blood of her family is still on her hands, you know? And as far as I know, this doesn't happen, so that is very interesting to hear. That's what she thinks will happen. And yeah, definitely isn't winning, for sure. I might have capitalized this whole thing. And then it's interesting that, you know, that it just ends on, I know. I'm curious what is meant by that, I know. If it's like, I know, good. Or if it's like, I know, I hate, like, it sucks, but, you know, I've made my peace with it. Or if it really is just neutral, you know. And I do think that last line really works. It's very punchy to be like, oh, like, it's not her family's house anymore. We had our play dates here. We always thought this as her family's house, but now it's hers. Now there's no family in the house anymore. Very, very powerful. I didn't mention that Daisy is half demon and she's a thrall of Alex, who's basically a demon. Was that information you needed for this to make sense, or did you get the info you needed? I don't think it's the fact that they're demons that's needed. It's the relationship and the orders that's needed, if that makes sense. That it's like, yeah, that we don't, from the information you give, I don't think a newcomer could figure out what the relationship is, and that it's an enthrallment relationship. And granted, I still don't know exactly how important it is to know that she's enthralled. Like I said, I think you could take out the mentions of Alex in general and it would work. And I think that's part of why it's a struggle to figure out, okay, how do you keep the Alex stuff in there, but you only keep what's important, or you switch to things that are more important? Because it's difficult to parse what the important parts are with that to keep in. Because, like, okay, like if we say, okay, he's my master, I'm his thrall, like, would that clear things up, or would that just add more questions, you know? I do think, like, you know, just saying, oh yeah, he's a demon, I'm a demon, I feel like that's more likely to add more questions than add more clarity. It's possible that might help get people to the, oh wait, then, like, there's some weird enthrallment, you know, relationship here. I'm not sure. People in the chat, feel free to answer. Did the prompt use come across well? Well, I don't know if it came across well because I know the universe. It worked for me, but I also know, like, absolutely this is this huge, massive point of no return. I don't know how well people will know the future, from this, but I would hope people would recognize family dead. That's a pretty big turning point, Is this too overdramatic or just the right amount of dramatic? I would say it's the right amount. I didn't feel like it was melodramatic or anything like that. Like, it's kind of a sense in which, like, it is overdramatic, but being overdramatic is the right amount of dramatic, And then I think we already talked about the questions and stuff. Alright, let's see what folks have been saying. Marx was curious if it needed a content warning as well. Cooking with dialogue. Marx is a certified word chef. Aw, thank you. That is very sweet and true. I assume the in addition is the mass murder versus family murder thing, but I'm not sure what phrasing you're advocating for. Marx, I do think I would have went with familial murder if I'd done it with a CW. Fair. You did do a double cheer, but it's appreciated. Patricide, is that just for fathers? Yeah. Patricide is for fathers, like, filiacide, I think is for siblings, and, why can't I think of the word for matricide? Yeah, it must be matricide for, family side. That's simple enough. Yeah, Google confirms this. Boo. Alternative name, family annihilation. I mean, that would get it across pretty well. Marx, Jasmine isn't a thrall at this point. Daisy is significantly stronger, so she couldn't stop her. And Jasmine logically should have left, but even with the horrible things happening, she knows it would be the last time she hears them. Oh gosh. I mean, like, it could just be... Terrible question to ask you all in the chat. Of course, like, I'm not in this situation. I don't know how I would act unless I was, and I pray to God that I will never be in this situation or anything similar. But if I were, I feel like I would much rather turn away and walk away and not hear it because, and granted this might be an OCD thing, but like their screams would ring in my head for the rest of my life. I would never be able to get rid of that sound, and it would potentially erase the beautiful memories before that. And so absolutely I would not make, if I could make any kind of choice, I would not make the choice to hear it because, knowing that happened, but having their last memory be their last, like, kind words to me, like, preserves their memory and preserves my brain. But listening to their screams, like, I get the logic of it being, like, I still want to hear them, even if it's something horrible, but, like, I would never, so I'm curious about people in the chat, if you're willing to answer, which camp do you fall in? Oh yeah, and then about, like, her fighting them. So, fighting Daisy. This is, I don't think this is too much of a spoiler. This is from, I believe, is it 2? Must be 3. It's from around the beginning of episode 3 of Castlevania Nocturne Season 2. There's a thing that happens that just, like, I just have really been thinking about it, because just the way that they phrased it just really got to me. I liked it a lot. But one of the characters, there is, like, a mass murder happening, and one of the characters wants to go in and help. And, another character stops him, because if he goes in and helps, he will die. And so the character who stops him is like, I forget how he phrases it, but he's basically like, you should only go into the battles that you can win, And, like, I feel like it sounds weird when I say it like that, but it made sense the way that he said it. Of, like, yeah, it makes sense to choose those battles. And then the other character is, like, some things are worth dying for. Like, I'm not going to... I'm not going to just choose the battles that I can win, because there are ideals, there are, you know, things, people, sacrifices, whatever. There are things worth fighting for. I'm totally butchering it. Like, even me saying it just doesn't capture how cool this idea was. But this makes me think of that you're saying that Jasmine has complete free will, but Daisy is way more powerful than her. And so, like, I understand, you know, to an extent, her, like, not wanting to fight her. But I feel like if my family's dying and I know the person who's doing it and why they're doing it, regardless if I know I'm gonna lose, I think I'm still gonna fight. Again, I don't know exactly what I would do, you know, unless I was actually there. But it's like, that is absolutely a cause worth dying for. And hey, if I die while fighting her, at least I don't have to live without my family, you know? So I feel like it would still be worth fighting, you know, if she is not under orders not to. So I'm still wondering why she doesn't fight and die, why she doesn't view that as something worth dying for. And if she did fight, would Daisy kill her, or would she stop herself, or would Alex stop her? Let's see. Oh, you're not wrong about Jasmine should probably not be in the state of mind she is, but I think I ignored that for how horrible the conversation was in my head. Gotcha. Well, I think that, and granted, like, it's very atmospheric, so I'm assuming you picked this moment because it's much more intense and atmospheric. But my critique about how, like, you know, she shouldn't be in a state of mind where she's even able to talk to her would be very well fixed by just, like, setting it a couple days to a week later or a month later or something. Like, just put some time in between it, and then this conversation happens, no problem. I mean, I guess, actually, come to think of it, you could have it be that Jasmine goes back to the house, that this isn't the day that it happened, but Jasmine does return to her family's house. She's looking at, you know, either she's looking at old pictures, she's looking at the blood at the wall, or she refuses to go in and she's just like, she's about to, and then she sits on the porch and cries. And then Daisy comes back. She's like, hey, heard you were hanging out here. Or like, Alex told me you were hanging out here. I've come to bring you more pain, you know? I don't know. Maybe that does make it worse if instead of Daisy, you know, just coming out, that she goes to torment her. But, you know, that would fix the emotional issue. Ooh, that's effed, you know, about hearing her family screams, yeah. Taking Alex out or adding more is very fair, actually. I thought was, I appreciate the effed upness of what you're doing as a fellow author. Yeah, exactly. Great way to describe it. I hate it, but I appreciate it. I appreciate the horribleness as a fellow writer, yeah. It's meant to be that both Daisy and Jasmine are right at this point. As far as Jasmine knows, Alex left the choice up to Daisy. She finds out later that Alex gave her the choice knowing fully what she'd choose to do because he stacked the deck for her to only make one decision. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. There's a list of types of killing wiki page. Oh boy. See, Daisy's personality is slightly based on a friend I had who was basically female Cartman. I don't know who Cartman is. But she was nice to me mostly, and I kind of took that to the extreme. Interesting. Woof, yeah. Well, how aware is Lanai of Savion's mass murdery ways? It is kind of similar in that situation, unless Savion wasn't killing when he was friendly with Lanai. That is true. That is a good point. Like, yeah. That I guess that is something that I do / can explore with Lanai. Yeah, because that's true. That she does not know how bad it is, and she does know that he kills people. And I haven't decided if he you know, if I don't think that he would directly lie and say, like, I don't do that anymore. I don't think he'd do that. But it's possible that she assumes that she's like, oh yeah, he told me he killed people in the past. And he doesn't say that, like, yeah, it still happens, because, like, he can't exactly control it. And so maybe she assumes that he doesn't keep doing it. And stuff. So yeah, like that's definitely something to explore with her, that it's like, oh yeah, like, yeah, he's killed people, but, you know, he's still a cool guy. Quotes from Kaylee. And then yeah, he kills her sister, and then it's personal, and then it's like, oh, actually I'm not okay. Actually, I'm not okay with him killing. So that's a great point, that actually I do explore it. I just explore it with Lanai. I think the issue with that is that all of Lanai and Savion's friendship happens before the novel starts. And so you might get memories of that, but it wouldn't be as concrete as it would come up with, like, the main character of the novel, if that makes sense.
You want out, kitties? But it's almost ad time, and ad time is cat time. Kitties? Yeah.
Eric Cartman from South Park. Gotcha. I've not seen any South Park, but I can imagine that he's a rude, crude little dude. They go, ooh, yes he was, lol, and I deliberately wanted to go meet the monster in the castle. Yes, that is accurate, that she did know that he was a monster, and, like, I still have to figure out exactly what the public knew about him at that point. I'm still talking about this partially because I know the ad's coming. It's fine to talk about my stuff during the ad. But there it is. What was I saying? Oh yeah, what the public knows. Yeah, so I have to figure out exactly what the public knows, but I think the public knows that, oh yeah, that is part of the question. I think that, at the very least, the public knows that Savion killed the king, and that he's the monster in the castle. There is a question on if, when he kills the king, that he also kills everyone else in the castle. But if there's a way that the king... So I won't, like, say that spoiler out loud right now, but the king knows that he's about to die, basically. And yes, I put that in quotes. The king knows that he's gonna die. And so he could evacuate everyone. But the question is, because there's no time on Meridia, would he be able to know the date to evacuate everyone properly? I guess maybe he could know, like, some indicators of, like, oh yeah, this happens a day before I'm about to die. And so maybe he could do it like that. But also, would evacuating everyone tip Savion off that he knows? And Savion can't know that he knows. So it's a question if Savion kills everyone else in the castle. And then, like, that's another thing of just, like, you know, would he do that? You know, is he on a murder spree right now, or is he just on a I just want to kill the king spree, everybody else get out of here spree? You know? Yeah, so if he killed everyone else in the castle, then people might be extra like, hey, he's a monster, he killed the king, he killed everyone else in the castle, that kind of thing. And they probably know, they might know that he is a wolf with magic, which is significant. So they know that, but I don't think that they know yet that he can kill from afar, that he's like a mass murderer who can kill other people. Lanai learns that. Lanai learns that he can kill from afar, and she tells the world. she's the reason that the whole world learns, oh my gosh, there's this horrible monster in the castle. But he's not just a monster in the castle. He's a very present threat who can kill any of us at any time. It's because of her. So she learns it, but she doesn't necessarily go in wanting to meet the mass murderer. Well, depending if he killed everyone in the castle. But she does know he killed the king, at the least. Potentially knows he killed other people in the castle. Knows he's the monster in the castle. Hopefully that answers that. Add-ins. Killing a brother is fratricide, not filiacide, and killing a sister is sororicide. Gotcha. Sibling sides is killing of siblings. Oh, filiacide is the killing of a child. Oh, interesting. I'm getting mixed signals. I heard matricide and then now paternicide. I don't know. Yeah, Mako, I don't think I would choose to have my last memory of my family be their death screams as they're murdered. Agree! Fair, you agree with me. Marx, I fully agree. I wouldn't want to say either, but it was one of those things that made sense for Jasmine at the time. Interesting. I'd be curious. I mean, I'm kind of curious, but kind of scared to learn more about why it works for her. Gosh, I don't want to hear my loved ones die. Yeah. I mean, would he save anyone, or would they all die? I'm not sure who you're talking about specifically. I would absolutely not speak with someone who would kill my family, exactly. Even if they're a friend. Mm-hmm. Hello, Hellenic. Where's Hellenic? I didn't see... Oh, yeah, there you are. Sorry, I didn't see you. You arrived to the horrible question. Though, to be fair, I doubt Jasmine is the kind of person who would view anything as worth dying for, not even for family. Really? Interesting. I'm learning I don't know Jasmine as well as I think I do, because I didn't think that she was that, I don't know, selfish feels like too strong of a word, and then, like, moralless also feels like too strong of a word, because it's fair to want to, preserve yourself. It's a fair option, as I was watching the show, the other character, when the other character is saying, you should pick the battles you win, like I said, he had a valid point, and so there is a point to that, but it's interesting that you're saying in general, she wouldn't view anything as worth dying for. Like, that seems like an amoralness to her character, I guess. Hello, Bitzer. Daisy technically isn't allowed to hurt Jasmine at all physically. She basically would have just been trying in vain to attack Daisy while Daisy killed her family anyways. That's interesting. I want to say I'm interested to read that, but I also am not interested to read that, But I guess I'll say, I don't hate that idea. That might be a worthy idea to bring up, but the question would be, is Mako right that she would not view that as worth dying for, or was I right that she would? Crude little dude, very Cartman accurate. Gotcha. Marcel, I can imagine that conversation. Hey, that scary dude killing everyone? He could kill you from wherever he is. Sweet dreams! I was more imagining her, getting up on a podium and telling everyone, being like, hey, there's a very present threat I have to tell you about. But that's hilarious, the idea that she, she has a friend, and the friend's, about to, go to bed, and it's like, I'm tired, I need to go to bed. Oh, hey, I forgot to tell you something. You know, that monster in the castle who killed the king? Oh, yeah, totally. Yeah, he actually can kill anyone, anywhere, anytime. Good night, Matricide is killing one's mother, as in, killing one's own mother, and then, maternicide is killing someone else's mother? Gotcha. I can't tell if I'm behind you or not, or how far I am. I don't know either, because I've scrolled up. Letting you laugh, I think that killing your grandparents is still referred to as matricide. Patricide, just the same as the parents. Interesting. Weird the chat is more or less in sync, but Andy's reactions are way behind. It's because I scrolled up to look through everybody's comments on the story. Yeah, when your message pops up on stream, then you'll know how big the delay is. Mm-hmm. I hope I was wrong. It's seen aside for both grandparents or an elderly relative. Gotcha. I suppose I could do that, but Daisy killing the family literally in front of Jasmine would be so much more brutal. Yeah, very fair. Yeah, good point. This is meant to be the SFW version, and so I guess in that case, maybe that's a strong point against doing that. But yeah, did you have an answer? Would Jasmine view this as a cause worth dying for, or would she be more in the self-preservation camp? I'll check for the cats while you're answering.
Oh, hi. Here's one. What about the other one? You want it? Come here. Yeah. Yes, your throne. It's all yours if you want it. There it is.
There's the other one.
Hi, other one. Hello. Cute. Yep. There she is. Yep, she wants the throne. Easy, baby. And the other baby. Yeah, come all the way in. Oh, you're going back out? Oh, cat. Silly.
Blue face. Jasmine would probably see protecting her family as worthy of dying for. She would know Daisy can't hurt her, though, so she knows her life isn't at stake. Ah, gotcha. Would knowing her life isn't at stake, would that make her more likely to defend them or less likely to defend them? Lily always reads through the chat after giving her thoughts on the story. That's just business as usual. Yep. Floof. The conversation basically goes, you literally can't stop me, move or be moved. Then she forcibly picks up Jasmine, moves her, and goes in the house. But wouldn't Jasmine just keep trying to get in? Then like, alright, puts her outside. Jasmine goes right back in, puts her back outside, you know. Oh, that was Marx. I think I said that was Mako. Alrighty. Battle with cat, yes. Me with my cats, but less violent. I suppose I could have Daisy magically lock the door. See, so this is the issue, though, with having such a big thing like this, because, like, in other circumstances, then it could be like, oh, yeah, the door's locked, so, like, she's not gonna try to get in. But family murder is a reason to break your hand trying to break the window. Like, I feel like she would have to lock every door and make every window completely unbreakable if she has that power, to have Jasmine not get in. Like, it's that, you know, it's that much of a, I have to get in and do everything I can to save them, you know, kind of thing. Good story, but story that made me sad, you know? Very well written story. I enjoyed voicing the horror of it. And I mean, I guess that's kind of the thing of, like, it making us sad is probably the point. So you did a good job. Alex would find it hilarious if Jasmine kept stabbing Daisy while Daisy literally couldn't do anything to Jasmine. I was gonna go with the cage one. Oh yeah, she could put her in a cage. And if she, I mean, she said to leave, so presumably she is, oh, okay, I'm thinking of things. So presumably she wouldn't, like, put her in a cage and make her watch. Presumably she'd be kind enough to put her outside, in a cage. So that could work with the story you have set up. It would just, yeah, so instead of it being that Daisy, and granted, removing the emotional issue of, like, come back in a couple weeks. If it did happen here and now, then it could be that Daisy put her in a cage and is like, I told you to leave, you know, not to fight. And then she walks out and she just, like, opens the cage. You know, instead of finding her crying outside, she comes out to open the cage. And then that's when she's like, I told you to leave. But the question I thought of is, can she teleport? Can she, you know, change locations? If so, would she be kind enough to put the cage far away? Would she be kind enough, yeah, to put the cage in a different location? But yeah, I think that would fix the issue if she was able to put her in a cage. Yeah, force field. Mm-hmm. Daisy can't teleport at this point. She can later. Huh, interesting. What accesses that power? Oh, Matt. Matt gives her that power, doesn't he? Okay, so yeah, it would be like just outside the house or in the yard or something like that. And that could also work with my idea of, they have this conversation a couple days to a week to a month later. Because it could be that Jasmine didn't see the end of the fight. She heard it because she wouldn't leave, and Daisy had to cage her to get her job done. Lost my train of thought. But it could be that, like, once she's out of the cage, that Jasmine, like, tries to attack her and then fails, or that Jasmine just screams and cries and doesn't try to do anything. But she didn't see, like, what went down in the house, and so maybe she doesn't at that moment, but then she comes back, a week or two later and is like, I have to see the aftermath, and then goes in and freaks herself out and then cries on the porch. Like, that could work as well. Alex takes over Daisy's body and uses a bunch of spells she doesn't know in a flex. Kind of like, you guys can't even beat my thrall who I'm controlling remotely. What are you going to do if I actually show up? Interesting. So that, like, unlocks the power that... So that's how powers work in your world, that they don't have to, like, learn the power or gain the power. As long as their body has done the power, then they can do it. Alright. Great story, Marx. Let's go on to Deathshead. Yeah, I was actually thinking about that. I hope these broader story discussions are suitable advertisement for joining the group and reading these stories. Yeah, if like, especially newcomers, feel free to answer, like, these larger universe, discussions, that I just had, both about my story and Marx's. Do they annoy you because you're like, I don't know what you're talking about? Or are you like, oh, like, this makes me curious to learn more about these stories? Alright. Let's begin. A Fateful Offer. Sallascia and Aefron by Deathshead. The clamor of the harbor echoed over Aefron as he pulled his handcart along the road, the noise seeming to come from a distance. He was tired, body and mind and spirit, forcing himself through the motions. Years of sleepless nights and extra work had given him only sleep deprivation, an empty purse, and seemingly useless knowledge. Aefron looked at the harbor waves as he made his last delivery, feeling that old longing clash with his fatigue. While rubbing the coins together, his friend Deathshead raced to him. What do you want? Trustin has taken over Veer's research and needs someone to make drawings of his finds. Do well with him, and he'll bring you on our next voyage. The taper burned low as Aefron yawned, finishing up the last sketch for the week while his father snored behind him. A flash of light caught his eye, Aefron glancing through the window to see Deathshead and Akil below. He rolled up the drawing and took it with the sample down the rickety steps to the streets. His friends greeted him, Akil hissing, "You're in." Huh? Trustin liked your drawings, Deathshead said. Now let's get to the boat. But I have work in the morning. What's more important? Akil asked, hauling junk or chasing your dream? Aefron swallowed, taking one last glance at the window before running to the pier. Aefron shivered as he sipped coffee, the swaying deck still slick from rain. He looked upon the crane hauling what he hoped to be his lucky sample from the deep, when the mechanism ground to a halt, something wrapped around the line. He dropped his coffee, grabbing a lantern in his teeth and a pole as he leapt onto the railing. Aefron, Deathshead hollered, let it go! No, I want that sample! Aefron mumbled, prodding the seaweed in the pulley. You're going to... The ship jolted, Aefron's feet shooting out from under him as he fell to the waves. The last thing he saw as the darkness closed around him was a blue-scaled mermaid staring from the deep. No, those moths and monsters cheer the story if you loved it. I don't know if I voice this differently from my practices, but I did just realize now that F is such a quiet letter. I was saying the F, but I don't think it was hearable. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. Marx, the broader story discussion would totally have brought me in. But that's easy for me to say. I'm already in. That's great. About universes, it mostly makes me curious about things, but I feel it would require a lot of time to dive in. I should also start putting mine in words. Fair. Make a wee! Yay! Alrighty, Roo. Very neat story, Deathshead. I'm trying to decide if I should talk about this first or, like, at the end. But I guess I'll, like, preface. I really liked that you did my challenge. Not a lot of people did my challenge. Which is fair, because I also didn't. I considered doing it, and I kind of wish I'd tried a little harder to made, like, an actual attempt to do the challenge. But you were one of the people who did it, and I was happy to see that. Speaking of, for any newcomers, did you feel like you could understand the story without having read other stories in this universe? Did you understand what the point of no return was? Did anything confuse you? My throat is feeling more scratchy than usual. Usually I'm pretty fine, and sometimes at the break I'll get a little scratchy, or at the end, but I'm feeling scratchy now. So remind me before the break that I need to get some honey water for my throat. Alright. I like the description of, like, the harbor and stuff like that it sets up right away, where we are, what we're doing. I really like he was tired, body and mind and spirit. This is really interesting because I often hear that as body, mind, and spirit, and so this is a polysyndeton with the multiple ands. And not only is it a polysyndeton, it's a rather unique one because that's a common phrase, body, mind, and spirit, and so it really stands out that you have all the ands there, so that was really interesting. But I really like that idea. Well, I mean, it's a sad idea, but I like the idea of, like, he's not just tired physically, like, his soul is tired. I think that's powerful. I only noticed this on my second to most recent read. There's a slight weirdness of years of sleepless nights had given him sleep deprivation. I think I get what you're going for, that it's like years of sleepless nights hadn't gotten him anywhere. The only thing it got him was, like, the immediate effect of sleep deprivation, rather than, like, it got him results. It got him the research and stuff, and so. Well, there's a slight oddness to saying, like, he was sleepless and he was sleep deprived, But I do like the list, I like the empty purse and seemingly useless knowledge. I do like that all three things are very different. It's a physical consequence that's not great, it's a financial consequence that's not great, and it's a, like, mental mind, consequence that's also not great. I'm not sure how I feel about the seemingly useless knowledge because, as far as I can tell, the story is third limited from Aefron's head. Aefron wouldn't see the knowledge as useless. And, like, I think that's why you said seemingly, because it's like, it seems useless, but it's not. But the thing is, I maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like Aefron himself wouldn't even see it as seemingly useless, because to him, like, there's a reason he keeps pursuing this knowledge. To him, it's not useless. He just can't apply it yet, And maybe, I don't know, that would how it costs more words, but I don't know if somehow saying that, and knowledge that didn't get him anywhere. Thank you for the new follower. I don't know if some sort of phrasing of, like, knowledge that wasn't getting him anywhere, I guess as I say that, like, that could also lead better into this too, that it's like he wants to get somewhere with this knowledge, rather than labeling it seemingly useless, if that makes sense. I'm not sure. I do like this image here and this phrasing of feeling that old longing clash with his fatigue, especially old longing. You know, you could just use longing, but old longing is like, this is a longing he's dealt with for a long time. It's an old rusted scar, you know, stuff like that. I like that a lot. I'm not quite sure why the longing would clash with the fatigue, though, because, like, as far as I can tell, this is like a general dream. This is like a general, oh, I wish I could be out there, you know? But it's not something he can act on today. And so, like, if you did mean a longing, like, to go today, then that does clash with his fatigue, because it's like, oh, I want to go see the starfish, but I can't because I'm tired. Then that does work. But as far as I can tell, it's kind of a general, like, I want to be out there. I want to follow my dreams. I long for the sea. But it's like, but I'm stuck here, you know, but I need to go home. And he can long and be tired. he can long for the sea, but also be tired here. So yeah, I'm also curious about the coins here, because that feels like a significant image. Did I hear a meow? No, I didn't hear a meow. Because the coins feel significant, but I'm not quite sure the meaning. And I'm not sure if it's Aefron doing it or Destrim doing it. I'm guessing it has to do with, like, well, like, it's a living, this is how I make my money. But even, like, as I'm doing, like, this is kind of like a rich, greedy gesture, which I don't think is the intent. I don't know if, like, tossing a single coin would be, like, a better image for, like, this is all I got. This one coin I'm playing with. Now that makes me think of the Willy Wonka movie of him playing with it and the last coin, like, falling down the drain. I think it was his last coin. Yeah, not that big a deal, but a question. I'm not sure about that comment. So I realized that I went from, so I do, knowing Aefron and stuff, I do like this does bring this hope. I do like that the arc of the first scene is like, I'm stuck in this dead-end job, but I want to pursue my dreams. And then the last line is, hey, maybe you can pursue your dreams. And I think that really works well as like a mini story inside the story, and it's interesting and sets up where we're going to go going forward. I think that works super well. So, yeah, I don't know if this is just me, but I actually realized that I ended up reading it as, hey, they'll bring you on your next voyage. And then I think I kind of assumed that would be the next scene, is like, yeah, all right, if you do well, you'll be on the next voyage, here's your next scene on the next voyage. And I don't completely know why I thought that, because it makes sense that you had a middle scene of, hey, he still needs to prove himself and stuff. But I realized that I thought he was on a boat. And so I don't know if that's just me. I don't know if that actually needs to be changed. But, you know, maybe somehow using an image that's clearly, like, on land, you know? I don't know how you could do that easily off the top of my head. I don't know if, like, the taper burned low, like, on the windowsill? I'm not sure. I can't think. But yeah, I guess the question for the chat would be, did you guys read it as him on the boat, or was it very clear to you that they weren't? He wasn't. But I do like the imagery. I do like the visuals and stuff. So here, when I was first reading this, I was like, okay, his friend's greeting him, Akil hissing. Okay, so do a voice for Akil, huh? Probably Aefron. Trust and like your drawings. Okay, that's probably still Akil talking. And then it's not, it's actually Destrim talking. So the thing is that, let's see, how do I want to introduce this? So this isn't necessarily like a huge problem. This is a small thing. But so to fix that particular problem, I think just saying Destrum said trust and like your drawings would fix that. But the thing is, I'm not really sure why both the friends are needed in this particular story. I know this might be a kind of thing where like, well, I guess I can use an example of one of my stories this week. The what do I call it? The heart is a guilty man. That story. Savion, Victor, Lestaire, and Peter are all in the room. Peter is not mentioned once. Yeah, because Peter isn't important to the story. I know he's there, but he's not important, so, you know, I didn't mention him. And so I feel like this could be that kind of situation where it's like, I know that for the universe, of course they would both be there, but for this short story, they kind of read the same to me. They're kind of like generic friend characters and don't have like super distinct personalities at the moment. And so I think just using Destrum, you know, for the whole story would avoid potential confusions like this and would smoothen up this particular scene a bit, if that makes sense. The other thing about that regarding this particular story is that you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. You have 7 characters mentioned in this story. And I've talked about before how you kind of want to keep these stories to 3 to 4. That once you go over there being 4 characters in a scene, then it starts to get confusing. Now, granted, on the one hand, I want to praise you because really the only confusing part is who's asking what do you want. You can deduce that it's Aefron, but there is a little bit of a question of if that's Destrum coming up to him and saying that. Yeah, like the only real confusing thing is just like I thought it was still Akil talking, and that's really not that big a deal. And so, in one sense, I really applaud you for writing a story where there are 7 characters mentioned in some way, and it's not super confusing. But on the other hand, there are 7 characters mentioned, and I would say that at least 2 of them don't need to be mentioned. That I don't think the father necessarily needs to be mentioned, and I don't think you need both Destrum and Akil. I'm curious how newcomers thought of Trustin and Veer, because on the one hand, I kind of like the mention of like, hey, like, it kind of implies that he wanted to get in with Veer but couldn't, but Trustin's taken over, so now you have a new chance. I do like that. But at the same time, you're kind of introducing 2 characters and different ideas, and I think just saying like, hey, Trustin needs someone to make drawings of his finds. I think just that would work fine, and wouldn't be adding another name to potentially confuse people. So I think you could potentially just say, Trustin there, take out the mention of the father, and then only have 1 friend mentioned. That might tighten things up a little bit. But, like I said, not hugely confusing, so that's not like a huge necessary thing, but it's a potential option. I can't remember, oh yeah, so it was here that this was where I wanted to talk about something related to the father. So in this middle scene, there is kind of this question of why he's not like more jumping at the opportunity to follow his dream, because clearly, you know, in this first part, he's longing, and, you know, I have read that previous story about, you know, walking around buck naked in the water looking for finds and stuff. So like clearly he like this is his dream. He really cares about it. This is the life he wants. And so there's kind of a question of like, why is he not like the minute that he sees them coming over that he's like, oh, is this the day? Like, did he like him? You know, kind of thing. And then, like, second of all, like, why would he need to be told to chase his dream? Why would he even respond? I have work in the morning. I get that it's kind of this situation of, like, it don't pay the bills super well, but it pays the bills. And chasing my dream is a risk and stuff like that. And so, like, I need to do my work. But it does feel weird that, like, this is clearly his dream. This is what he wants to pursue. this is his longing. And then when they're like, hey, you can pursue your dream, he's like, sorry, I have work in the morning, you know? And so going back to the father thing, I think that it might flow a little better, or like make a little more sense in that regard if he is worried about abandoning his dad. If he's like, oh, but I need to look after dad. And then they're like, well, I get you, but do you want to pursue your dream? And he's like, yeah, I do. You know, I feel like that struggle would make a little more sense. But as is, I definitely have a question of why he's not jumping, you know, at the opportunity to follow his dream. But overall, I do like the scene, even though I'm mostly talking about critiques here. I do think the scene is pretty solid and cute and fun, that he's like, all right, running off to do it, and you know, greeting them at the window and everything. Coffee is so funny to me. I would think if I hadn't seen something in Castlevania Nocturne, I would have been like, Coffee feels very modern to me, and I know this story is not modern. But there is a scene in season 1 of Castlevania Nocturne where a character like puts coffee in front of another character, and I make a ton of jokes about it. And so I'm like, yeah, I guess it was around during this time. But I am curious if anybody read that and like didn't know it was around, if anybody was like, that made the story all of a sudden seem modern. I think the setting works pretty well. That, you know, it just gets stuck and he wants it and everything like that. I do really like that, you know, that his hubris is, it's kind of, he's not falling because of an accident. He's not falling because the ship was attacked, or anything like that. He's falling because he was that desperate to get this sample. Like, this sample was not worth his life, but he took risks he shouldn't have been taking because he's that dedicated to following his dream and getting the sample, and like that was his hubris. And FYI, if I remember my classes correctly, hubris is usually used for pride, but it can be any fatal flaw. It's just that fatal flaw is usually pride. But in this case, his fatal flaw is that, I don't know exactly how to describe it concisely, but that desire for knowledge and to keep pursuing this to a fault. You know, I like that a lot. I think that works well. But there's also a question of, can he swim? Because if the ship was attacked, like, you know, okay, like, let's use Little Mermaid as a comparison, right? In Little Mermaid, like, Eric's ship is attacked, and so he falls in the water, and so she has to, like, rescue him and stuff, and, like, this is set up as a similar situation where, yeah, you have to have the mermaid rescue the dude, but homie just fell. Like, presumably, the other people in the ship could, like, throw a rope or, you know, some sort of life preserver out to him, or could jump in the water themselves and rescue him, or he could just swim back to the boat. You know, I am wondering, because there's no, like, big attack or anything that's making him fall, why it's just, like, that for all the other people, it's just like, oh, he fell. Oh, he did now. You know? Because presumably they'd be looking for him, and presumably they'd find him. Because I'm guessing that Sallascia doesn't take him very far. And so presumably, like, he would not be hard to find. And so, like, granted, it could be a sense of, like, yeah, like, this wasn't life-threatening, but he met an awesome mermaid, and he was like, I would like to be a mermaid, please. And then she was like, okay. But, so, like, maybe it is that, but I'm just thinking about it from everybody on the boat's perspective, that it's like, oh, he fell, hey, can somebody, like, send him a rope, can somebody help him get out? And then it's just like, he ain't coming up. And then they, like, go down to rescue him, he's nowhere to be found, they look around the neighboring islands, they can't find him because he's been mermaidized, and they're like, what the hell happened? Like, he just fell, and now he's gone. You know, is that what happened from the perspective of everybody else? They're like, that was not necessarily life-threatening. Homie can swim. But we found no body. We found no him. Ooh, now I'm just thinking about a side story of his friends looking for him. That like maybe one of them cared about enough that they're like, there is no body. Like he's not dead, and they are looking for him and stuff. That'd be very interesting. But I like the, him wanting that sample to a fault. I like the, you're going to fall. Could everybody tell that fall was the end of that word? I guess saying F-A, like, you're going to I guess maybe that sounds like his out loud sounds like it might be dirty. But that would not have the issue of, like, the F not being audible and make it clearer it's going to be fall, but I don't know. Of course, I like him seeing Sallascia, but I am curious if that works for newcomers because, the first time I read this, I really liked the prompt use because I was like, yeah, absolutely, this is a huge point of no return. He's definitely not coming back to that ship. He is forever changed after this moment, and I do like that it is kind of this, despite all my questions about the homies on the ship, I do like that it's this very simple thing that leads to this point of no return. It's not a huge attack on the ship or anything. It's just that he is so determined, that he ends up falling and deciding his destiny. I do think that's really cool as a point of no return. But I feel like easily newcomers could not quite know why it's a point of no return because they could be asking the questions I ask, like, why can't he swim? Why can't he swim back? What's the mermaid gonna do? Is she gonna attack him and drag him into the depths? Is she gonna turn him into a merman? Is she gonna bring him to the nearest island? I feel like there's a lot of different options for what she might do, and not all of... Is she gonna give him back to his friends? Not all of them are a point of no return. So I'm curious if that was clear. Also, and so, like, the thing is, like, I know the point of the mermaid, but I also don't know if newcomers would not only not know what the point of no return is, if they'd be like, like, why is she being mentioned? Why is this mermaid important? That kind of goes into a different direction with the story. And so, like, I don't want to stomp on your vision if this is not your vision for the story, but, I had this interesting, I'm saying it's interesting, but I had this idea of, it could be interesting if, like, Aefron saw a mermaid as a kid, that, like, the mermaids are very careful to not be seen by people, but accidentally, one of them was seen by Aefron, and they never knew it. And so then he's like, there are strange things out there. Like, there are things out there beyond what we know and understand. And so he's, like, been looking for, the supernatural ocean things for a long time. And so then, if you had that as the beginning, I don't know how exactly you describe it concisely, but if you were able to set up, like, ever since he saw a mermaid as a child, he'd been fascinated with the sea. And so then he sees one at the end and we're like, oh, that's connected. and then that would seem even more like a point of no return. But, the story totally works as you have it. Like, I mean, the story overall works as you have it, as he just loves the sea, and he's just like, whoa, wait, mermaids exist? When Sallascia shows up for the first time. That totally works, too. No problems with that overall. Just trying to think of ideas of how to make the mermaid have, like, call back to the beginning instead of only showing up at the end, if that makes sense. All right, let's see what folks have been saying. Going back to the Daisy thing, Mark said, well, she's still aware, so she knows the spell Alex used and how he did it. Kind of like learning a spell in first person. Gotcha. So it's kind of like if you didn't know how to ride a bike, and then somebody took over your body and rode a bike in your body, and you were watching them do it, and maybe feeling them do it, then you'd be like, oh, okay, I have learned now. I know how to ride a bike. Yep. Marx. I'm also realizing between my story and me, because we kind of have a murder sandwich going on. I did that on purpose. I don't know if you guys notice me doing that, but when I order the guaranteed stories, I can't always make it work, but if two stories are very similar, I do that with them. I have it like, yeah, one story that's not like that, one story that is like that, one story that's not like that, and the story that is like that. So, like, the two murdery stories are separated by a different type of story. So you're not getting all of that at once. If you can include Rink, it's more a murder parfait. Is Rink some murder story? I mean, Gemery was banished and the Wanderer doesn't actually get killed. Because he's been beaten down, I thought I made that clear. I'm not sure what you're... I'm assuming it's either the, like, sleepless nights or the fatigue thing. Oh, you're saying a fatigue more than today. You're saying that he's been beaten down by life, and so his longing doesn't clash with his fatigue today, it clashes with his fatigue in general. Okay, that does work. That is cool. I'm trying to decide if that's a me issue or if, like, there's some way to make that clear. It's not about today, because you did make it clear up here that he's overall beaten down. I mean, I guess just saying something like clashing with his fatigued spirit. So it's like he has a longing spirit and a fatigued spirit that are at war. But I don't know if that was just me. Discord chat is oddly quiet. I don't know if Ghoulish fell asleep. I like to call them continuity ghosts. As the writer, you know they're there, but for the reader, they're invisible. What are you referring to with that? That's really cool. I want to know more about what you're saying there. Oh, you're talking about, like, how I was saying that, like, like in my story, Peter was there, and I know he's there, but I don't mention him. Yeah, so he's a continuity ghost. Like, the readers can't see him, but I can see him. Yeah, that's a great point. I have a character I try to shoehorn in when possible for reasons. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Maybe a shark got him? There was no blood. Uh-huh. Bitzer, I thought this was the meet cute. I mean, it is. It is the meet cute between the mermaid and the man, who will soon become a mermaid. Thank you for the cheer, Makokam. This is nice. The little notification has a benefit I didn't think about. That when I'm up in the chat, I can see it come up. Darren, I thought the point of no return was getting on the boat and potentially losing his job. Yeah, that's a great point. I think Deathshead said, yeah, arguably each section ends with a point of no return. That is a cool thing that I didn't notice until now. But yeah, so the first section has, like, hey, like, if you make some drawings, like, you might get in. I guess, like, the mightness of it makes that less of a point of no return. But there is that idea there of, like, hey, like, you have this opportunity that could last forever. And then going onto the boat, absolutely, that's a point of no return for sure. And then him landing in the water is, yeah, wait, hold on. Yeah, okay, yeah, so this one's going on the boat, and then this one is him falling into Sallascia's arms. Mm-hmm. Like, if your dream is to become a screenwriter and after 5 years you have a pile of rejected manuscripts and permanent sleep deprivation from 18-hour shifts to pay the rent, plus for the one TV show you were attached to fell apart, well, you might start to question your dream too. That's fair. Yeah, that is a good point. I'm trying to think... This one also had the issue of feeling more immediate than that, so that it's like, there's the immediacy, well, yeah, I guess there's multiple elements to it, because because I guess it's reads to me like you're the screenwriter, right? All the example you just gave, and then somebody said, "Hey, this famous director just wants to hire you," like or like, yeah, like this famous director is ready to go. He's ready to hire you, like. Even if you, like, it makes sense that you've been questioning your dream up until this point, but the minute that somebody says this famous director is hiring you, why would you stop? Like, why would you be like, sorry, I'm gonna go back to my work as a garbage man, you know? that kind of thing. I feel like you jump at it. I think that's the issue there. I do like the idea, though. Like, I do like the idea of, like, he's been so beaten down, he's like, can I trust this? Like, can I believe in this? I do like that idea. I think it's just trying to get it clearer across on the page. Yeah, so there's Mako's tier. Here's a little something best I can do for the foreseeable future. I appreciate it. Oh, we still need another 100, I think, for... I can't read that one. Oh, yes. Yeah, you need another 100 to unlock 3. Might hire you after doing even more unpaid work. But this one... But they're getting to the boat there. Like, that... This one I understand. Like, this is the might tier. And so that makes sense, is that he's like, oh, I don't know. But I'm talking about... Well, but I'm talking about this. I'm talking about how they're like, hey... He likes your drawings, get on the boat. Like, that doesn't read to me as like, yeah, maybe he'll hire you. You're on the boat. Like, you're hired. And so, if that's not him being hired, I think that needs to be clearer. 200? Wait. I think that's it, yeah. 5,900 out of 6,000. That's 100. You left out one? Oh, was there like a section that you cut? Was there a gift sub? I can't remember if I saw something about a gift sub, because I figured out how to get those onto the bars. I mean, use the fatal words. You'll get great exposure. Yeah, if they use those words, then totally I would have been like, oh no. But like I said, like it very much reads here by the end as like, yeah, we're on the boat. We're here. We're doing it. At least to me. Alrighty, Rue. But this is very good, very interesting and fun. Nice to see the start before his dream is fully realized in a new and fantastical way. Very interesting and cool. Loved your use of my challenge. I thought this is great. Alright, let's go on to Makokams with what little water I have. Yeah, I guess Aefron is really, really depressed in the middle section. Yeah, that's fair. I guess in that case, just like, again, like of course all of this would require more words. Though I guess maybe taking out one of the friends would give you those words. But yeah, if you were able to convey that, like, I don't know, maybe in like the way he says these lines of like, you know, like Aefron lifted his head, you know, his eyes, you know, stained with tiredness or something. And maybe in the tone that he says, like, but I have work in the morning, that, like, his throat was strained, you know, or, like, his voice was weak, or his voice sounded beaten down, you know. I don't know. I like I said, I could think of better stuff outside of the stream, but... yeah, if you were able to convey the tone of his lines, that it's like, oh yeah, he's super depressed, he's super beaten down. I think that would have fixed it. Wait, why are all 4 moths full? We're almost at 6K, not 8K. It's weird. It like look at the wings on the 8K one. They are they're less full than the wings on the 6K one. So, like, yeah, they all fill up. They're they fill up at like different rates and stuff, but yeah, it's weird because it treats the 800 one treats 2,000 bits as like a tiny bit of it. But yeah. Each mouth counts all of it, so yeah. So it's not like, it's not 1,000 to 2,000, 2,000 to 4,000, 4,000 to 6,000, 6,000 to 8,000. It's just like 1,000 to 2,000, 1,000 to 4,000, 1,000 to 8,000, all that. Yeah, all the moths are partially full. They each fill up at once. I'm so sorry to hear that, Deathshead. That really sucks. Well, on that sad note, let's go on to Makokam's story. Oh yeah, I'm actually out. Oh no. Let's hope my throat survives this. Alright. The Start of a Habit. Chronicles of the Dragon. Jonathan. By Makokam. 348 words. Jonathan burst into his home. He threw the door shut behind him, the door frame and window breaking. He didn't stop. He had greater worries. He'd killed someone. He didn't know what to do. He left the body lying in the alley. What else was he supposed to do? He reached the other end of the house and turned around, walking back how he'd come. He ran his fingers through his hair, all but pulling it out by the roots. What was he going to do? He couldn't think. What was this rush? Why was he excited? Why did he want to do it again? He didn't know where to go. He didn't know what to do. He slammed his hands onto the counter, cracking the marble. There were cigarettes. His grandfather had left them. He had asked him why he smoked. His grandfather said it helped him relax, helped him think. He grabbed them and ran upstairs to his room. He pulled one out and lit it up. He put it to his lips and inhaled. He coughed once, let it out, and tried again. Forced himself not to cough, to hold the smoke in his lungs. Focusing on this helped. He exhaled, waiting a moment, then inhaled again. It was easier this time. He didn't have to try. The guy was a piece of shit. Hit his wife. He'd had urges to kill for a long time, but this was the first time he'd agreed with him. He'd crushed the man's throat with his bare hands. He exhaled and inhaled. What to do? He'd left the body. Surely the wife would find it soon, if she hadn't already. Kill her too. Nope. Lock that thought in a box and throw it off a cliff. You could leave them both in the house, though. No! Exhale. Inhale. You just leave it. This time. He rested his head in his hands, sliding down the wall to the floor. He didn't know what else he could do. Exhale. Inhale. He'd need more of these. Throw out those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Yes, anybody got 100 bits? That'll be enough to unlock Gallers. Oh boy. Hey, there it is! Thank you, Deathshead. Now, Galler's story is unlocked. And from Magistrate Ironlung as well. Thank you so much. Hype train incoming. Alright, questions. If you know Jonathan, does this make sense for him? If you don't know Jonathan, does this make you curious of him? Did the choppy sentences and lack of any real flow help convey the emotion, or does it detract from the story? Can you see how the prompt was used? Okay, cool. Have a good day. Hope you enjoyed. That's how I feel at the end of my questions often, that I haven't been getting them in lately, but when it's like 3 a.m., it's like, okay, cool. I hope you have a good day. I'm going to bed. You know? Alrighty. Yeah, so if you're a newcomer, if you have not read anything of this story before, what did you think of it? Was anything confusing to you? Alrighty. Well, I really like this story. I think it's one of your best. I think you did a great job with it. So let's just start. I like the intro, the intro that is very explosive, and she's breaking everything. I think that works very well. I'm curious if you guys could tell, that he has super strength from that, or if you thought he was just that mad. He was mad enough to break the break the windows and stuff like that. Yeah, it is. It is interesting because it's not a door that has a window in it. It's the door frame and the window next to it. And so if it's a window inside the door, that makes a little more sense for normal strength. But I think this clues you in a little more on the super strength, and then the marble probably confirms it. But I don't know for sure. But I like that. I like that. Like, he's so freaked out and emotional that he can't control his own strength and stuff like that. I like the, he didn't stop. He had greater worries. He'd killed someone. Ads incoming. But that's a great way to introduce the conflict of the whole story. Just very simply like, hey, here's the thing that happened that he's worried about. Like, and it's just very blatant about it and isn't trying to beat around the bush or be poetic about it, which feels like exactly what Jonathan's mind would be, is that that he wouldn't be beating around the bush. He'd just be like, I killed someone. Like, what do I do? What do I think? That kind of thing. Well, there's an ad incoming, so. What is the literally in all caps about? Oh, it is meant to be the window and the door. Okay, gotcha. So it is that. Yeah. Well, here is Cat. Yes.
It's a kitty.
Let me check if your brother's out there.
I don't see him.
I don't see your brother out there.
Kitty bear. Kitty bear.
I've been having some good stuff to actually talk about during the ad. So now back to.
I do think there's stuff to talk about. This is cute.
I'll go over here.
Can we move you so I can be over here? That's cute.
You're so funny. You're only content until you get to Azure Throne. Keep purring. Keep purring. It'll take too long. It'll take more than 3 minutes for me to make my honey drink. But I appreciate the care. I appreciate the thought.
Fluffy kitty. There's a fluffy cat. Baby.
Having nothing to talk about makes the ads go much slower. Diving into bed directly after posting, even the 3 a.m. part. Oh yeah! That is funny. We both do post 3 a.m. and dive into bed, but just on different days of the week. It's like the... I don't know. I guess it doesn't quite work, but it makes me think of the Vanya in the car and 5 in the cars meme, where it's just like me going to bed at 6 a.m., my parents waking up at 6 a.m. and passing each other, but it's like me posting at 3 a.m. on Wednesday, Mako posting at 3 a.m. on Thursday.
There's a kitty. Oh, there's a kitty. He's so cute. Yup, yup. Oh, is the ad over? I think the ad's over.
All right. And then I like that we go from the statement of what he did, just like, you know, short and blatant, to the questions like, he didn't know what to do. He left it in the alley. What else was he supposed to do? You know, you can feel the franticness in that. And then I like that we continue the franticness with what's going on, that he's pacing back and forth and you know, just about to pull his hair out. I really like the intensity of all of it pulling it out by the roots, that even this would be like frantic, like, but going so far as to be like, he's so frantic about it, he's almost pulling it out, like, is a different image, that is much more visceral. I think that works very well. Not really that important, but I don't have much to critique about this story. I do think walking back the way he'd come would be a little bit more natural, but, you know, what you have works fine. And then I like the questions continuing. I think I might come back to this one, because I think this is a bigger discussion. But I like all the questions. I really like the cracking the marble, that feels even stronger than the window breaking, and that, like I said, that I feel like confirms he absolutely has super strength to break that. And that's something that is like, I mean, it's all gonna be noticeable to his family, and I'm very curious if he like leaves before his family finds all this, or if he has to like make up a lie. But yeah, like the window can be like repaired. It's not gonna be fun to repair, but it can. But the marble is like, like, oh yeah, that's the other thing about it. Is like the window could be broken by, like, you know, some vandal coming by and breaking it, you know, throwing something at it, breaking it, or a burglar getting in or something like that. But like the marble cracking is like, what happened here? Like, a vandal's probably not going to go into my house and then break the marble and then leave. You know, a robber also is probably not going to do that. And like, granted, unless they're a supervillain, they're probably not going to be able to do that. So how did this happen? I think that works very well. And I like how, you know, after his encounter with the counter, that he sees the cigarettes there, that, like, you know, Grandpa was staying over, you know, yesterday or last week, and the cigarettes are left. Maybe nobody in his immediate family smokes them, and, like, they're just kind of sitting there. And he's like, like, he left them, and I asked him about it, and they helped him think, and I'm really needing some help thinking right now. And so, that just made me think of something, but I'll have to come back to that. I think that really works well as to why he decides to do that. I like, you know, him trying it out. I do feel like it goes by a little fast, and granted, I have never smoked nor ever tried to smoke, and so I don't know how it feels, but generally I see it depicted as, like, it being more difficult than this, and, like, I do get that he is forcing himself, but and, like, I don't know, I feel like coughing is a particularly hard thing to force yourself not to do. I don't think it's impossible, but it's like an involuntary response, and so even if you're trying not to cough, I feel like if you have like 3 coughs in your lungs, maybe you manage to stop yourself from coughing twice, but on the 3rd one it still gets through, you know. And so granted, I'm guessing that you didn't go into more detail just because you didn't have the words for it, but I do think describing more like, okay, he coughs, he tries to keep it in, he coughs some more, he keeps trying to keep it in, slowly, then he finally gets used to it and is able to smoke without coughing. But I don't know if this is accurate. I don't know if it's like, no, like you can cough once and then you can force yourself to get used to it. It's fine, you know? And, you know, him having powers to do with fire also might help him get used to fire things a little bit faster. I like the mention of how focusing on this helped, that it's like figuring out how to do this, focusing on his breaths, focusing on, you know, the feeling, the taste, all of that helps him focus. I think that works very well. And I guess part of like he didn't have to try, that actually might be part of why it feels fast, that I wonder if you just left it at this and just, you know, talked about him continuing to try, that might feel better to me. It's just the fact that it's like, he coughed once, he tried to hold it in, and then he didn't have to try. It feels a little fast. And then I like the mention of like, okay, who was this guy he killed? You know, why did he kill him? I think that works well. I feel like one of my biggest critiques for the piece, though, is just this transition, because we're talking about the guy, and then we say he, and you're kind of assuming it's going to be about the guy, but it's about Jonathan. And so I think there's some potential confusion to that, but I think it also just breaks up the flow. This is extremely important, but it's said in the midst of other stuff that I'm interested in a different way. It feels like it's gonna go, the guy was a piece of shit, hit his wife, he deserved it, you know, that kind of thing. And instead I have this flow of like, oh, here's the guy, he's a piece of shit, he hit his wife, he had urges to kill for a long time, and it's like, okay, that's important and intriguing, but this is not the time for that info, you know? And so I think that this should be earlier or later. I think that, you know, saying, so like, let's see, where would I put it? Maybe here, that instead of like, yeah, because this is kind of like reiterating what was said before, so maybe like, yeah, okay, he was all about putting it out by the roots. He'd had urges to kill for a long time, but this was the first time he agreed with them. Or like, you could save the agreed with them later and say like, he'd had urges to kill for a long time, but this was the first time he'd actually done it, or this is the first time he'd actually given in to them. Or you could be, depending on if you were able to get the words for it, like saying there were these voices in his head telling him to kill, or there were these thoughts in his head telling him to kill for a long time. This is the first time he'd given in. And I also realized that maybe it's just because you didn't have enough words, but why are there no thoughts about, oh my gosh, the voices are gone? Because I feel like that's a massive part of Jonathan's character and journey with this, because like, you know, I feel like he probably had the longest time without killing the first time. I would guess that like he fights the voices for the longest time before the first time he kills, because once you kill, then it's like, well, I'm a murderer, you know, I've passed the point of no return, I'm a murderer, I guess I could do it again, you know, kind of thing. I feel like it would be easier the second time. And so I feel like, you know, he would have the most resistance before the first time. And so I think the voices would be at their absolute worst. It would be a constant onslaught of it. And so then, you know, he does it, and now it's like, my head is clear. You know, because am I right that he gets like a momentary reprieve after he does it until they come back, and so that feels very important. So in amongst all the like, what was he going to do? Like, I feel like why were the voices gone, but just like an observation of like, the voices were gone. His head was quiet for the first time in years, or something like that. I feel like that would be a good and important thing to mention here. But anyway, so, like, yeah, this is super important. I feel like it should be mentioned, but just not here. And so then if you had the words, then maybe you could put, the guy was a piece of shit, hit his wife, he deserved it. Like, this was the first time Jonathan had agreed with the voices in his head or something like that. And I do really like that idea. I do like that idea of the voices tell him to kill all the time, but they tell him to kill, like, nice people that he does not want dead. And then now there's a guy who actually is a piece of crap, and he's like, yeah, this time actually, maybe the world would be better if he was dead. And, like, the fact it's that agreement that makes him go, like, let's do it this time. So he crushed a man's throat. My initial thought there is that feels, and as I try to describe it, I feel like it doesn't make as much sense out loud, but it feels like a particularly intense and violent thing to do, because, like, if it's the first time you're gonna kill someone, you're gonna, like, try to choke them. You're not going to go so violent as to be like, I don't want to kill you, but I will crush your throat, I feel like it'd be like, oh my gosh, like, I need to get him off his wife, like, strangle. And I did ask Mako about it, and he actually said that's exactly what the point was, that he did go for the strangle, and because he has super strength, he ended up crushing him. And so I'm curious about your thoughts on that, if you were like, that's a lot for your first time, or if you were like, no, like, he was in the heat of the moment, it just happened, kind of thing. I really like the inhale and exhale thing throughout the story, that it really gets me into his mindset and his motions, that the whole story is him trying to calm down and sitting and trying to, breathe and smoke and stuff like that. That works very well. You do repeat this, I think you said earlier, he left the body lying in the alley, so that does feel repetitive. I think saying, what to do. Surely the wife would find the body soon if she hadn't already. I think that would work better. Really like this. I really like him resisting the thoughts, and, like, they come back and it's like, oh, you could keep going. Like, you've killed once. Like, what's to say you don't do it again? Like, that's a way to solve your problems. And then I really like the strong resistance. I really like the image of lock that pot in a box and throw it off a cliff. I feel like that's, like, maybe a literal imagination exercise he might be doing, that he might literally be imagining putting it in a box and throwing it off a cliff. I really like this time. I think that's great. That's like, okay, just leave it this time. I might not have batted an eye at it if you just left it that way, but then him pointing out, like, what? Brain, what do you mean this time? Like, there's not gonna be a next time, right? But, like, he knows deep down there is gonna be a next time. Like, that works really well. And then I'm always a fan of this image. It's nice and angsty. And the ending is great of eating more of these. I think this is a really neat take on the prompt of the point of no return, that it's the point of no return in so many different ways. One is that, like, once you kill someone, you've killed someone, you're a murderer, that's a point of no return. The next thing is you can, I think, and newcomers can answer, but I think you can tell he's gonna do it again. And so it's like, once it happened once, it's gonna happen again, it's a point of no return. And then, of course, there's also the smoking, that there's also, and I don't know how clear that is, that's, like, gonna be a lifelong addiction. I don't know, like, I know you have him smoking all the time, but you never have anybody, like, try to give him an intervention or something like that. So I don't know how much you're, like, treating it as, like, no, this is an addiction, or if you're like, no, this is just a cool visual, or if it's a little bit of both. But anyways, but presuming it is, and that's also a point of no return, that the first smoke happened and he will now be smoking for the rest of his life. And I think that he'd need more of these, plus, the start of a habit, which refers to both the murderiness and the smoking. I think that works super well for the point of no return. But yeah, I think you did a great job with this. And again, we'll see what the chat said, but I think this story works very well for newcomers, that you don't go into things and questions that don't need to be answered. It's just like a simple scene of, like, here's this guy who killed someone. What's he gonna do? I think that the scene works super well on its own and will hopefully be super understandable. Going back to this here, so I'm trying to figure out how to describe it, but I've talked to Mako privately about how, like, I do have, like, some issues and questions with Jonathan's character, and I don't know how to go into it or how much to go into it, but the aspect of, like, liking the murdering is something I don't like about his character. And he kind of explained to me when I was talking to him about it that it's like, it's not really that concrete. It's not really that concrete of like, yes, I like this. There's a lot more going on. It is much more like, I want the voices to stop, and stuff like that, which is one of the reasons that I think mentioning the voices stopping would also be really good to mention in this story. But so I think that there, to me, and again, newcomers can answer, but to me, this reads genuine, if that makes sense. That, okay, what was he gonna do? He couldn't think, what was this rush? Why was he excited? Why did he want to do it again? It reads like these are all his thoughts, and these are all thoughts like he's wanting to have. That he's like, ooh, that felt kind of good, actually. Rather than like, I'm disgusted that I'm having these thoughts. And so if he is disgusted, then at least for me, I need a little bit more of that. And I actually think it would be pretty simple to add that in. All you would need is something like, what was this awful rush? Why did he feel sickeningly excited? Why did part of him want to do it again? Like qualifying it and going, this is awful, this is sickening, this is only part of me. You know, I think all of that would be really helpful to go like, these thoughts are intrusive, or this is not genuinely what he's thinking and wanting. And I can't figure out how to explain it very well, but I like, let me try and think. Like if you get off a roller coaster and you walk off and you're saying, oh, what's this rush? Why am I excited? Why do I want to do that again? Yeah, that reads as genuine, right? It doesn't read as like, ew, oh, I'm disgusted that I'm excited about the roller coaster. It reads as just like, ooh, wow, that was really fun. And so I don't think you want this to read as like, ooh, wow, that was really fun, yay. I think you want it to read more as like, oh my gosh, like, I feel excited and I am disgusted that I feel excited. You know, that kind of thing. And so, at least for me, I need that. I need that in there. I need that disgust. And of course, like, yes, you do have the, what was he gonna do and stuff. And, like, you do have, the rest of the story does have his reactions and stuff like that. But there is this question of, like, okay, is he disgusted and horrified? Or is he excited and likes it and wants to do it again? And I feel like you could leave this story drawing the full conclusion of, like, oh, he into it, you know? And I don't think that's the conclusion you want to draw. So I think that going more in, at least adding those adjectives and stuff of, no, like, part of him is into it, but he's not into the part of him that's into it, you know, if that makes sense. I keep going for it. Okay, so the questions. So I do know Jonathan. If you know Jonathan, does this make sense for him? Yes. It made sense to me. It worked for me. I like seeing, I mean, as per wanting to see him more disgusted, you know, with his murderiness, I liked this scene. I liked the angst of this scene and that he is really freaked out and he doesn't know what to do. I really liked all of that. I think that worked well and nothing felt inaccurate to what I know of him. Do the choppy sentences, lack of any real flow, help convey the emotion, or does it detract from the story? It's really funny because I read this for the first time just now, and, like, I don't know if it showed up on my face, but when you're like, oh yeah, the choppy sentences, lack of any real flow, I was like, what? What do you mean? It flowed wonderfully. But looking at it again, okay, you do have, like, he didn't stop, he had greater worries, he killed someone, he didn't know what to do. Like, yes, that is very choppy. But that in and of itself is the flow. Like, that's how the story works. And as I think about that, I guess that's part of why the inhale exhale thing works really well too, because that is choppy but relaxed, right? That are not fully relaxed, but it's choppy, but it's trying to relax. And so it's basically going thought, thought, thought. And then the inhale, exhale is like trying to come in the same cadence as the thoughts, but trying to calm him down, which is really cool. But yeah, like it is choppy, but like I didn't even quite compute that it was because it flowed so well as choppy. that was the good flow. Does not detract. Can you see all the prompts used? Yep. Definitely enjoyed. Foggy said, I wish I could have stayed, but have to work. Goodbye from the future, Foggy. Alright, let's see what folks have been saying. Magistrate Ireland, this totally tracks with my impression of Jonathan. It was the window and the door, yep. Let's see. Kid might get into more trouble for smoking. Than murder? What are you talking about? From who? Or from breaking the marble? Marx, I assume there weren't words for the voices. I wonder that as well. Very fair. Yeah, you would have to add a lot of words to get what I wanted you to get in there. But like I said, you do have some repetition of like, oh my gosh, what's he gonna do? Where's the body? So like, I really like, the stuff with, I don't know. So like, okay, I guess you could cut out that he crushed his throat. Like, we don't necessarily need to know how it happened. I really like this and I don't want you to cut it out, but it's a potential darling that could be killed because you did already talk about how he left the body. And so we don't necessarily need to know about like what the wife's gonna do with it. Like I said, I really like it, but maybe the voices would be more worth those words. Maybe the more Jonathan-centric part would be more worth the words. Yeah, you could potentially take out he didn't know what else he could do. Yeah, so you could take out the more general, like, what do I do thoughts and replace them with the voices thought. I don't know if they would give you enough words, but that's my thought. It's definitely something I could have mentioned. It just wasn't in the front of my head. Maybe in the next few minutes when, now that he's calming down. Oh, yeah, that could be interesting, that he doesn't even quite compute it until he calms down. Then he calms down, he's like, the voices are gone. I definitely get that feeling. I've had those experiences before. Well, now I want a sequel. Sam, I like the double meaning in he would need more of these, in that it's ambiguous if it means the murders or the cigarettes. That's a great point. Yeah, I totally took it as cigarettes, but it could, can, and does mean both of them. This is why I need to get started on these stories before the last minute, so I have more time to think about these things. How do I encourage you? How do I help you with that? Because I'd like to help you do that, but I don't know how to help. Very fair. But yes, really like this. I thought this was a great story, great look into the first murder of Jonathan Rose. Wouldn't that be a title? It's now time for the midstream question, and this is the question that was submitted a while ago that was never made it. So the question is, did the creation of the Universal Archive make you more interested in having a continuing universe if you didn't have one already, or if you do, more interested in writing for them? And I guess I can add, I think this is Mako too, but I guess I can add, so that's just kind of reiterating the question from above, but it's related, so why not combine them? All right. It's time for the midstream break. as far as I know, we only have 3 stories unlocked, which is still awesome. So, but if you want to unlock 4, please don't hesitate to cheer anytime. During the break, during the other stories, during the praise and critique of their stories. Alright. But, yeah, so, let's go to the standby screen. Okay. Maybe, yeah, but maybe putting this on the side. Yeah, I think that centers it a little bit more. Does that go over? No. Alrighty, room. Well, I will see you all in a little bit. You've been listening to Top Floor Tango, preceded by Terminated. Okay, go back over here. Okay. Alright. Massa, for the Universal Archive, definitely. I'm trying badly to get a few more Idiot Lich stories done so I can then start adding everything to the archive in one fell swoop. Yes. Yes. Which I probably shouldn't do. What do you mean you shouldn't do? That's great! I maybe should add what I have at the moment, so I'm not trying to do all of my work at once. Oh, that's fair. This is what my mind has set itself on, so that's what I'm going to try. Well, that's fair. Yeah. We'll talk about it being overwhelming soon. But yeah, if this is what you want to do, what you're into, I don't have a problem with that. Wolf did fall asleep, and then Massa. That's what we suspected, Wolf. Just seeing that comment like, yes, as we suspected. I'm trying to figure out a lot of stuff at the archive. Hopefully I can add some stuff eventually. Also, I feel awful. Oh no, indeed. What happened? Are you because sleepy or because sick or something? Oh, I mean emotionally, physically I'm fine. I hate when I fall asleep like that. It makes me feel callous and irresponsible. Aw. It's okay. Like, I forget. I'm pretty sure you've told me why you fall asleep sometimes, but I remember it being a valid reason. It's fair if it's just, like, you don't get enough sleep or your job is taxing or something like that. Like, I'm not mad at you. I totally understand. At least you didn't spill your energy drink on yourself because you fell asleep drinking it. You didn't, did you? Is that something you did recently? I don't drink energy drinks, so no, I don't trust those things. Fair enough. Talk of energy drinks reminds me that I should make tea. I think it's because of work for Wolf. Yeah, very fair. Alright. RPing Lycan. Well, I answered it before, but I will again, in all caps. Yes, absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt. Oh, that's great to hear. That said, it's been a demoralizing pain trying to arrange Califrax stories in chronological order, and I haven't even started on the others. Aw. Well, that is fair. I mean, first question, would it feel better to start on the others? Like, would Sallascia and Aefron be easier than Califrac? Would the ones that you have less stories of be easier? Like your knight characters and stuff? And then once you, like, have those ready to go, then maybe you can be like, okay, I feel better about going to Califrac. But I definitely understand that feeling. Like, I have not started on my stuff for a couple of reasons. But yeah, like, one being that, there's a lot of content, and so that it's rather overwhelming. I'm excited. It's like, it's one of those things where it's like, it sounds fun, but it also sounds really tedious. And I think I said before that, like, I want to make, like, an actual book of, you know, my Victor stories, and so I actually do have most of those, except for like the most recent ones, in there in chronological order. My problem with that is more of getting everything polished up and postable and stuff, and getting it into a format for the Universal Archive, because it's not for that. I wasn't putting it together for that and stuff. But yeah, like Savion's stories is gonna be a lot. So I understand that feeling. I'm sad to hear you're demoralized, but I also understand your pain. Bitzer, in response to the Universal Archive, I've obviously had Alforel living rent-free in my head for at least a couple of years. Cementing it into a real imaginary world is something I've not put down into any one place. I figured this is a start. Oh, nice. Is Alforel like the name for all of Kosh's stories together? I didn't know they were called that. But that's neat. I'm glad we could give you that. I said, I don't know, it's mostly just realizing that some of the stories are out of order, some of them have the wrong names, and frankly not really wanting to arrange them anyway. I see the 350-word versions as flawed compromises. Well, do you have long versions written too, or can this inspire you to write long versions? Because that's kind of what happened to me with, like, arranging the Victor stories and stuff. Like, for example, the first Victor story I ever posted was It Was an Accident. And I no longer like that story anymore. And for a long time, I've wanted to rewrite it and make it more accurate and better and stuff. And so once I started putting them all together in chronological order, I did exactly that. I have the original, and then I made a rewrite that is right after it. And I haven't done it in a while, but I also write long versions of my stories. And I'm presuming you do too. And so I think I've said that, like, those absolutely can be included in your, like, big document. In whatever however you include your stories in the Universal Archive, longer versions can be included too. And so, like, once I get it done, you know, I'll be having, you know, the 350-word version and then the long version. And so people can have the flawed, shorter version, but then the actual full version that you're truly proud of, you know, so... I would definitely recommend that, and that, like, either including those that you've written with the 350-word version, or if you haven't written one, but you look at the 350-word version, you're like, this is a flawed compromise. Just write the long version for it. And I would say take it piecemeal. Like, just go, okay, like, I'm just going to work on a couple today. And, like, okay, I need to write the long version. I'm going to work on that today. And then tomorrow you either, like, finish that up or you work on the next batch. Like, don't try and do everything at once. Just be kind to yourself. Sam, the Universal Archive didn't sway me hard one way or another. I write what ideas come to my head at a given time, and if that means a continuation of previous characters' stories or writing in my own established world, then so be it. But more often than not, it's easier to write something new to me during the prompts rather than try to fit it all of a world and established character into 350 words. Fair enough. I just realized that I should be sitting down.
We're gonna be sitting with you, Key. All righty. Oh, there we go.
But yeah, that's fair enough, and that's good to know, because I think I would guess that the majority of our writers write in a universe, and so it's really interesting to hear how somebody who tends to not write in a universe thinks about that. That's really neat. Mako just said, I can definitely sympathize on the names. I have a couple of my characters' names have changed as the years have gone by, and other small things have changed as well. I try to remind myself this is effectively a beta version of the full story, and it helps me work out the kinks in the story and better develop the characters. Yes, totally agree. Like, when I first started writing for the writing group, I said earlier in the stream that, like, originally the person who arrives on Meridia and starts Savion's story was a random girl from Earth, and through many changes and stuff, I made it Victor. And like for a long time, Peter was stuck in a box the whole time, and now I've brought him out of the box, and now he actually can be a character in the story. And so many of my stories early on have this female character, and so many of them don't have Peter there, where now he should be there. So like, yeah, and then I think I've had naming things, you know, probably for like more minor characters and stuff too. But yeah, like I've had lots of things that are inaccurate now, and so I definitely sympathize with that. But I totally agree with Mako that this is part of what I love about the writing group, is that this allows you to write the beta version of your stories that's how I think of it too. That it's just like, this isn't all of this won't necessarily go in the novel, and probably all of it will be edited and changed and polished up for the novel. But this is just me loving these characters, wanting to write about these characters, and wanting to share these characters with people. And, you know, these stories allow us to get feedback and stuff, and granted, it's out of order and it's shortened and stuff like that, so it's maybe not the best, like, maybe the best would be having the full novel to give to people, but especially if that is a daunting task and you aren't ready to, you know, just sit down and write the whole novel yet, I feel like this is just a really great and fun way to get feedback of your characters and fans of your characters and stuff like that. And so that definitely is freeing to me to go like, hey, not all of this is accurate, but it doesn't all have to be, because that's kind of the point. This is to try it on, try ideas on, and see what people think of them. And like when you make them for the Universal Archive, you can like just have an edited version. You know, if you're like, oh, a bunch of things are inaccurate to this, you can like say, I don't know, maybe like put in brackets or something like, this story is there. I wrote a story for, it was an accident, but I'm not happy with it anymore, or it's not accurate anymore, so it was excluded. You know, you could say that. Or you can have, you know, the original, and then you can, you can have the original, and then you can have an edited version, like what I did with It Was an Accident, and be like, hey, here's a note, this is inaccurate now, go below to find the accurate version, and then you can have that. I don't know if that helps or not. I don't know if that makes you feel better or worse, but I'm just trying to help where I can. I will. Oh, wait. I brought something to show you guys. Something to talk about. Finally, I have them all. It's been a while since I talked about this, so I don't know who all knows about this, but this is a manga series that I absolutely love. And yes, it is Moriarty of Sherlock Holmes. That is Moriarty, this is Sherlock. But I, when I started reading this series, I wanted to read it all with the physical volumes. I didn't want to read it online. But I like looked it up and learned, oh, like the last volume won't come out until I forget when the month was. I don't know if it's been out for a while and I forgot, but it won't be out until like March 2025. And it was like, oh, when did I start reading it? If somebody else remembers, let me know. But it was like October. It was like October 2024, and I was like, I can't wait till March. And so I did end up finishing it up online. But I love this cover. This is my favorite cover. I don't love Sherlock's normal cover. He's on number 2. He doesn't look like himself to me. And like, remind me in the next ad, I'll go grab the second one to show you. Okay, he doesn't look like himself to me, but he does in this one. And so I love this cover. I even had it as like my phone background for a while. It spoiled me for something. I don't know if I want to spoil it for you guys in case any of you decide to read it, but there is a spoiler on this cover that I got because I had it on my background. But yeah, this is just like a momentous occasion for me that I actually have the volume in my hands that I had waited and longed for so long. So I'm very happy about this. Oh yeah, also, I don't think you guys have seen it or commented on it, but I'm wearing one of my wave necklaces that I told you about before. If you didn't hear that story, when that episode is, or when that VOD is posted, I actually did make a timestamp for it. I think it's Wolf in Sheep's Clothing, but I could be wrong. It might be Misspent Youth. Excuse me, but I told my story about losing and finding these. This is not the super expensive one. This is the bigger one. I was scared. I was scared to wear the expensive one. I'll probably wear it next week as an Easter celebration if I remember. Also, I was correct about the price of the super expensive one. I can't remember the exact number my mom gave, but I like told her that I told you guys about it on the stream and stuff, and my mom was like, "Oh yeah, I think we paid like $800 to $1,300 for that one," and I was like, "Yep, I was right, but I'm still uncomfortable." So yeah, confirmed now that they did potentially spend $1,000 on that. Okay, going back to my question after all that, what a weird thing to hear after you come out of the ads. I'm being like, and I have a whole medfan? What's medfan? Universe in my head. Power system, characters, countries, political systems, education system, etc. Depending on my motivation, I can get it done and post it this month. Really try and make it the next prompt in this universe. Nice, nice. I think somebody already told you, but I'll just say that. Well, let me look and check. Oh yes, there we go. Just said, be sure to read the rules on the Universal Archive. You need to write 10 writing group stories, or 6 plus 1 event story. I suppose 2 writing group stories plus 2 event stories would also count. Oh, okay, good question. So first of all, Deathshead is right. So the Universal Archive is for people who are going to write about these stories in the writing group. And so that rule exists to make it clear, yes, this person is committed to writing in this universe. And so they're a universe that people might benefit from knowing about and hearing about in the Universal Archive. Because if somebody writes one story and then posts in the Universal Archive and never writes again, well, then that doesn't really do the job of the Universal Archive, because that's meant to show, hi, here is a buffet of the universes that you might see written about in the archive, and how you can read the past stories about them and a little summary of, what they're all about. And so if somebody writes one story and never writes another story again, well, then, like, that's not a universe that really needs to be, like, advertised, because it's never going to come up again, So that's why that exists. As for the 2 writing group, 2 event stories, we could talk about it, and I was going to talk to the council about this, so council, feel free to share your thoughts in the chat, but I was thinking about it, and I think not, because of the reasons I just said, but that this really is about the writing group. And so, yes, like, the universe stories are great too, and are connected to the writing group and everything, but it really is meant to be, hey, you're gonna write about this for the writing group. And so having 2 stories for the writing group and 2 for the events doesn't really for sure confirm, yes, I'm committed to writing about this for the writing group. And so I think I still want to keep it as 1 event story and 6 writing group stories, even if you write multiple event stories. I hope that makes sense. I know, like, I know that you put a lot more work into the event stories because they're longer and stuff like that. It's just, like I said, it's not really about the amount of words or the amount of work. It's about, I'm committed to writing about this in the writing group, if that makes sense. Not sure what you're referring to there. The thing is, there's no nebulous future for Califrac. Lovos is at the end of his arc, so any stories not involving the werewolves, wolves have to come before those stories. Let's see. Oh, I see. So Mako said, also there are a lot of stories where I don't know where they take place, so I plan to have a section named The Nebulous Future. Maybe it would help to only focus on the stories where their place in the chronology actually matters. Oh, okay, so like Mako's saying, maybe in the future of my universe, and you're saying, I don't have a future in the universe, I know where the end is, I just don't know where the middle or beginning is. Gotcha. And I think Mako replied, yeah, oh, of course, I mean that there's a big chunk of time where they have a lot of these adventures, Califrac, I assume. And so if it's not important what order they are, try not to stress about them. Like the Mermaid Sorceress has at least a certain order to their stories, and the start is the start. But try to remember if they do or don't pet the dragon, the jousting tournament, is it really important which of those happen first? At least as far as getting the archive set up. Great point, yeah, that totally works, yeah. If you don't know, yeah, because they are going on lots of adventures that can stand alone, and that's part of what makes Califrac work so well for the writing group. And yeah, you don't have to stress about like figuring out like, okay, is the Mermaid Sorceress before the jousting or after? Like, you don't have to stress too hard about it. If you're like, hey, like you can put a note and say, hey, I don't know the chronology of all of these. They're just all fun adventures. I just put them in there in my best approximation, you know, and then you can always like change it later and stuff like that. So yeah, so you can just put the beginning stuff at the beginning, the Lovo stuff at the end, and, you know, other stuff can be kind of jumbled, if that makes sense. Songs like this make me want to own a hotel, bar, nightclub, and pay someone to play ambiance tracks from video games and tell no one yes. Oh, that reminds me of, I wanted to tell you about this because I thought you'd like it and then I forgot. There's this animator I watch, called Storyboards, but it is like, board as in boredom, and there's a Z instead of an S. And he uses a whiteboard to animate. I really like his videos. He's not like a super huge popular YouTuber, but I think he's really good. I love his stories. I love his humor. And he was saying that he, you know, in one of the stories, like he used to DJ, at like weddings and stuff. And so in the section of time, like before the wedding actually starts, you know, he had to play some ambiance music. And so what he would do is he would play piano versions of, like, popular movie soundtracks, like Jurassic Park. And so he would love watching people just be like, I feel like I've heard this song before. Like, Jerry, I don't think you have. No, I know it from something. And he's just back there like, like, still, I think that's one of the funniest jokes in his videos. It's way funnier if you see it. But yeah, so that's totally that. Of just like have somebody play things from video games and tell no one and have people be like, where have I heard this before? I feel like I'm fighting a giant skeleton. Like, why do I have that image in my head? I kind of like Radio Kaylee telling us the songs you're listening to, like in TJ. I'm glad you like that. I don't know how it's going to work in the VODs. I don't know if I'm going to cut the sections in the VODs, but, you know, if I were you and I were listening to the songs, I'd want to know what the songs were so that if I liked one, I could go look it up. Because if it's just like the Heartbound soundtrack, then it's like, I don't know what the song was. I have to listen to the whole thing. And so I like telling you guys, you know, what the options were for what it could be. But I do cut the song sections out of the VODs, or at least the break and the intro. But so I don't know if I'd cut out my Radio Kaylee stuff too, but I'm glad you like it. Mako, the archive is an idea I've been wanting to see executed for a while. I love the idea of seeing everyone compile their stories, and I look forward to getting to read through a lot of them. It's a lot of work for me, but at least I've been starting on compiling them for a long time. I really hope people enjoy them and get more invested excuse me, in other stories and see it as an opportunity to work on their own. Yeah, that's a great answer. I kind of hope that's our last answer, because that's a perfect little wrap-up answer to end on for the midstream question. Love that. Yeah, like, I kind of feel like there's some excitement to make it myself, but mostly I'm, like, daunted. I feel like I'm more excited to read everybody else's, you know, or at least, like, have access to other people's stories, because there are times when I'm like, I remember you wrote this story. Don't know what the heck prompt it was for, though, and I'm not going to look through 200 to find it. And so knowing that I will have this resource where it can be like, I remember you wrote that story, and then I can just go find it. That's something you did today on the trolley, the energy drink thing. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Cautious stories happen in the world of Alpharel, so do Wraithvines. Gotcha. Do I know Wraithvine? And so the thing is, some of the Califrac writing group stories have been transmogrified into sections/scenes in longer short stories that have not posted anywhere. I don't know where a 2K word story would go. Maybe I answered right as you said that, but yeah, you can put the 12K, I think you said 2K. You can put the 12K story in your, like, giant document or in the list or whatever you're doing. That's totally fine. I was told that I should have a document arranging the stories in series chronological order of just the posted versions. I'm not sure I completely understand the issue there. I might have misled you somewhere. But yeah, like, you don't have to, if I understand you, you don't have to have just the posted ones. And granted, like, maybe it's something that we can discuss, or I can discuss with the council, but I want the posted stories in there, unless it's, like I said, it's like, I'm really not proud of this, I don't want it in there, you know, just let us know it's not there. I really want them in there because, like I said, this is for the writing group, and so even if you have a longer version, I think the posted version should still be in there. But that doesn't mean you can't also include longer versions. You absolutely can. So if you have a giant document with everything, you can just have short version that was posted, longer version. Or if you are posting the links, you know, you can just have it like that. You have all of the links. Here's the link to the short version. Here's the link to the longer version of that same story. That's not a problem at all. I haven't heard that song. When did I talk about Victor being trapped in a box? Oh, Peter being trapped in a box. Yeah. Med fan, a medieval fantasy. Oh, gotcha. I was like, medical fans? Yeah. So nice. I have to delete a notice on my phone. I'm not sure if you're talking about my manga or something else, but I assume the G's is about the price. I'm very happy you've been wrong about that, Deathshead. Oh, did you say something about just the posted versions? Listen, so no Detective Dwight Dalton universe unless I can make a mystery work within 350 words. That'll be a challenge. Yeah, I guess so. But, like, I mean, I don't know what all you want to do with Dwight Dalton, but you don't necessarily have to write a mystery in the story. You could just write about Dwight having his coffee in the morning, or Dwight meeting his wife, or Dwight, I don't know, playing catch with his son. I don't know what family he has, but you know, it doesn't have to be specifically mysteries. It can just be things in the universe. It can just be Dwight's life. You could even write the start to a mystery, right? You could write about the murderer doing a heckin' murder, and then the next event story we see Dwight's perspective of him, the aftermath of that murder happening, or something like that. Yeah, Mako, you don't have to write the entire mystery. It could just be the end or start of a case or a weird twist. Him at his desk, or any sort of thing. Yep. That was you that said the G's. No, it wasn't. I don't know. I don't know what you're referring to. Oh, you're saying that was you that said that. That's it. They said, alright, yeah, I was putting together a document which has author versions followed by posted versions. Gotcha. I mean, I don't know, maybe I don't gotcha. Because that sounds accurate. I mean, because it's just the reverse of what I said, right? Like, author version, posted version, author version, posted version. That works fine. I'm fine with that too. You don't have to do this posted version first, as long as it's there. And medical fantasy, like medical dramas, but in a fantasy world. Grey's Anatomy, but fantasy. Incredible. And Wraithvine has turned up a couple of times. Nevier and Devon also live in Alpharel. Interesting. Well, who's the one who is like cursed with eternal bad luck? Is that in the Alpharel universe? Alright, I've consumed jerk chicken pasta, says Wolf. I should be fine the rest of the stream. Is that the problem? Are you not feeding yourself well? Oh, alright. Let us go on to, speaking of universes. I don't know if Reidrev has posted for, their universe yet. But this is one. So, just a reminder, if you'd like to unlock Decoy Story, which is frickin' adorable and well worth unlocking, then please cheer during the stories or during the praise and critique of the stories. And once we finish the praise and critique of Galler's story, then the opportunity will be lost. So, do consider it, because the story's awesome. There is a Reidrev entry. Nice. I don't know if I should wait for Reidrev. Reidrev's usually asleep for these streams, so I'm guessing they won't be here. Alright. Separation. Morgan and Alea. By Reidrev. 350 words. Alea's smile was hanging on her face, tilted slightly, like a coat forgotten on the hanger. Morgan, what are you saying? She suddenly felt very small in this huge valley, next to those great trees and on those tall herbs. Morgan turned to face her, fastening one of the two straps that tied his bags to the horse. I said I am done. I am leaving. His eyes were wet, but his voice was firm, decided. You can't. We have a war to fight. Even her words felt small. Fuck the war. He grit his teeth. I almost died today, yesterday, and the day before that. I think I deserve my retirement. You can't, protested Alea. This time with more assurance, more anger. We soldiers risk our lives every day. You swore to Lunapale that... I didn't swear loyalty to Lunapale, you idiot. I swore loyalty to you. Tears flew from his usually ice-cold eyes. I went to Lunapale for you. I joined its army for you. I killed for you, and I am done. When the words left his mouth, his shoulder dropped as his breathing grew raspy and tired. Alea's back straightened, like she just figured something. You'd be a deserter. You can't leave yet. You'd be branded a traitor. The crooked smile grew on her lips. Is that really what you want? You won't be able to rest. The whole kingdom will be after you. Morgan's big, melting eyes held her stare as he let out another sigh. He muttered, That's why I didn't want to tell you anything. He turned his back to Alea, coming back to his horse. The wind bellowed in this valley, and the pair let it roar without interruption. Morgan grabbed the second strap and gave it a good tug, then held a pause as the wind grew silent. Look, if you ever miss me, I'm going toward the port of Shilba. My door will always be open if you want to talk, or... The sound of a sword unsheathing took his sentence and his breath away. No, Alea answered. Throw out those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it.
Hi. Must you go? Does he?
It's not the problem. The problem is something else, says Wolf, about why you can't sleep. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. It's kind of 2 a.m. for us French people. Oh, you also a French person? Lycan? Nice. That reminds me, I added a bunch more flags and roles and stuff. I'm not completely done, like, organizing them, I don't think, but if I don't do it soon, somebody remind me to put them in the role picker. In channels and roles, I need to add the roles so that you guys can assign them to yourselves. And I don't, so, I can't remember what the number was, but there's, I want to say it's somewhere between 200 and 500 is like the max amount of roles that you can have on Discord. And I realized that to add like all the countries of the world, which was my plan, it would like go over the limit, or it would mean that I don't have any room for any other roles. And so I don't think I can do that. But how do I figure out what countries to include? Because lately, so often, people have been like, yeah, my country isn't there. And so I don't know how to figure out who needs to be there. There were a bunch that are like really big, countries that, a lot of people are in and a lot of people are from that were not there that have been added, like China or something like that. But so I've added a bunch and some of the most well-known ones, but of the, like, less well-known ones, I don't know how to figure out which ones to add.
Kitty! That's a puppy. Don't lick yourself in the doorway. I need to close the door. The throne is mine, cat. You could sit with me. You could sit with me, you could sit on my lap like your brother does, but you don't. I don't know why. I don't know.
Oh, I know, Reidrev, in real life, they introduced me to you guys. Oh, that's awesome. Ah, nice. Bitzer is already done with the story for next week. Alrighty-roo. Well, I really liked this story. This is one of my favorite Morgan and Alea stories that I've encountered. I liked it a lot. I feel like I'm getting to know Morgan and Alea better than I ever have, which makes sense. I'm reading more and more about them, but still, in the past I kind of felt like I wasn't able to get a good picture of who they were and what the overarching story was from just the bits and pieces I read. But now, like, with the crossover during the Valentine's event and then with the other stories I've been reading recently, I feel like I'm starting to actually figure out who they are, what it's all about, and get really interested and invested. So I don't know. That's just cool. I enjoy that clicking and stuff. So Alea's smile is hanging on her face, tilted slightly, like a coat forgotten on the hanger. That's a really cool image. I don't know if I smiled while I read that line, but I had a specific picture of it being kind of crooked, of like, kitty. I don't know if I can do it because I just smile the whole time I stream, but, I don't know, that's not right. But, kind of just like the side of it is tilted up of like, what are you saying? Like that kind of thing. So this is one that I read to my dad, and this critique is here because of him. He was like, wait, but like a smile that's hanging off is a frown. Like, yeah, a smile lifts, a smile doesn't hang. But rereading it at the time, I was like, oh yeah, you're right. But rereading it, I'm like, no, it works for me. It's like a lopsided smile, and like I said, I like the image a lot.
Baby, I just let you in. Yeah.
Do you want your box? I can get you your box. I'm not sure what the on those tall herbs means. So next to those great trees and on those tall herbs. At first I was quite confused by this. The more I think about it, I think you just mean that they're laying on herbs, that it's like tall grass, but, you know, actual herbs that they're laying on top of. But something about the way that's phrased or connected doesn't quite connect. So I think just saying next to those great trees would work a little bit better. I really like the emotion throughout the story of, like, his eyes were wet, but his voice is firm. Like, you know, he grit his teeth, more assurance, more anger. Like, all of those are super evocative and really give me something to work with. I don't know how well I voiced it, but I hope I did a good job. So I love the way you described those. This is a great intro, like their little dialogue, like, what are you saying? I'm done. I'm leaving. Great way to introduce a point of no return story. And then, like, there will be one big critique that's kind of a, like, needing more context thing, but overall, I think you do a good job of, like, providing the context we need in a way that doesn't feel like here's some exposition, because, like, you can't, we have a war to fight. Like, feels like exactly what she'd be saying, and not like, hi readers, FYI, they're in the middle of a war, you know? And I really like how she's like this, you know, I don't know, war princess, if I recall, or at least she becomes that, but she feels small, her words are small, and then she gets bigger and stronger, you know, as the story continues. I like that a lot. There is a bit of an awkwardness to, I think I deserve my retirement, because first of all, I know he doesn't retire, and so it feels like an odd thing for him to say when that's not what he's gonna do. But also, like, he's young, and so I feel like, you know, I almost died today, yesterday, and the day before that. I want to have a life, or, like, I want to live, or I want some peace. Now, granted, if the wolf in sheep's clothing story is any indication, maybe he doesn't want to live. But, you know, I wonder if there's another way you can, something else you can have him say that's not like, oh, these old croaky bones need a retirement, or rather than, you know, and I get retirement can just mean, like, I'm retired from service and stuff. It just feels a little awkward because, like, I know he goes into service on the other side. And so, yeah, I think saying, like, I don't want this to be my whole life, some version of that, like, I don't want constantly almost dying to be my life, you know? Yeah, I guess I really do need to know more about his motivation, because I'm like, well, but if he wants to die, then what's the problem? So yeah, whatever he would actually feel, whatever he would want out of his life, then I feel like that's what he should say instead. I do like the idea, though, that it's like, I am constantly almost dying, and I don't like it, I'm done. You know, like, honestly, fair. And then her response is fair, too, though, that she's like, well, yeah, but we're soldiers, this is what we do, this is our job, you know? And again, goes really well with what I was talking about with the Castlevania Nocturne thing of, like, having something worth dying for. And I love this line. Like, this is probably my favorite line of, I didn't swear loyalty to Luna Pale, I swore loyalty to you. That's so cool and punchy and dramatic and interesting. Like, I really love that, and goes along with what little I know from the Wolf in Sheep's Clothing story. And then I love, you know, as it continues, you know, I went to Luna Pale for you, I joined SamRI for you, I killed for you, I'm done, you know. That's really, really interesting. And then I like the emotion here too of like he's, shouting this and crying, and then, he deflates kind of. Her response is great too, of like she goes from like, wait, what about your loyalty? And he's like, I have no loyalty. And then she's like, oh, but what about shame though? What about shame and danger though? What about the fact that you'd be a deserter and everybody would hate you for it? What about the fact that the kingdom will literally be after you? That works really well. It's an argument. It's a very good argument. I like the crooked smile, that it's a little bit different from the hanger smile before. That was more like, well, what are you saying? And this is more of like this kind of wicked smile. I like that. That she wants her friend to stay, but she's kind of using a nefarious argument about it. And then that feels like a fair response. I really like this image of the wind bellowed in the valley, like it's like the wind is, I don't know, shouting and roaring and stuff, having its own arguments and stuff. They let it roar between them. That's a great way to convey a pause, rather than just saying, like, there was a pause or something like that. It's so much more evocative, allowing us to hear what happens in the pause instead of just telling us there's a pause is really good. And then the end is quite dramatic and interesting. So to talk about some of my overall critiques, I do feel like a little bit of context that we don't get that I feel like is important for this story is what changed his mind. Because, as I said, I love this reveal that he did all this for her. But because he did it for her, now that requires an explanation of, well, she's still here. What changed? Like, did his view of her change? Does he see her as a villain now? Does he view her as not worth it anymore? What changed his mind? What made him stop being loyal to her? Or what made him stop being loyal to her to the point of war? Other than, almost dying every day. I feel like that's quite important. And then nobody else I talked to had this problem, so I don't know that it's really a problem, but I feel like it'd be interesting to discuss still. When I reached the end of the story, I felt like if I didn't know these characters, and if I didn't know that they survive on, I would have thought that this was indicating that he was dead. That he was gonna die. By her blade, meaning that... There she is. Yep, she went right in the box. That's what she wanted. What was I gonna say? So the ending of just draws out, like, he's like, okay, I'm gonna be in this place, and then she's sort no. Yes, that can imply they're gonna fight and they might both survive, but to me, the definitiveness of the no, she's the only one that's shown to draw her sword, it's right after he said, I'm gonna be here, be in this location, and so if I didn't know the universe, I think I would have gone, oh, she killed him. And of course, knowing the story, that's not the intent. And so, I don't know if there would be, oh yeah, my initial thought was, I feel like ending on, this is why I didn't want to tell you anything. And then, just ending there, might work better for me. But, maybe you could also show, let's see how many words. You did not have any words. Maybe there's somewhere you could take out words to show him drawing his sword in response, or him, his eyes kind of locking as he's like, okay, I'll fight you, kind of thing. Might be good. Oh yeah, I commented here to remind myself. I do really like this phrasing of took his sentence and his breath away. That's great. I always love, well, maybe not always, but a lot of times I love that, like, one verb applying to two, nouns like that. Oh yeah, and if he's no longer loyal to her, it also becomes a question of why does he trust her? Like, why is he telling her where he's gonna be? Why does he think that she won't come after him? You know, if she's like, because we don't know if he's no longer loyal to her because he no longer trusts her, or he absolutely trusts her. It's some other reason why he's not loyal to her anymore. So that's definitely a question as well. Oh, but yeah, going back to the ending. But nobody else I talked to thought that it was death. And they all were just like, oh yeah, they're gonna fight. Even my dad, who is not, familiar with the universe, doesn't know that they survive. So that might have just been me. But that was the thought I had. Alright. Let's see what folks saying. I don't think I've written anyone with perpetual bad luck unless Kosh counts. Oh, really? I thought there was a story about, like, somebody who had to have, like, all their food brought in by drone onto their little island, and there was just, like, one cat that didn't get affected by their bad luck, and it was like, oh, good kitty, you know? Floof Eclipse. Oh, no comments on the story. Aw. Well, it says there are a few countries that have little internet freedom and are good candidates to not give rules. Very fair. Yeah, I don't have to include North Korea. I don't know. I'm not, like, super familiar with, like, world politics and world stuff. So if you can, like, send me the list, maybe in the council or something, of which countries don't have a lot of internet freedom, then send it over so that I can know not to include them. Because, like, absolutely I knew North Korea, but I don't know off the top of my head what the others would be. I remember that story, says Mako. Luckers are a genetic thing in my sci-fi reality. Oh, it's an amalgam universe story, completely different thing. Gotcha. So it was something you wrote, but in a different universe. Gotcha. Well, you can tell I liked it because I remembered it pretty well, or at least I remembered it. You know. All right, here we go. Well, greatly enjoyed the story. Oh yeah, the other thing I was gonna say, really liked your prompt use. And granted, maybe this is one of those where it's like, I know the universe, so I know what a big deal this is, but like, this starts off where the rest of the story is gonna go. A lot of the other stories are written past this point, and so many different things, so different big things are happening because of this moment. So this is a really cool take in the prompt. No Refunds by SamRI. 350 words. Apparently, yawning at work is rude. Even if it is the graveyard shift, a dead-end job at a gas station in a nowhere town somewhere out in the Great Plains of the USA. Patricia learned this the hard way, given that the snippy woman she was working with at the checkout went from being rude to downright hostile. "Don't you yawn at me! Don't you know who the hell I am?" she said, stabbing the counter with her red acrylic nails. "I have been a loyal customer here for the past 2.5 years. I should be able to return these nachos if they don't match up to my standards." Patricia blinked down at the paper tray containing a singular chip with a skiff of plastic-flavored cheese topping around the edges. "Ma'am, for one, we can't refund any of our hot food items once they've left the building. And two, you clearly can't have hated them that much if this is all that's left." "I demand a refund! Let me speak to your manager this instant!" she shrieked. Patricia smirked slightly, though it was more bitter than it was amused. "Bitch, I am the manager. And before you try it," she said, straightening, "I'm the supervisor, too. I've never seen you or your sparkly red nails before in my life. Once a perishable item leaves our store, health code dictates we aren't allowed to take it back." As was usual for Karens, she screamed and huffed and puffed until she realized that Patricia really wasn't going to budge, At which point she drove away, yelling obscenities, and she went out the door and not using her turn signal as she left the parking lot. The only sound left in the store was the irritating buzz of the fluorescent lights. Patricia took a case of beers, the nearest fridge in the drink aisle, stormed out the front of the empty shop, cracked one open, and cried as she flopped onto the curb. Dial tone, then click as the real manager picked up. That? What's wrong? I quit. Well, those moths and monsters cheer for this story if you loved it. A wild Karen appeared. She used speak to the manager. It was not effective. You know, if Karens use their powers for good instead of selfishness, the world might be a better place. Very true. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. Really appreciate it. Alrighty, Roo. And that's it for my bits. Good to know. Appreciate you giving over your bits. Okay, I'm assuming you didn't have notes, otherwise hopefully I would have copied them down, but if I missed something, let me know, and if not, just if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask them. Alright. Greatly enjoyed this story, too. A neat, realistic story. We don't necessarily get a whole lot of those, so always fun to shake things up in that way. Really like your prompt use, that you have two prompt use. One is that there's no refund, so no point of no return. You can't return it. Just kind of a cute use of the prompt. And then you have a much more serious use of the prompt of I quit. That's really cool that you're able to get two in there. I really like your intro. I quite like the ramp up of, like, even if it is the graveyard shift at a dead-end job. So, like, we start graveyard shift. Like, even just saying, even if it is the graveyard shift, would be powerful enough. You know, like, okay, yeah, that's reason to yawn. And then at a dead-end job, it's like, oh, the job kind of sucks, too. That's even more reason. At a gas station, oh, it's not only a sucky job, it's a sucky gas station job. In a nowhere town, oh, you're not even somewhere, you know, with business. Out in the Great Plains of the USA, you know. So I do really like that ramp up. That works super well for me, that it really draws me in. There is kind of an element of, there's a slight weirdness that, like, somewhere out in the Great Plains of the USA, like, slightly like she doesn't know where she lives. And so I do feel like, you know, some nowhere town in Oklahoma, you know, it's like, oh, this dang town, I hate this town. It's a nowhere town in Oklahoma. I think conveys a little bit better what you're going for than, like, somewhere out in the Great Plains of the USA, you know. But it's not a huge deal, and not even that much of an issue. And then of course this works very well too, of, like, she went from being rude to downright hostile. Like, you introduce everything so well of, like, all right, here's kind of the intro of, like, we're yawning, we're at work. Here's everything that sucks about work. Here's the other half of the yawn. There's the person, the Karen being hostile, you know? And then, like, that that works very well. Don't you yawn at me? Like, the sounds very like them. I love the red acrylic nails. Can totally imagine that, you know. Just very loud, loud nails, loud fashion sense, loud actual volume. And then it is really, I do like that. I've been a loyal customer here for the past 2.5 years. It's a gas station. I should be able to return these nachos that don't match up to my standards. It's a gas station, you know? But it works very well for how these people can be like, that it's like, it's a gas station. Your nachos aren't gonna be a 10 out of 10. You're gonna have to accept that, you know, but often they won't accept that. And this kind of is, I don't know how much you intended it to be like a hyperbole or a caricature of how, you know, Karens are, but it worked. It worked very well for that. That they're trying to return a single nacho at a gas station, like, that's how far they might go. Yeah, like this was, I forget if it made me laugh out loud the first time I read it, but it might have. I do really like that it's like, yeah, I want to return these nachos. And it's like, oh, is it like a tray of them, a bag of them? It's one nacho. That's really funny. And then, yes, saying what we're all thinking. Perfect response. Love it. Again, very caring response. Works well as well. And of course, I'm sure it felt so good to be able to say that, to be like, oh, I am the manager and the supervisor, and what I say goes. And I could totally understand why she would say that, even if she's not the manager and stuff, to be like, I just have to do it at least once. I don't want to call my manager to talk to this Karen, you know? I actually don't know how I feel about the bitch, though. Because, that feels like it pushes it over the edge of like, well, that's not okay to say to your customer. Like, I'm fine with you lying about being a manager, like, and we'll talk about it more in a second, but I feel like your manager might even thank you for not, like, calling them or making them come down to talk to this person. And so saying, like, I am the manager, and before you try it, I'm the supervisor too. I've never seen you or your sparkly red nails before in my life. Like, sure, that's a little, like, snippy, but it's, like, it's polite enough. Or not polite, but, you know, it's, I don't know how to describe it, but you're not going into, like, flat out rude and vulgar. It's just like, FYI, I haven't seen you. You know, kind of thing, but a little more snippy than that. And so, like, I think the bitch really was just like, I just need to get it out. I can't take it anymore. But it honestly feels like that is what would get them fired more than anything else. And I guess I'll talk about it now. I am wondering if the reason Patricia quits is because, like, that sucked. I deal with this all the time and I'm sick of it. I can't work here anymore. Or if it was, well, I'm gonna get fired for what I said anyways. I'm gonna quit before they fire me. You know, that kind of thing. And, like, if that is the case, then maybe that works a bit, that it's like, oh yeah, like, she knew she was saying something that wasn't okay to say. She already knew she was gonna quit. She already knew, like, well, I'm gonna have a last hurrah, I'm gonna swear at her and say that I'm the manager, and then I'm out. You know, that kind of thing. So, I don't know if it's just me, but, as was usual for Karen's, feels like it kind of dates the story in a way, / kind of, like, dates you as the author. Because, like, people have been dealing with bad customers for as long as there have been businesses, and only now do we have a name for it besides bad customers. And so, you know, of course, like, this, to us today, this is a very descriptive name that perfectly tells you exactly what kind of person this is, though we could already tell before the name was dropped. But I can't figure out how to, I guess, like, to me, even though the term Karen is not a term that has, like, gone out of date, it's not become cringy or anything like that, it kind of reads a little bit like if you said something like, she went all surprised Pikachu. And I'd be like, just describe how the face looks. Don't say she went surprised Pikachu. You know, that kind of thing. Like, just say she screamed and huffed and puffed. We all know that that's what being a Karen is. Calling it out gives, like, a kind of a weirdness, you know, weird meminess to it to me. That kind of takes me out of the story a bit. But that also might just be me. So I'm really curious what people in the chat think. I think the summary of everything she does works and makes sense. I like all the specificity of, like, not using her turn signal and stuff like that. Irritating buzz of the fluorescent light, super descriptive, can really imagine that. Oh yeah, she also steals the beer, so that could also be like, well, I'm getting fired for swearing at a customer, I'm getting fired for impersonating the manager, I'm getting fired for stealing beer, I'm out. You know, that kind of thing. Or, again, she's like, well, this is gonna be my last hurrah. I'm swearing at her. I'm saying I'm the manager, and I'm stealing that beer. And then I do like the image of what she does there. Cried is green just because I kept reading it wrong. I kept reading it like this. Patricia took a case of beers from the nearest fridge in the drink aisle, stormed out of the front of the empty shop, crack went open, and cried as she flopped onto the curb. You know, that I thought this was going to be a list like the opening list, and so I was kind of reading it similarly. I'm like, all right, she did this, and she did that, and she did that, and she cried. Oh, that's not how you voice that. You know, it's like, oh wait, that needs to drop a little bit. And so I had to put a flashing light on it so that, you know, future Kaylee would know it was coming and read it right. Now I don't know if that's a praise or critique, because on the one hand, like, I could critique it and say, well, maybe, you know, putting at least an ellipses there to indicate, hey, things are a little bit different, would be good. But on the other hand, I kind of like that it's like that. I kind of like that you don't expect it, and so it really, like, makes it, I don't know, makes the emotion and sadness of it in a way stronger, because it's like, oh wait, I didn't expect that, oh no, you know. I don't know how I feel about the fact that no one said that she got out her phone. It's just like she sits there with the beer and she cries and dial tone. It's like, why is there a dial tone? There was no phone, you know. But on the other hand, does that work as a transition to getting out her phone? Maybe. Kind of of two minds about it. And then I already talked about the I quit thing, and like I said, I really like both your uses of the prompt. I think the story is very, very well written, very captivating. This is one of those stories where, like, one of the highest goals that you can get to as a writer in the writing group is making your readers forget about the prompt, that they're just so invested in the story that they're not even thinking about looking for the prompt. And that happened for me with this story, that I saw no refunds and I was thinking about the prompt, but then I just got so invested I wasn't even thinking about it until I got to I quit, you know. So I think you did a great job with it. At a valid point, I just knew that I wanted to be in the middle of nowhere, but I don't know my states that well. Fair enough. Oh, are you not in the States? Oh, gotcha. But very fair. She might as well have owned some meat from a street side vendor. I'm not sure what you mean there. I do legit love gas station nachos. They're their own breed. Nice. I mean, if she's the only person working, she kind of is the manager and the supervisor. Yeah, that is true. And like, that's one of those things, or what I was saying about, like, oh, does she know she's gonna get fired for it? I feel like the impersonating a manager thing would depend on the manager. That some managers would be like, oh, that's awesome, I'm so glad you did that, no problem. And others would be like, you're not the manager, but you can't say you are, you know. And so yeah, I feel like that would very much depend, so that's part of why that's a question. But yeah, that's another aspect of, like, well, would the manager be like, well, you were the acting manager, so yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I could see that, says Sam. And smiley face, I assume, about the end. I'm an eagle-blooded freedom burger all the way. I just didn't want to represent the state I chose wrong. Oh, that's funny. When in doubt, you can pick Texas. I mean, I guess Texas isn't in the middle. It's not, I don't think it's in the Great Plains, but, you know, if you just want some gas station just, like, out there in I don't know, I want to say, like, out in the tumbleweeds, but I've never actually seen a tumbleweed, so I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe even me trying to represent my own state, I'm representing it wrong, so maybe I'm doing it wrong. The original idea had a manager coming to a rescue, but for the sake of word count, I smoothed it into just her. Gotcha. You're next, Geller, says Wolf, ominously. I'm trying to think if you could do that with minimal words. I mean, like, you could use these words instead of describing Patricia. What Patricia did, you could describe what the actual manager did and say, you know, like, the manager, hearing this, marched on over, like, I'm the manager, and before you try it, you know, I don't think that's going to cost you more words. And, like, potentially it was even less. And if it was less, then you could have, you know, Patricia, like, starting to cry or something like that. Or, like, being, like, really deer in the headlights kind of thing. I didn't mean it ominously fair. It's just seeing that on the side of my screen. Oh, it's funny. Nah, if you pick Texas, the immediate thought would be, this doesn't sound like Buc-ee's. That's glorious. I love that so much. I love the idea of, oh yeah, somewhere out in the middle of Texas, USA. This doesn't sound like a Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's has way better nachos. Way better nachos and way more employees. That is fantastic. The manager would have been okay with her defending herself and is a good manager, as cued by the nickname Pat. Yeah, actually, yeah, I was thinking that she had a good relationship with her manager, but I couldn't figure out why I was thinking that. It's the nickname that's like, yeah, they have a good relationship. You did a great job with that. You did that without even me computing what you did. Oh, that's great. It's a great way to shortcut to, you know, they have a good relationship. Hello, Gather. You are, in fact, next. Implants for world domination. I haven't seen the video yet, but I assume you're talking about Mini Minuteman's video about that. I saw his ad for it, and I was like, this sounds glorious, but I haven't seen it. Yes, absolutely. Gotcha. Have you ever been to a Buc-ee's? I don't think they have them up north. I never went to one in Washington. Is the ad over, or is the ad just starting? Or did I hallucinate the ad? I'm a Utahan, says Sam. Nice. Are there gas stations like this in Utah? You could use Utah if you feel like you understand your own state. Never been to a Buc-ee's, says Sam. I saw the ad. Okay, so the ad, like, itself went through. Mako said yes in all caps, and then I have not. Well, what's the yes for? Utah isn't sparse enough. Gotcha. Well, oh, there's the ad. It needs to truly be nowhere USA. But is anywhere truly nowhere? Yeah, I feel like Oklahoma could be a good one, but I don't know. I've been to like a little bit of Oklahoma, and it was fine. I didn't have a problem with it. English, my state got its first Buc-ee's last year, and that is in North Carolina. Why are you shouting Wyoming after shouting North Carolina? Absolutely was responding to Sam. What were you responding to? Oh, did you guys like my choice of detail? Did I drive the right feelings home in the ones I picked? Yeah, absolutely. I think you did a great job. Yes, to the Milo Rossi Mini Minute Man video. Gotcha. And no, I've never been to Buc-ee's. Gotcha. Well, I need to remedy that. Based in Pennsylvania, says Massa, the Sheets fans will be convinced the nachos are from Wawa's and vice versa, or so I've heard. Interesting. Buc-ee's is very regional. Gotcha. Yeah, I thought it was, because, yeah, I'd only seen them when I came down here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's spelled like that. It's spelled a little wacky. If I had merch, I would grab it, but I don't think I have any merch. Alrighty, Roo. Let us... Oh, no, not yet. There's 10 more seconds. No, not 10 more seconds. 1 minute and 10 more seconds. So yeah, personally my favorite choice I made was the plastic flavored cheese topping because it mixes the legally dodging way artificially flavored foods are titled and the obvious trashiness of the job and the nachos. Yeah, that was a great little detail. I mean, I would pretty much, by gas station, I would pretty much assume that the cheese is going to be plasticky, but I still liked it. Let's see if I can figure out what my favorite detail was. Skiff is a great word too, I like that. I don't know, it all just works. It might be this. This might be my favorite line. I just like the way it built. Yeah, in my mind, it really clearly shows what Patricia thinks of these nachos, for sure. Alright. Changing circumstances. Ordinary Phathams setting. By Galler. 350 words. Noel looked in a mirror. His human-like face was no more, replaced with a reptile one. He opened his mouth. His jaw unhinged like a snake, with panels at the side, his tongue like that of a lizard. The sounds of skin stretching and flesh warping were heard, until he turned back into an approximate normal human. But the lines that delineated his biomechanical organs were still there, along with recent scars. Not that my life was normal to begin with. Noel expressed frustration as he rotated his hand 360 degrees. One choice saved his infant life, and this one a corrupting cataclysm, both without his consent. He could hide his mutilation with shapeshifting, but the red scales and the scars would still haunt him. Here's the history of his life, something or someone taking away his choice, even if it was for him to live. One was forgiven, the other was unforgivable. That bodily distortion would have taken his sanity if he hadn't been one of the lucky ones. Lucky my ass, Noel thought, as his lizard-like eyes looked back at an unrecognizable owner. He didn't lose his human heart. He felt human, ate like one, and he was one. Then why did he feel like he'd lost something? Is this dysphoria? Or, Noel asked, it is either that or I don't recognize who that person is staring back at me in the mirror. Who was he at this point? Was he staring at the same person with the same body as before, or just a passenger mocking his looks with a mutilated soul? Noel shook his head, stopping the contemplation. He didn't want to be lost navigating those dark pathways. He would need an answer to that, but for now, it wasn't the moment to cross that Rubicon. I just hope that the answer I conclude leads me to a better future, Noel said, trying to reassure himself as he walked away from the mirror. Then closed the door, stepped onto an uncharted, unknown path to a future he couldn't discern, towards a hopeful possibility. Throw out those moths and monsters, cheer for the story if you loved it. Don't forget that if you want to unlock Decoy's story, then you need to cheer during the praise and critique of the story. Also, think about if you'd like me to use my monthly powers on Decoy's story. I'm a little torn because it's not the end of the month, and next week is Easter week, and so it's a little more fitting to use the monthly powers on the holiday week. But I have energy this week, and I might not next week, and I love Decoy's story. So, think about if you want me to do that or not. Gotcha. People are saying they do not have enough bits. That's very fair. Alright. Double shot liquor and guns drive-through. Archer versus items. Archer V items now in stock. Oh, wild. Drive-through guns. Like, oh, now I'm just imagining, like, the, what is that called? The thing next to, like, the squawk box that has all the menu on it, but the menu is just guns. And it's like, yeah, I would like to order a number 4, and it's like a shotgun. And then you go up to the window, and it's just like, here's your gun, sir. And it's like in a paper bag hanging out the top. Oh, righty-roo. Well, I like this story too. Considering who my main character is, it probably comes as no surprise that I enjoy a good dysphoria story. I enjoy a good mirror, looking at the mirror unhappily kind of story. So already from the premise, I was like, "Aw, this is a good one." I like this one. Let's see. Weird. Sure. I'm curious what the panels were, because I actually was thinking of them. I forget if Unhinged is actually just flat. Yeah, I actually think it is. Yeah. I think Unhinged is, which kind of indicates that it's not this. But I think Unhinged is the wrong word, because they don't, like, unhinge their jaw up here. What they do is that their jaw down here is like 2 bones. It's not one. And so they can open it, and it makes their mouth like a box, kind of. It means they can really, or like a bag that really can just maneuver around things that it shouldn't be able to maneuver around. And so when I read panels, I was like, oh yeah, like the 2 jawbones that can move. But then I realized, actually, I think this is robot stuff. So I'm curious what your intention was there. Let's see. So I like your description here, and I think you get us right into the story right away. However, I do also feel like a little too many words are spent, describing his reptileness, and we'll talk about what the words are needed for in a bit. But, I don't really need to know that there's the sounds of, flesh warping and stuff. We don't necessarily need to know every bit of his appearance. Like, honestly, even just, like, his human-like face was replaced with a reptile one. And then, he turned into an approximate normal human, but there were still scars and stuff. I think just that would be all the info we would need to understand what's going on here. So I like the description. I don't think it's bad at all. I think it's very evocative. I can really imagine, somebody doing like at the mirror, but it's like they're horrified at their reptileness of their and so I think it's good. I think it's well written. But I don't know that all of it's necessary, if that makes sense. Yeah. Then my comment here. Noel expressed frustration as he rotated his hand 360 degrees. As you do. There is, I think it's just the casualness with which that's said, of like, he expressed frustration as he did this. Yeah, it's a thing that you do. Kind of said like, I don't know. I'm trying to think. Maybe something like, Noel expressed frustration as he ran his fingers through his hair. Like that kind of thing. It's kind of said like that, but it's like, okay. Now, I think that's talking about the hand rotating, going first might have been better, because I'm pretty sure this is all connected. That it's like, not that my life was normal to begin with, like, twists hand. And so I do wonder if you put it first, like, Noel rotated his hand 360 degrees. Not that my life was normal to begin with. And Noel expressed frustration. I think that might get across what you want to get across better. So I'm very interested in, like, his backstory of these different choices that were made without his consent. That he was saved as an infant and saved again now. Both without his consent. Both, changing him uncomfortably forever. So yeah, I'm very curious about that, but I also feel like that either that needed more explanation or it needed less, like the Alex stuff we talked about with Marx's story earlier. Because, you know, okay, one choice saved his infinite life and one a corrupting cataclysm. Which is which? I'm assuming that the reptile stuff is new, but I don't really know for sure what came with what. And then, you know, down here, one was forgiven, the other was unforgivable. I don't know which one's forgiven and which one's unforgivable, and I don't know why one is forgiven and one is unforgivable. And, you know, here, so one choice saved his infant life, and this one a corrupting cataclysm. I think there's just something awkward about the grammar there that makes this a little bit confusing. Because I can't tell if you're saying one choice saved his infant life and this one saved him from a corrupting cataclysm, or if it's saying one choice saved his infant life and the other choice was a corrupting cataclysm. Both could potentially work. I think it works better if it's like it saved him from that, because that's a, you know, I don't know. It's a very strong description to say cataclysm. Granted, maybe that really is how it feels. Maybe he really feels like this is the end of the world for him. But it's a very strong image if it's just like, this is a cataclysm, you know? And so I'm wondering about that as well. And so all this stuff is super interesting. Like, I really want to know more about it. I think it's really, really great ideas here. But it is adding things that we need more context for, that you're not really going to give us. And so I feel like either spending your words, more words explaining, what the different choices are, what the meaning was, you know, why these choices had to be made, or just focusing on one would have worked better. Like, if you just have, if you just focused on the reptile change and, like, didn't mention the changes when he was an infant and stuff, like, I think the story would flow a lot better and be a lot easier to understand without us asking those questions. We could just be like, okay, he's a reptile now. And maybe you could even say, like, okay, this happened, and because of it, he was turned into a reptile against his will, you know. I think that could potentially work quite well. I'm also wondering about the shape-shifting, because it really feels like that undermines the point of your story to me. Because I get what you're saying about, like, he knows it's there. Like, it still haunts him. But the thing is, like, I feel like if someone can shapeshift, then that would negate their dysphoria. And so I don't know if that's true of everybody. I'm trying to think if I should say this. I don't know how many, if any, people in the chat have dysphoria, but there's one person that, as far as I know, has it here, and it's me. And I'm pretty sure that if I could shapeshift, it would negate it entirely. And so, or at least if it worked on the whole body, and I'm presuming it does. And so I really like the ideas you're going for of, you know, this, oh my gosh, like, I've been changed against my will and now I'm a reptile man, like, this sucks. But then to be like, oh, but I can look normal, I can look like a human, very much undermines it to me. So I'm curious what your intentions were with that. And I'm also curious if this is a power that he always had. I'm curious if, yeah. I'm curious if he could shapeshift from the beginning. I'm curious if that was something he was given in the infant change, or if that's something that was given to him, now with the reptile change. And especially if it came with the reptile change, then it's like, well, like, that sucks that you got turned into a reptile, but you also got the fix. You also got, yeah, the fix to it with the change and stuff like that. I was talking before about how these paragraphs are so, like, evocative and so descriptive and stuff like that. I would have liked to get the red, earlier, because when you say lizard, I just automatically went green. So not a huge deal, but I would have liked that in this description and stuff. I do like this idea here of someone or something or someone taking away his choice, even if it was for him to live. Bit of a spoiler. This reminds me of. Well, I guess I can do it without spoiling it. This reminds me of something that happens in season 2, episode 1 of Arcane. There is a character who basically said to another character, like, you need to destroy this thing. And then in, like, the next scene, yeah, he's gonna be dead. And then the other character who was told to destroy the thing uses the thing to save his life. And he puts the thing inside him, actually. And so, like, that whole thing is, and then later after he wakes up, he's like, I was supposed to die. And so it totally makes me think of that it's like, yeah, it's like, this person just had to make a choice. Are we gonna, keep him alive through these terrible means, or am I gonna let him die, and, like, I think if it had been his choice, like, he would have chosen death. And so, I think that's a really interesting idea of somebody else making the choice to allow you to live for you and making you now live a life that you didn't want to have, a life that gives you dysphoria, that makes you, uncomfortable, stuff like that you might have rather been left to die, And I am curious about the, forgiven and unforgivable thing. Like I said, I don't know if it's needed because you're not going to tell us, which is which, but it is an interesting idea. And it also is interesting about the sanity thing. Like, again, I don't know that needs to be mentioned for us to understand what's going on here, but because it does make me ask questions. But I do like that idea as well of this. I don't know which one it is. I don't know if it's the infant one or this one. But one of these changes has taken away people's sanity. And so he's lucky, but he doesn't feel lucky, I'm also wondering if you intended it as him talking out loud the whole time, not that my life is normal to begin with, lucky my ass, is this dysphoria, I just hope. All of that seemed like talking aloud to me. You do say thought here, and so that makes me wonder if you actually intended it all as thought. I don't know that putting thoughts in double quotes is necessarily wrong, but I personally highly don't recommend it. What is that called? Disrecommend, misrecommend it? Because double quotes are used for dialogue, and so it's not going to be clear if your character's talking out loud or thinking. And so I think using either just italics or using single quotes would be a lot better for the thoughts, because as is, it just seems like he's talking to the mirror the whole time. And that works. You can talk to the mirror, you can talk to yourself, but especially something like, oh, I just hope that the answer I conclude leads me to a better future. That is a little bit odd to say out loud rather than him be thinking it to himself. So there's that. I do like this line of, he didn't lose his human heart. That's really sweet. I really like, he felt human. He ate level one. He was one. Like, he is human. He was born human. Even with these changes, at the end of the day, he is still human. I do think that's rather beautiful. I'm not sure how I feel about 8 like one, because it does feel like human heart, felt human, was one are all big general things, and then 8 like one is a little more specific. And, the human heart, felt human, was one, those are a little more spiritual, and then 8 is more physical. Now, granted, it's good to know that he doesn't eat like a lizard person. But I think just keeping it in the more spiritual realm, just keeping it, didn't lose his heart, his human heart. He felt human. He thought like one. He was one. That kind of thing. Yeah, I really like that idea. I think that's very sweet and cool, and I hope he keeps his human heart. Then why did he feel like he'd lost something? I'm not sure why he's asking this question, because it makes sense. It makes sense that he feels like he lost something, that, like, he's a lizard person now. Like, yeah, he is, at the end of the day, in his heart of hearts, he is still human. He was born human. But also, like, it's understandable that after all these changes that he would, you know, feel like he'd lost some humanity along the way. I feel like that's you know, pretty logical conclusion. And then, is this dysphoria, or it is either that or I don't recognize who that person is staring back at me in the mirror. As far as I know, that is dysphoria. And I think I've said this before, but as far as I know, like, dysphoria at its core, it just means you're dissatisfied. It just means, like, yeah, you're dissatisfied, and it can actually apply to, like, just other things of, like, feeling like, oh, I feel dysphoria about the rain today. You know, I think you can technically use it that way, but it's almost always used for, like, gender or body stuff. And so it basically is like, I don't feel happy about the body that I'm in. And so, like, not being able to recognize who you are and being unhappy about that is dysphoria. And so it feels a little odd to be like, is this dysphoria or is it dysphoria? I do like your imagery and stuff, and like a passenger mocking his looks with a mutilated soul. I don't know if it contradicts with like the human heart thing. So a little torn, but I do like your word choice and visuals and stuff. This line here, if it wasn't the moment to cross that Rubicon, I have a couple issues with. One being that I don't think that's exactly what crossing the Rubicon means, because I used crossing the Rubicon in the prompt intro, right? It's a point of no return. It's like, well, I have crossed it and I have made my decision, and whatever happens, happens. I might die, but we're here. And so, but like answering a question doesn't really feel like a Rubicon. You know, it doesn't really feel like, oh my gosh, I can never turn back now. The question is answered. You know, that I think just saying it wasn't the moment to cross that bridge, you know, would be more accurate to that. And then that does give me the feeling that it's been a while. You guys have been really good at not doing this lately, but it does unfortunately give me that feeling of, oh yeah, there it is. There's the prompt. And granted, it's funny because crossing the Rubicon is not the prompt, but especially because like it's a synonym to point of no return, and because I use that in the prompt intro, then it does feel like it's only there for the prompt. Maybe especially because, you know, I don't think that's quite what that means. So there's that. And then I like that he's hopeful at the end. You know, this is always something I enjoy about your stories, that they always, you know, seem to end on a more positive note or a moral of some sort. I do really like that. But I'm also wondering where he got the hope from, because the rest of the story was very hopeless. You know, he's talking about a mutilated soul, and stuff like that. And so I think, like, instead of going into that here, I think going into, but he had hope, you know, here instead. I think that might have been led to the ending a little bit better. But nonetheless, I do like that we end on this hopeful place. Overall, I do enjoy the story. Like I said, I enjoy a story about the subject matter. And I think that even though I have like questions and stuff about the history, I feel like sticking to one lane, just the reptile lane, would have benefited the story. I do think that the fantastical stuff worked pretty well in this story, and yeah, didn't detract too much and everything. It was just like, yeah, that makes sense why he feels that way. I see Wolf on the is this a pigeon meme? Is this dysphoria? Totally. I see Geller has supplied us with pictures. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to show them on the screen. But that's interesting. I see the panels now. The panels are pretty terrifying. I like his like human-like appearance though. That's neat. Ah! Is this one? Yeah, I think it's this one. Thank you for sharing those. Did you draw those? That's really neat. Alright. Yeah. Coolish. If I go to Texas other than to visit friends, I'm going to try and find the drive-through liquor and firearm store. Well, can't you go there with your friends? Also, if you go to Texas and you're anywhere near me, tell me so that we can meet up. Oh, if the store still exists, yeah. I'm doing more self-reflection pieces, says Galler, with the main characters of my settings in this one over the months. You almost said moths there. That's neat. I like that. I think that's benefiting. About the monthly powers thing, Mako said, oh, yeah, but Decoy. And Cooler says, I'm impartial to either. Mako says, I will have it at the end of the month, though. Well, what's, is next week the end of the month, or is next week the week before the end of the month? Next week is the week before the end of the month. So I'm guessing you will not have them by next week. Can I get a 9mm with a side of ammo and a bottle of Jägermeister? Exactly. Mako, I have been to a drive-thru liquor store. Well, pretty sure it was only beer, not a full liquor store. Might have had soft drinks. New lore drop. I thought you didn't like liquor. He's more of a biomechanical cyborg. I think I fixated too much on the body horror sci-fi stuff. I'm trying to think. I mean, if this is what you mean by the body horror, then maybe. I feel like the body horror is kind of the point of the story, though, because it's a horror to him, too. It's more just the, granted, I'm just referring to it as description, just, over-describing it. But it's more, making us wonder, what are the different choices? Why is one forgivable? Stuff like that. In his proto-backstory, he was more an artificially made human, while I changed it here, and he was born as a baby with a congenital disease. Gotcha. He lives on an island that suffered to a corrupting cataclysm that is mutilating people and animals into very much insane supernatural cyborgs. Oh, so it's not interesting. Okay. Yeah, I got the impression that, I think from this line, that both choices were made by somebody else to help him live. That he was a baby and something was wrong and somebody made a choice to alter his body to help him live. And then this time, once again, something terrible happened to him, potentially in this cataclysm, that somebody was like, we gotta change him into a reptile for him to live. But no, it's the cataclysm itself that changed people into reptile creatures. Gotcha. That is interesting. I do like that idea. More like a degenerative disease. Gotcha. I was trying to portray that his shapeshifting wasn't perfect or even good at it. Let's see, where was that? Well, you said approximate normal human, but the lines that delineated his biomechanical organs are still there, along with recent scars. That seemed human enough to me. Yes, there's in your picture there, he does have, the lines and stuff, but, and granted, I don't know if that's him fully shapeshifted or not, but, it didn't give me the impression that he was bad at it, or that he didn't look human. It just felt like, yeah, he looks human, he just has some, lines on his face, so I actually didn't get the impression that he that it was imperfect. I thought it was human enough, to pass. Yeah, Sarah says, I was wondering about that, but I didn't know how to ask without sounding rude, like I was making assumptions. Yeah, that's very fair. I think I know what you're referring to there, about the me thing. That is fair. Another point is that this recent incident is that they're trying to get back their island, but he and the rest of the civilians and sane people are trying to get the island back. Oh, so like it makes other people go insane. That makes sense. His shape-shifting is a recent thing. He's never practiced before. Okay, so it was a result of the cataclysm as well. Gotcha. Shape-shifting being subconscious would be an interesting concept. You're right. The markings on his body are a literal thing. His shape-shifting cannot get rid of the certain details. It's my excuse here. That's why the haunting part. Gotcha. I'm trying to decide if you needed to focus on that more. Because you did say it. Like, you did say, you know, the red scales and the scars it's still on him. Actually, I guess scars, to me, doesn't imply what you're meaning it to imply. You're meaning it to imply, like, the robot lines are actually very visible. And so I don't know exactly how to say that, because even I'm saying robot lines, and that's not a great way to describe that. But if you could describe that, you know, more clearly, you know, maybe like the panels of his robotic appearance, or the lines that showed, you know, his robotic appearance would never go away, you know, something like that, maybe. And that is what you were saying, approximate. Gotcha. Lizard, like, yes, try orange-colored slips that makes you look like a predator. Gotcha. The corrupted change is traumatic and painful and also traumatize the soul. Yeah, that's very fair. So the amount of pain you received will either make you go catatonic or violently insane. Oh, gotcha. In fact, the early draft was something. A recent bodily change. Weird thing is, here he had forgiven his parents because the operation that turned him into a biomechanical cyborg since childhood did not die to being born with a terrible nondescript wasting disease. I was meaning to say identity crisis. Okay, so in fact, the early draft was identity crisis, recent bodily change. That seems like that's what this is. I don't see it as anything but an identity crisis. So now I have another question. So, I mean, you do say biomechanical, but I don't know if biomechanical is meaning like there's parts of him that are human and parts of him that are mechanical, or if it means the robot parts are still like biological parts. But if it's the former, if he really has robot parts, how did the cataclysm work on him? How is it? Because presumably it changes purely bio creatures, and so how was it able to change him if he is, you know, part not bio? He was a person in the mirror. I don't think I did a good job with that one. I mean, I like the idea that you have going for you there. I mean, I wonder if just saying like, who are you? You know, who is this person in the mirror? That actually might have worked better for me. I wanted to be deliberately opposed to the prompt. I wonder what you mean by that, because this absolutely feels like a point of no return. Like, it doesn't sound like he can go back to being a normal human who is not a reptile person. So it definitely seemed like it fulfilled the prompt straight to me. Never want to make my stories dour. Well, that's something I appreciate, for sure. Wanted to come across as bittersweet and reflective instead of dour as hell. That's fair. Like giving you a tone of just a sense of slight melancholy rather than hopelessness. Yeah, that's very fair. I don't really call it slight. I think I'd call it melancholy with slight hopefulness at the end, if that makes sense. Yeah, he looks messed up. Yeah, I do draw them. Oh, that's awesome! I didn't know you were an artist. That's really cool. I get paid again in 2 weeks. Might get my tax return before then. Gotcha. Island of Dr. Moreau thing. Gotcha. Aracnar! Hi! Hi! Yeah! Exactly. Aggressively hugs. This is more like an early arc version of himself. Gotcha. Aracnar, yep, I'm late for the stream. What do you mean you're late for the stream? You haven't been here for months. I don't expect you here at all. I don't expect you to show up on time. Your presence is appreciated whenever you show up. Very busy day, but I got a small moment. I wanted to see if the old crew was still kicking and being awesome. Yes, we are. Aw, also I miss you guys a lot. We miss you. How many tales are we on? We are on our third encore. Our fourth is not unlocked, but I'm trying to decide if I want to use my monthly powers on it. Yes, come back. Yeah. He's more like a walking warframe. Interesting. Biomechanical in real life means the mechanics of biology. Gotcha. Aracnar, I'd love to come back, really, but things are a bit complicated right now. But I'm glad to at least be able to see you guys a bit. Yes, we're glad to see you. Swing by more often, at least. Drop by the council chat. Yes, please. Love the new decor, indeed. Pretty on brand. Oh yeah, this is just for the spring. Have you ever seen the custom one I got? I'd show it to you, but my computer doesn't know the pathways anymore, so I don't think I can show it to you right now, but I'm glad you like the spring decor. Yes, hello, long time no see. Aww, I hate myself a stranger, sorry for that. I don't think you'll ever be a stranger. Biomechanical is more like using mechanics, the branch of physics, and applying it to biology. So I graduated from a biology program and knew a biomechanics professor. Well, you sound like you're pretty knowledgeable in it. Yes, we're very happy to see you, Aracnar, for sure. Oh, you always draw every day. Nice. That's really cool. The penultimate week is next week. There are 2 more weekends. I should know. 2 weeks from now, I'm going to comic book convention. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, then I was meaning to say biotech then. Oh, well, now we need to define biotech. What do you mean by biotech? It's a kitty. If I let you out, you're just gonna want back in. You are. Well... Even though I really like Decoy's story and I really want to read it, I feel like because there's 2 more weeks in the month and one of the weeks is Easter week, I feel like I probably should save it. But you guys feel free to let me know what is your vote? Read Decoys or don't. Or save the monthly powers. Actually, well, why don't you make a poll and have one of the options be read Decoys and the other one be save the monthly powers for another week, or however much of that you can fit. And then I'm going to take a little bathroom break, and I'll let you guys vote while I do my bathroom break. I don't know why drinking the honey water makes me have to go to the bathroom unlike any other water. Even though I'm always chugging water, it's only the honey water that gets me. Stand by? Yeah, stand by. There we go. Okay. Cut and then go over here. And then go over here. And then go over here. I have returned. Oh, right. We're still... we're still in the midst of a song. Okay, hold on. Okay. Alright, so far we have 2 votes for read the story and 1 for not. Let's see. Magistrate, I'm going to be honest, I'm kind of selfish in my vote. I work next weekend, and then, as I said, comic book convention the Saturday after. Sam says, I say save it because I have the kind of anxiety that makes you hoard things in video games. That's fair. Now we have 3 for Reed. There are 2 more weekends in the month this month. Oh yeah, you already said that. that was from a while ago. What in the flea is this song? I couldn't hear it. Oh yeah, I didn't tell you what you've been listening to. You've been listening to Server Hop and Suspension. Server Hop is probably the flea sounding one. Alright. There's only a little bit of time left, so if you don't want me to read it, start voting. Aren't all votes inherently selfish? Please don't answer that. I mean, it kind of depends on, I don't know, what you're voting for and why and how you're voting, because sometimes, like, I guess, actually, I have an example of a non-selfish vote. In my sophomore year of high school, we had a writing contest, and like a writing short stories contest. It's one of my favorite things that I did in high school. Like, I think I told you guys before about how in like elementary school we had book fairs, and I love that too, but there was something about this short story contest that just, like, it was so cool. I just loved it. And what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, and so if I recall, our teacher basically picked, like, I think it was the top 3. Our teacher picked the top 3, among, the class. And mine was in the top 3, and so was my friend's. And, we got our votes back, and we were allowed to vote for ourselves. I still have no idea who she voted for. And we're gonna read Decoy's story. It had 4 votes in the end. Use your powers, says Harris. Alright, so we'll read that in a second after I finish my story. But we were allowed to vote for ourselves. She said nothing against that, and they were completely anonymous, so you just had to write them down and send them to her. And I have no idea if my friend voted for herself or anything. And I like stared at the page and I thought about it, and I was like, I really want to vote for myself, but I'm not going to. I'm going to vote for my friend. And my friend did win. And I have no idea if my vote was any sort of deciding factor in that. But yeah, so, like, I could have absolutely made a very selfish vote there, and I didn't. So yes, votes don't have to be selfish. Alright. Let's go on to decoys then. And to be fair, like, this is the closest, that we've gotten to unlocking all 4 in a while, or at least in the stream since Anime Wiccan was here. So, you know, there's something to be said. We got close. Alrighty, Ragnar, hey, I found my way to this channel again. Yay! Great to see you. Alright. Nothing Ventured by Decoy. 346 words. Be careful doing things you can't undo. Once you're over the precipice, there's nothing but a steep drop. Kate sips her beer. But what if I fly instead? What if she says yes? Emma's not gay, Liz. You don't know that. Maybe she's bi and we've just never seen her with a girl. I play with my hair. The blue ends were fading, turning a rather unflattering mottled seaweed color. Kate stared at me with glaring disapproval. You work with her every day. Don't make the office hell for yourself. I look out the window at the daffodils. Quiet. I sit beside her in a meeting. She's gorgeous. A goddess from heaven. And my thoughts are sending me straight to hell. Hey, Emma. Could I nick a pen? Why am I blushing? What is this rush of heat to my face? I'm 33, not 13. She hands one over wordlessly, smiling brilliantly. I feel the touch of her skin, her delicate hands. She has little ladybugs painted on her nails. I swoon. It's summer, and the heat outside matches the one growing inside me. I bring Emma a pumpkin spice latte. We've been meeting for coffee for weeks now. I can talk now without stammering. We gossip, we click, we talk about bands. There's a show soon. I'm going to ask her to come. Fuck what Kate thinks. We trudge through the snow to the gig. I slip on the ice. She catches me, and I feel my heart burst. It's not a date, I remind myself. We're just friends. It's just something normal girls do. The music is explosive, pounding, tearing through me. I dance maniacally. I expected Emma to bop gracefully like a queen. Instead, it's primal, tantalizing, kind of threatening, too. I bounce to her, and she embraces me. Just girls being friends. Yep, nothing sapphic here. She looks into my eyes, and I melt. I shouldn't kiss her, I shouldn't. My thoughts are broken by the warmth of her lips, the softness of her touch, her questing tongue. I'm flying. Throw those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. The beginning has some very strong The Fool tarot card imagery. I don't know enough about tarot cards to know what you mean there. Alright. And Decoy's note. Hi readers, something a bit different from me today. I don't think I've ever written romance before, except cliches and all the subtlety of a hammer. A Point of No Return really made me think of that moment where a relationship turns from one state to another and you can't go back to how things were. I also wanted to use the multiple scenes challenge to see if I could set the story over a year. Please let me know if any of these things worked. I feel like anchoring in one perspective limits the piece, but maybe that's for the best. In any case, thanks for reading. I read your note late. I like read the story at least twice, I think, before I read your note at all. And then you were like, "Hi, I've never written romance before," and I was like, "You haven't?" Like, I haven't written romance before. Narrator. And he proceeded to drop one of the cutest romances into our group. But yes, obviously I like the story. I used my monthly unlock powers for it. So, you know, enjoy the compliment, I guess. Let's see. Title works super well for the story that in the end we do in fact gain, you know, by venturing. I think that the intro works very well, asterisk. I'll talk about the maybe critique I have for the intro later. But I do like it. I do like the setup of like, hey, like, you don't know if this is gonna ruin things for your relationship or for your office, irreparably. So, be careful.
Kitty. box.
And I think that's a very dynamic way to introduce things, because you could have just introduced things with Liz looking at Emma and being like, wow, she's a goddess, I love her, but I don't know if she's gay, you know? But having it in this dynamic way of talking to her friend, and it's not just like, you don't know if she's gay, but it's, once you're over the precipice, you can't bring it back, you know, talking in point of no return terms. It's very dynamic. It really introduces things well. Love the callback. I love the what if I fly instead and then I'm flying. I actually didn't catch it until the second time I read it, and I was like, that's so good. And this time it gave me goosebumps. So that, I think that was super, super well done. And it's neat because it's like a very simple thing. Like, it's almost, I don't know if it's cliche, but, you know, I don't know. If it just saying, like, what if I fly isn't super powerful, and saying at the end, I'm flying, also isn't super powerful. But having them connect makes it super powerful. I'm also kind of curious, knowing where the story goes. You know, that she says, like, definitively she's not gay, and then she says, you know, we don't know that. And so I'm curious what the knowledge they have is. I'm curious if she actually is gay and they misinterpreted, you know, whatever they saw of her with a guy, or if they really didn't see anything. And Kate's over here making assumptions, you know. I like the hair detail.
Kitty. Oh, you came out of the box. Yes, baby. Baby.
I like the detail about the hair. That's fun. I don't know. It's not necessary at all, but it would have been kind of cute if you, like, mentioned at the end that she re-dyed her hair, or she dyed her hair a different color. Maybe it's Emma's favorite color or something like that. To also go along with the passage of time. I really like the daffodils as the spring indicator. I think that's neat. Though granted, as I think about that, when they're drinking beer, I think that it's in the evening, and so it's a little weird that, you know, there's daffodils out there at night, but not that big a deal. I think this line works super well. I like what is this rush of heat? You know, I'm 33. I like that indicator of how old she is, and I like the, like, I don't know, it feels like an alien inhabiting a human body for the first time, being like, what is this rush of heat? That it's like, so, how dare you blush, face? You know, that it sounds like that. That's really cute. I love the detail about the ladybugs. Totally feels like something that somebody, you know, who's in love with somebody would notice. I don't know how I feel about the I swoon thing. Like, let's look up what the definition of swoon is. Thesaurus' first one is pass out. To faint, lose consciousness. To enter a state of hysterical rapture or ecstasy. A fainting or fainting fit. Syncope? Okay, so I think it's enter a state of rapture or ecstasy. Okay, so, yeah, it's not wrong. I think that works then. I guess I just don't usually... Maybe I just don't usually see it. And then, yeah, I like the summer mention is great, and then going straight into the autumn mention. And then, you know, that's where I noticed the season thing in the first time I read it. It's funny that I stammered on the line, we can talk without stammering. But I like I think I'll talk about it more at the end, but I like the passage of time. I like that it's like, Emma, could I nick a pen? And then now they can talk, and now... You know, not only that, like, they're clicking, they're talking about bands and stuff like that. I And then I like all the, like, yeah, not a date. This is just what girls do. Yep, girls being friends. It reminds me of, I don't know how easy I can find it, but Alex Myers, I think it was his video on Exo Kitty. I think it was the first one where there is a lesbian romance in there, and then he was talking about how all his lesbian friends like told him about what it's like, and it's exactly like this. It's just like, yeah, like we're just friends. Like she totally isn't into me, and then she is, you know. So at least according to that video, this is very accurate. Very cute. Oh yeah, and I do like the slipping on the ice. Very cute. Music is explosive. Great description. I said it's primal, tantalizing, kind of threatening too. I like that. I think that's a very evocative description. But I also, when I first read it, I actually thought that this was indicating, oh wait, actually I'm not into her. That like they actually have their first, real date or approximation of a real date. And then she's like, oh, actually I'm kind of a little bit grossed out by her. And so I think that maybe a little more indication that she's into it, might be good. And then it is great that it ends with, I shouldn't kiss her. I shouldn't. And then Emma kisses Liz instead. That's very cute. And a great little ending. I'm super curious. As someone who doesn't experience sexual attraction, so I actually had this in my Valentine's story that, yes, I put a lot, maybe too much of myself into Savion. But his thing of like, yeah, kissing sounds fine. Our tongues visiting each other's mouths sounds less so. Yeah, that's how it sounds to me too. And so I'm super curious if her questing tongue sounds super cute and heartwarming and romantic to people who do experience sexual attraction. Because to me, I'm like, oh yeah, the warmth of her lips, so cute, heartwarming, softness of her touch, so cute, heartwarming, her questing tongue. Not loving ending on that image, but I think that's probably just me. It's probably a very sweet and cute and heartwarming image to everybody else. But I did think it's kind of funny, and I am kind of interested. If like to you guys, if it to anybody else, it's also like, not the best image to end on. But, and I know I'm in the middle of an ad, but I want to finish the thought. I do get that it's meant to show, hey, for sure it's Emma doing it. Like, for sure Emma's into it, and Emma is instigating it. Which is good. Which is good to know. Just leaves me with, like, I don't want to say a sour taste in my mouth. It leaves me with a tongue taste in my mouth, and I'm not loving that. Alright, I'll let the ad play. Aw. Aracnar says, not trying to hijack the chat, but is Darlene around these days? I almost miss her a lot, and I've been thinking about her recently. I've started trying my hand at woodworking, and I'd love to talk to her about it. Aw. Yeah, Darlene hasn't been chatting much. Like, I mean, you guys can feel free to tag Darlene, because I'm sure Darlene would be happy to hear that. If Darlene is still here, I assume they are. I was about to make that joke, how dare you, the tongue taste in your mouth. Eddie says, she mostly looks around, hasn't been very active, but is always watching, as long as she's not in bed or at work. Fair. Yeah, I'm sure she'd be down to start a conversation about woodworking if it weren't like 4 a.m. in Germany right now. Well, I mean, so maybe other people think the etiquette is different, but yeah, look, you're missed. Perfect. Personally, I think it's fine to tag someone when they're not awake, because at least for me, like, my phone's always on Do Not Disturb, and so if you tag me, it's not gonna wake me up, it's not gonna bother me. But I don't know if other people think it's rude to tag them in the night, because I know other people don't have their phones on Do Not Disturb. And so I don't know if that, means if you tag somebody, they might wake up. But I always am thinking, yeah, just tag them now and they'll see it in the morning. Like, whatever. I'd rather tag them and have them have the opportunity to see it than forget about it and have them never see it, Writer of Thought has been quiet too as well, you're right. Writer's on a different server of mine and has been posting memes, so I know that they're around and alive, but yeah, just busy. 15 seconds. Ryder! I miss her a lot as well. Well, you can tag Ryder too. I don't think Ryder's asleep. Oh, I just see Aerith's. I pictured a tongue on a quest. Just imagining a tongue in Frodo's attire. Okay, before I go into the awesomeness of the chat's response to that, I do want to talk about one of my big critiques that I don't know that that's a worthy critique, but it's like one of the only critiques I have to talk about, and I do think it's an interesting discussion, so I am going to talk about it, which is that, when I first read it, especially not reading your note, I felt like the fact that it was a yes, that Emma was into her, actually detracted from the prompt use to me, because especially setting up the story as like, hey, FYI, this is a point of no return, you might ruin your relationship forever. That's absolutely a point of no return of like, especially in this case, if like she's not gay, then like, yeah, you could definitely ruin your relationship with her and the office forever. But to me, getting into a relationship isn't necessarily a point of no return, because absolutely relationships break up all the time. And just because you're super in love with this person and because they love you back, or at least like you back, doesn't necessarily mean that will last forever. And so I look at that and I go, well, next week you could decide, oh, I was in love with a fantasy. Practically, I don't actually like her. That next week you could be like, oh, wait, actually, no, let's return, and I think it also has to do with the use, like, what your definition of the word return is, because I think about it and I'm like, well, if they break up, they can go from romantic relationship return to non-romantic relationship. Or they can go from romantic relationship to never talking to each other. Like, both of those seem like a return to me, because there was a time where they hadn't met and they never talked, and there was a time where they weren't romantically involved. And so if they break up, then, they can then they can return. And so a kiss, getting into a relationship, doesn't automatically to me read as an absolute point of no return. But it sounded like from your note that you were saying, like, point of no return made me think of where a relationship turns from one state to another. You can't go back to how things were. And so it sounds like you were thinking of it in a very different way. And I can see what you're saying in the sense of, hey, even if they break up, their relationship won't be what it was before. It won't be the friendship it was before, and they won't be who they were when they didn't know each other. And so in that sense, I can understand that. And I also, like, you might have been intending to imply, like, yeah, they get married, it's a happily ever after, they don't break up and stuff like that by writing it for this prompt. Meow. But, I didn't know for sure by the end. And you're already doing time skips, and granted, I don't think you had any words for it, but since you're already doing time skips, you could have had a time skip to their weddings to really clarify, yeah, they're locked in. You could honestly, like, yeah, it is saying it a little explicitly, and so I understand wanting to avoid this, but if you ended on, or if you had in the end, the line of, like, I can never go back, something like that, honestly, that could have helped the prompt a little more for me, like, showing, like, yeah, things can't go back to the way they were before. So yeah, I don't know if that's just me. Nobody else I've talked to has had that issue with the story. And so maybe I'm just being nitpicky with that. But like I said, I don't have much else to critique. My main thought afterwards was just that I don't know that it's a point of no return. But, you know, especially reading your note, I do like what you were intending with there, and I do like that application of even if they do break up, things can never go back to the way they were. That is pretty cool. And I forgot to say, I do really like the seasons thing. The seasons thing is so cool. I really like how you used the my challenge of writing multiple, you know, vignettes. I think that worked super well. It told a whole cohesive story. It wasn't confusing. And I really like that it was over a long period of time. And I think that's a really neat way to write about a relationship. I think that's part of why this story was so striking as a romance, because often our stories are one scene. And so it would be just the kiss, or just the beginning, or just the middle. And so having it be all these things, all these emotions, like, hey, don't ruin things. Oh, but she's amazing, though. Hey, we're starting to click. Hey, we're going to go on our date that's not a date. Hey, we're actually getting together, you know. I think that worked really well and really made me get invested in their romance. And I love how your indicators of the seasons and how that shows the passage of time over the year. I think that's really neat. So yeah, I thought it was really cool. Let's see what folks have been saying. A lot of chat about this one. Aracnar, about the tarot card thing. The whole idea of the fool is like the credulous guys that has the guts to walk over the precipice. You will fall. I may, yep, but what if I fly instead? It is the credulous fool that might be working on unexpected ideas that might just work if things are not as expected. Ah, okay. That's neat. I really like the use of the prompt, says Aracnar, and how it has high stakes in a very personal, dramatic way, but is so low stakes in the way that is very, like, everyday drama. That's a great point. Yeah, that you set up the stakes at the beginning of, like, hey, like, your relationship and your office dynamics are going to get ruined. And that feels like a really high stakes. Because it's so personal, because it's everyday, I feel like it feels like higher stakes to me than a big, dramatic, the world is in the balance kind of story. That's really interesting. Fell first, fell harder trope. Aw. Talking about a song I don't know. Unless that's the, like, all the things she said running through my head song, then I know it. Or I know part of it. I think I know that in a mashup. I still find it incredibly curious how it was basically a marketing gimmick, but it was a creative product of its time regardless. Interesting. Swan is clearly past tense of swan. Oh, Eddie. I love your chaos. Was it last year? I don't know. Time is a weird soup, Sam. And space is some lame-ass saltiness. Whenever the term hysterical appears in a description, the entomologist in me dies a little. Well, now I'm very curious about that, because all I know about hysterical is, like, hysteria has to do with, like, I don't actually know what the word is, but, like, hysterectomy is, like, hyst is, like, the womb, and so I know hysterical was, like, a very misogynistic, like, or came from a misogynistic place of, like, you're being a hysterical woman. But, oh no, you did say etymologist, not entomologist, and I was like, what does that have to do with bugs, though? No, maybe you are talking about exactly what I'm talking about. Just gals being pals. But will they be roommates? Intimidating might be a better word than threatening. Instead it's primal, tantalizing. Kind of intimidating, too. Yeah, that does work better, yeah. Uh-oh, it sounds erotic. It's not cute. It's sexual and rather aggressive. Are you talking about the kiss thing, or are you talking about the threatening thing? Yeah, we're past the cute and lovey-dovey. Yeah, okay, I think you are talking about the kiss thing. Okay, so yeah, it goes past cutesy into erotic. Yeah, I'm wolf on that assessment. Aerith, I didn't find it particularly cute. It is kind of weird turn of phrase to me. It made me picture a giant tongue in a suit of armor in a D&D game riding a horse into battle. Glorious. I love the way your brain works. Yeah, tongue when you're not expecting tongue. It is gross, even when you're okay with tongue. Fair. I mean, clearly she was cool with it, but I feel like I'm more with ya on that. It's such a striking image, such a striking phrasing. So I read it as questioning tongue, as though she wants to put more intimacy into the gesture, but is pausing to read the reaction and receive consent. That might work better. My thoughts are broken up by the warmth of her lips, the softness of her touch, her questioning tongue. Did I say questioning? There's a chance I might have said it. Now that I'm saying it, that sounds familiar. But yeah, actually, that does work better for me if it was questioning to do exactly what you said of like, oh, you cool? And like, yeah, I'm cool. It's a phrase that's only positive because it implies a feeling of passion and intensity, not because the act is desirable. But aren't people who experience sexual attraction, don't you guys like it though? Don't you guys like the tongue? Pigeon meme, but don't you like tongue? Oh. No, I want to play a giant sentient tongue in an RPG, yes. How to make that a City of Mist character. It's one of the most malleable muscle I can wield a warhammer with just those muscles, I'm sure of it. Now I'm imagining an entire RPG party that is just body parts. It's just like a hand like thing for the Addams family. It's a tongue and a suit of armor. I don't know, it's a strand of hair. It's a toe. Tongue Adventures, a high fantasy video game except the setting is post-Lovecraftian apocalypse, so everyone is a case of body horror and the protagonist is just a tongue. Wild. Lovecraftian post-apocalypse? Nah, bro. Post-Lovecraftian apocalypse. Totally different. Which begs the question, what is post-Lovecraftian? Would there be a post after Lovecraftian? Protagonist, just a tongue. Is this a valid prompt idea? What is post Lovecraftian? That sounds like a valid prompt. Never change, Aracnar. Okay, let's see what folks have been saying. The chat. Aracnarquista! Yes. Well, then it quickly became Kaylee being like, Aracnarquista! Its realism is chronologically contemporary with Lovecraft, but he was an old-timer, so there's an argument that all vanguards are aesthetically post-Lovecraftian. Miko, a critique that's been bugging me. I've heard anyone call a performance a gig. I assume you meant not. I've not heard anyone call a performance a gig unless they were the ones performing. Otherwise, it's a show or performance. Oh yeah, that's fair. I think I've heard it that way too. I keep my habit of being the institutionally accepted maker of messes. So I don't know if you've heard about, Doc's name is Doc the Chaos Bringer. And Eddie's name for a while was, Apophis Incarnate. Because on one stream, I was like, you're always bringing the chaos. What's the Egyptian chaos god? And so there's been a lot of talk about, who brings the chaos to the chat. But I think we're learning you are the original and the highest tier chaos bringer. You're the arch chaos bringer above the other chaos bringers. This is a title of honor, by the way. He was joking around about melting clocks. This is the state of the world after a Lovecraftian story. Yes, Eddie. I'll have you know that Documenter has been officially credited as the Chaos Bringer, and I've been officially asked by Kaylee as to whether there's a god of chaos in ancient Egypt to reflect me. So we've kept the flame alight. Yes, you're Arachnar's chaos minions to keep the chaos flame alive. Interesting. Arachnar, I play vampire. I assume Vampire the Masquerade. My most recognized character is a worshiper of Self that set. Make of that what you will. I don't know who that god is. Look, we all know the tongue would be a barbarian. Fair. A pet must be tamed. There is manageable chaos and an unmanageable chaos. Set is the hero. Fight me. Nice. So Set is unmanageable chaos? Eddie, I would if I were still using Pep as my nickname on Discord, but I want to keep the Yu-Gi-Oh gag going. Nice. Arachnar is more than a chaos bringer. He's part of the council. The call is coming from inside the house. Yes. Beautiful, beautiful. Oh, I love that. The Flesh Horse approves. Chaos has found a way in. Chaos was invited in. Chaos has lived here since the dawn of time. Which, to be honest, my favorite aesthetics are similar to the works of Hieronymus Bosch. You're into the butt flowers? An enjoyer of the classics, I see. Yes. By the way, Saturn eating a sun is pretty tame. Oh gosh. I don't know how much I've seen, but I've seen the Garden of Eden of Hieronymus Bosch, and I feel like there's an argument that that's tamer just because when you just look at it, you don't see the butt flowers. You know? You don't see the horrors just looking at it. You're like, oh, interesting garden, very busy. But when you see Saturn eating his sun, that's all that you see. That's all that you can see. So I feel like, in a way, that's less tame for that reason. Eddie, I'd probably be quieter if the server didn't have so many opportunities for me to be a class clown over here. Work's been pushing me a lot lately. I'm glad that we give you opportunities to be a class clown. You're kind of like versatile, be both the class clown and the straight guy. I do what must be done for the gag to be applied properly. Oh, Arachnar, my typing today is abysmal. The narrator, his typing today had been fantastic. Also, he's using words like abysmal and typing them properly. There's Luna. I'm alive, strangely alive. Oh, that actually though, not just as a joke, strangely alive is a great prompt. Somebody put that in either the council chat or the prompt brainstorming chat. Strangely alive. Butt flowers, acceptable or unacceptable prompt. Unfortunately or fortunately, I think that's an unacceptable one. Butt flowers? Is that like Kitty Butt Feast feasting on nectar? What? That making no sense. We don't actually know if the painting is Saturn devouring his sun. Oh, really? 600-year-old butt song from hell. Oh gosh. It seems that it's not, as the figure is a Conan being eating piecemeal rather than an infant being swallowed whole. I mean, that sounds like it's called Saturn eating a sun, but you're being pedantic about it. Kaylee, you're making me blush and I shouldn't. I'm the guest character today. I'm glad I could bring a little chaos to your chaos. I want to see, like, if I can show you the butt flowers and have it, and if it's to NSFW. There is like a meme about it. It would be, oh gosh, there's a butt song. There's a song on somebody's butt. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the butt flowers. Somebody quote me on that. Oh, there's a song being played on somebody's butt. I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for the butt flowers. Yeah. Maybe I got the wrong artist. It's really not coming up. And now I'm getting vases that are butts with flowers. Again, not what I'm looking for. Here. Let's see if it's Bing's fault. Oh, yeah. Yep. Google is willing to give it to me. I don't know if it's too erotic or too NSFW. It's just kind of bodies, but I'll put it in the private chat. There's your butt flowers. Thanks to Google. Thanks Google for the butt flowers. Let me also show you the butt music. Yeah, that looks like Bosch, alright, says Eddie. And there's the butt music. Goyo did not give titles to his paintings, or if he did, he never revealed them. Most names used for them are designations employed by art historians. Okay, so yes, accurate, factual thing. Gotcha. I'm not looking for the butt song. I'm looking for the butt flowers. I don't think I can put that sheet music on my piano. Yeah, I think it is in the Gardens of Earthly Delight. Uh-huh. Yep. Yep, I think it is. Makes me think of a mashup of two songs. What in the Butt and Chocolate Rain? I don't know either of these songs. It was one of his black paintings found after his death and was never mentioned during his life. Gotcha. Now I'm imagining Aracnar as a spider guest character in a fighting game, except you don't even fight, you just break people's minds. Oh, fair. Looking for the buffalo. Somebody clip that, good lord. Yeah. Marx, I love randomly popping into the weirdest quotes, yes. Isn't that the boss character in the game from the Inscription creator? Nope, but Buttflowers is indeed Bosch. Marx, I don't even know why we're looking for Buttflowers, but I'm here for the ride. Somebody mentioned Hieronymus Bosch, and I was like, you're into the Buttflowers? And then I kept talking about it to the point where I had to look it up. But check out the stream chat for the Buttflowers. There's no clef, so you can't even play it. There's no measures. He just felt something in his heart. There's no way to read it, but it was the music he felt deep in his butt. So much so he had to get it tattooed on his butt. I think that's an older attempt at codifying sheet music, yeah. Oh, he felt something alright. I'm just not sold it was his heart that felt it. Exactly. Now the real question, will the butt flowers make it on the stream VOD? Do you mean the visuals or the audio? Because the audio will absolutely make it on. I mean, it is a famous painting. Like, what do you guys think? Do you think Twitch would find it acceptable if I show the butt flowers of a famous painting? Or do you think Twitch will get mad at me? There's an infamous movie about a Roman emperor that had butt flowers. Oh, I didn't know about this. What kind of butt flowers are these? Is this Hanahaki's disease, but out of the butt? Or is this a terrible non-romantic disease? Is this, something that they put in his dead body? Kitty, excuse me, what the hell? I mean, we're already talking about butt flowers. Are you really surprised? I feel like if YouTube will allow it, I feel like this has to be the title of the stream, just butt flowers. Alrighty, Rue. Well, with butt flowers on the mind, it's time to reveal the prompts for next week. I think Twitch would have more issues with the nudity. Yeah, that's very fair. I pulled it up on that screen with the sheet music butt, and I love that there's just a guy pointing at it that's like, yeah, right here. This is the music. Oh my gosh. Too good. Alright, where is the Secrets of Portrait at? Alright. Next week's prompt, the Easter week prompt is... Well, not is yet. In third place, whoa. That is wild. I didn't realize how many ties there were. In third place, we have a 4-way tie, all with 12, between Gimme Chocolate, yeah, about that, It's a Bunny Story, First Dawn of Spring, and He is Risen. Then in second place, also a tie, each with 15 votes, we have Give It 3 Days and Resurrection Song. But our winner, with 24 votes, almost 10 votes more than second place, is A Great Sacrifice. So thank you guys so much for submitting Easter prompts. I think you guys did a great job of submitting those. I guess I'll say now, I wasn't sure if I should say something before, but be careful about pun prompts, I guess. Because, so I think this is an example of a pun prompt that works. About that, it's a bunny story. It's riffing on, it's a funny story, but it's a bunny story. And so it's yeah, this'll be a funny story about bunnies, presumably. Though I guess it could be a terrible story about bunnies. It's just a bunny story. So I think that works as a prompt. That changes the meaning. It makes it interesting. But some of the prompts were just excellent and very exciting. And I don't know if that's enough to veto, but the prompt is very exciting. And do you think that's a good prompt? I don't think it's a great one. It would work, but it's not a great prompt. And adding eggs into it doesn't necessarily make it a better prompt. I don't mean to bash on anybody's prompt, but because a lot of people were doing it, I did kind of want to call it out that puns don't make for the best prompts. I really want you to be thinking about, what are you going to do with stories with this? Yes, you could say that the prompts are a bit exaggerated. Yes. Yeah, it's exciting doesn't really work. It's a little too vague. Yeah, agreed. But other than that, I really liked the prompts that you submitted. I think you guys really delivered on my request for Easter prompts, so I'm really grateful for that. So thanks for doing that. I totally understand why Great Sacrifice. One is, I think it is a more generic one, but I do think it still works for Easter because, of course, referring to Jesus' sacrifice on the cross. I think it won over here, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah, it won by a lot, so it won over here. But, and also, by the way, I really liked being able to get a totally new roster of emojis, to throw out there. That it was really fun to pick those. Yeah, puns work, but only when they're not vague. Yep. But anyways, so to talk about the actual prompt, this is a pretty grand and very versatile prompt. So it's kind of hard to figure out what to talk about because it's just like, yeah, it's a great sacrifice, your character might sacrifice their life for another. They might sacrifice a limb. They might sacrifice, their dream job for, their loved one. They might sacrifice their loved one for their dream job. It could be a positive or a negative. It could be, a wonderful, good sacrifice that, like Jesus' sacrifice. It could be, giving up your life for someone you love. It could be this beautiful thing. But it could be like, nope, I want to do what I want to do, and I don't care if my family suffers. That kind of thing. You can sacrifice things for bad reasons, too. It could be a literal, altar and ritual sacrifice. That, oh yeah, we got a great sacrifice today. We got a great goat here. It could be that it's a great sacrifice, but they never are sacrificed. So it could be this would be a great sacrifice, but it never actually happens. You could talk about it like that. Arachnic anarchists and butt flowers. Nice. Here I was feeling it to be inappropriate, said Aerith. As long as Twitch is okay with it, I think YouTube will be okay with it. I mean, we'll see. YouTube has never gotten mad at me for any of the things I've talked about in the VODs before, so I don't think it would get mad at this, but we'll see. I watch the Game Grumps, and they get a lot more NSFW than butt flowers. And YouTube allows them. Oh gosh, yeah, I can't remember the name, just the scene. The guy sticks a flower in someone's butt, just like the painting, as if he was painting a picture. So it was directly inspired by the painting. Butt flowers, the point of no return. Now I'm seeing, yeah, the butt flowers, the point of no rectum. Oh gosh. He is risen can be a terror tale. Yeah, I don't know if you're thinking of it this way, but like a zombie tale. Yeah, that's why I liked it as a prompt. I'm the one who submitted that one. I liked it because that's if you've never been to church on Easter, a lot of pastors like to do a call and response of he is risen indeed. It's very Eastery, at least to anybody who's been to church. But I feel like that's super versatile. You can make it about a zombie. You can make it about Joe who didn't get up until 12 and somebody ironically is he's risen and stuff like that. So yes. Yes, so I don't think Bunny's story works at all. That's fair. That was when I was a little bit unsure about. The reason I let it through was the reasons I just said, but I think that could be a fair one to potentially veto. And a great sacrifice is a great prompt. What did we have to sacrifice for this great prompt? I guess all the other prompts. And Marx, I could very much make a story about someone being excited about eggs. Yeah, and I think somebody else said this, but that's kind of the only story you could make out of it. A great sacrifice is very open on its possibilities, has a strong theme. Yes, exactly. Diving is still abysmal. Sentient eggs that are very happy. That's two. You mean like the egg boys from Aspen Hotel? Fair enough. Aracnar just said, and then was like, my type is still abysmal. And Eddie said, I thought this is an attempt at showcasing an example of bad prompt. I did too, actually. Is a bad prompt. Think of oneself as the one hatching the egg of its own future. Whatever they recognize as themselves can be a sacrifice for what they can be. Ooh, yeah. Minus the egg stuff, but yeah, sacrificing yourself for your future, yeah. Or yeah, that could be great, like sacrificing now for the future. And it could even be something as simple as like teaching a kid about that. Teaching a kid, hey, you can have one M&M now, or you can wait until later. You can have two M&Ms, or you can clean your room and then you can have two M&Ms. And it's like, oh, if I sacrifice now, then I can have better tomorrow. Better, later. Yeah. True. There is a subtle difference between, my God, he's risen, and, oh my God, he's risen. He's risen because I name my bread, this loaf is Tim. Yes, Ibrahim. Quotes from Ibrahim. I'm not sure what you're saying there with does the sacrifice actually need to happen, or could the story just be about a possible sacrifice? Yes, absolutely. The story could be about a possible sacrifice that doesn't actually happen. As long as it's clear it would be a great sacrifice, then yes. I think you were trying to say cosmology, and I just was saying skeleton has a great cosmology. Is this what our universes are called? Our cosmology. Oh, amazing. What's the stream chat saying? Definition of great: of an extent, amount, or intensity considerably above the normal average. Very large and imposing, used in names of animals or plants that are larger than similar kinds. Great auk, greater, familiar. Flamingo. Marx, you've infected me. Of a city, including adjacent urban areas, like greater. Now, just imagining, like, look at this sacrifice, and it's like something really small, and it's like, no, it's a greater, and then the name. Now I'm imagined, I think it's like a quote in Big Bang Theory where Sheldon's like, there's only one monkey that's like not categorized as a great ape. And so now I'm imagining somebody bringing that ape as a sacrifice, and it's like, nope, it's not great enough. It's not a great ape. Those fake Ibrahim, yes. Two, of ability, quality, or eminence, consider, wait, I think I already did that. Oh, no, yeah. Of ability, quality, or eminence considerably above the normal or average. A title denoting the most important person of the name. Very good or satisfactory, excellent, of a person very skilled or capable in a particular area. Used to indicate that someone or something particularly deserves a specified description, denoting the element of something that is the most important and the most worthy of consideration. Used to reinforce another adjective of size or extent. Yeah, so you could have a person, a leader who's called great, and we're gonna take him down. We're gonna sacrifice him for the sake of the world, you know. Many small towns in the U.S. were flooded to make reservoirs. So, like, the greater area, you know, is flooded, or is the lesser areas flooded for the greater area? Yeah, your autocorrect really is hating you there. Try your cosmology. Atlas, the sacrifice holding up the world. Oh yeah, you can do like an ongoing sacrifice, like continually holding something up. Odin's sacrifice of his eye on the world tree. I'm realizing I don't actually know the mythology of Odin. That sounds very interesting. But yeah. You truly live in a Lovecraftian story with how the world is getting more and more distorted every time you try. Yes. Either Lovecraft or Kafka was right about the world I live in. Are you become bug? Are you waking up as a bug? I mean, I guess you always wake up as a bug if spiders are called bugs. Prometheus. Oh yeah, Prometheus giving fire to the people, but also ending up. I mean, does that count as a sacrifice? I was gonna say also getting caught and getting eaten, his liver eaten. I don't know if that's considered a sacrifice if he didn't expect to get caught. You know, a sacrifice I feel like has to be, oh man. I don't know if I could find it. Oh, and I don't know if YouTube would get mad at me if I tried. Maybe, okay, so the thing I was talking about is that there's a scene in Arcane, and I think it says season 2 scene. I think it has to be, where Mbessa talks about sacrifice. And, oh yeah, I know exactly what episode it is, yeah. She talks about sacrifice, and I forget what my rub was, but I was like, that's not sacrifice. And I think it had something to do with this, something to do with, like, you need to give it up. I think it has to do with, like, they have lost, like, family members and stuff, and, like, that really sucks. That's terrible. But I was like, I don't know that that's sacrifice necessarily, because they didn't choose to, like, give up their family members. Their family members just ended up dying through no volition of anybody. And then, later in that episode, someone volitionally sacrifices themselves. And so I was like, oh, that worked so well. And so yeah, I'd love to have that quote. So maybe I can grab that clip and throw it into the prompt announcement channel for you guys, because it's not out yet and it's gonna be a while before it's out. But I feel like that could be an interesting inspiration, you know, for that. Spiders are not insects. I didn't say insect. I said bug. Bug can be a greater category. Like, I might consider, like, a worm a bug, maybe. Still arthropods. Prometheus' name literally means foresight, so he was basically a Titan god of knowledge and foresight. So I interpreted it as him sacrificing his future, which he knew would be bad, in the name of humans, which he knew would be a net positive. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I knew his name was foresight, then Epimetheus is hindsight. But I didn't actually think about that he literally would have had foresight in that decision. That's really interesting. Really? Mueller says, to be honest, only 3 types of insects can be called bugs from a systemological standpoint. I thought bug was just a silly little term, just a silly little guy. I didn't think bug actually was like a systemological, you know, official thing. I thought it was just like, yeah, general creepy crawly equal bug. Sacrifice that which is separated as a practice, etymologically speaking. Oh yeah, why did we not get the definition of sacrifice? Let's look that up. Okay, so the offering of animal, plant, or human life, or of some material possession to a deity, as in propitiation or homage. The person, animal, or thing so offered, the surrender or destruction of something prized or desirable for the sake of something considered as having a higher or more pressing claim. The thing so surrendered or devoted. A loss incurred in selling something below its value. A sacrifice hit baseball. A batted ball, specifically a sacrifice bunt or sacrifice fly, that results in the batter being put out at first base while one or more of the base runners safely advance. A verb, to make a sacrifice or offering of, to surrender or give up or permit injury or disadvantage to for the sake of something else. To dispose of goods, property, etc., regardless of profit. That doesn't sound right. Verb, baseball, to make a sacrifice hit, to offer, make a sacrifice. Didn't know baseball was so important it deserved its own part of the definition. Yeah, I don't get the dispose of regardless of profit one, but everything else is in line with what I was talking about. Yeah, so it's like the surrender of something, you know, prized for the sake of something else. You know, that, yeah, to surrender or give something up. Yeah, so I think that goes along with what I was saying about, like, just losing your loved ones doesn't mean you sacrifice them. But if you intentionally surrender them and gave them up for the sake of something else, then that's a sacrifice. I am not writing about baseball, to no surprise, yes. To the layman, bug is basically any insect, yeah. I won't even try to understand what Anglo-Saxons call bugs. Are we Anglo-Saxons? Are we Anglo-Saxons? Categories are difficult enough in one's own language. Imagine it is such a freestyle one as modern English, yeah. To dispose regardless of profit sounds like a fancier way of saying to get rid of something regardless of whether it makes sense. That, yeah, like, in a way that makes sense, but if I think about it, it's like, I got rid of my board games. I sacrificed my board games. Doesn't sound like a sacrifice. Saker separated, office, work. Separated work. Interesting. Sacrifice work or practice that is separated. Huh. Very interesting. Is there any more chat in the stream chat? Not really. Alrighty, Roo. Well, it's been super fun. Really enjoyed this. Really excited to see your Easter stories. I'm glad. Thank Wolf for reminding me that it's Holy Week this week, because I actually was gonna do the Easter prompt the week of Easter, like the Sunday of that week, and then go forward. But the more then we talked about it, I was like, oh yeah, like this whole week is about it, and then it'll be after Easter, and nobody's gonna be thinking about it anymore. And so we switched to this, and the more I think about it, the more I like this. And so thank Wolf for reminding me of that. Yeah, anybody you want me to raid, let me know. Give me them names. But while I'm waiting for that, if you're not read on stream, you are not out of luck. Because our Discord is awesome, and they do backup readings. They happen in the... Hang on a sec. They happen in the writing group chat, the writing group voice chat, and the backup queue. You can submit your story to the backup queue right now. It's first come, first serve, so yeah, you can just submit and you'll go first. And you can read it to everybody. You can have other people read your story for you, or you can just lurk and yeah. Yes, join us or else. Or be sacrificed. All the sacrifice will be in vain. Both work. Who's it dearly is streaming. Yes, you can do that. Alrighty, Roo. Alright. Very fun stream, very enjoyable stream. I look forward to the next stream. Hopefully you will not have to sacrifice too much to arrive at the stream next week. Bye-bye.